Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If everyone could take their seat, I'd like to begin the meeting. Thank you very much. Welcome to Wednesday, December 11th meeting of the California Coastal Commission. We'll start today, this morning with the roll call. Ms. Miller, once we figure out our seating, it's a little bit crowded up here, unfortunately, but we're going to make it work. Ms. Miller?
Okay, are we good? Roll call. Commissioner Aguirre.
Here.
Commissioner Bochco. Commissioner Cummings.
Here.
Commissioner Eckerly.
Here.
Commissioner Escalante.
Here.
Commissioner Harmon.
Here.
Commissioner Kunkel.
Here.
Commissioner Notoff. Commissioner Rice.
Katie?
Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Here.
Commissioner
Commissioner
Wilson.
Rice is here. She's just
Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
Chair Hart.
present. Thank you very much. All right, we'll now move to item 2, election of officers. I'm going to go to Commissioner Escalante.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. We're just
Just a second.
back here. Just 1 second. I need to pull my glasses. Okay. Apologies, this sitting issue. I'm so privileged to nominate Commissioner Cummings, Justin Cummings, as chair of the commission for a 1-year term to begin at the close of December 2024 hearing. And I recommend a yes vote.
Okay, are we going to take this one by one or do the slate?
Do it one by one, please.
One by one. Okay, doke.
Second.
All right. So we have the very excellent recommendation and nomination by Commissioner Escalante of Commissioner Cummings, seconded by Commissioner Wilson, and we'll take a roll call vote on this very important matter.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Absolutely, yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Let's go. Yes.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Hell yeah.
Of course. Wilson, yes. Chair Hart.
Absolutely, and congratulations, Commissioner Cummings. And Commissioner Cummings will be taking over at the end of Friday's hearing, so you'll have to put up with me for 3 more days, but congratulations, so happy for you. All right, Commissioner Escalante.
And again, another point of pride and honor to nominate my good friend, Commissioner Paloma Aguirre, as Vice Chair of the Commission for 1-year term to begin at the close of the December 2024 hearing, and I recommend a yes vote.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Escalante. I believe the second was Commissioner Bochco, our longest-serving commissioner, or I believe. And we will have a roll call vote on this item as well, Ms. Miller.
Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Absolutely yes.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yep.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes, and congratulations to our chair and vice chair for 2025. All right, we'll now move to virtual meeting.
Through the chair?
Yes.
I just, if with your indulgence, would just like to, first of all, congratulate Commissioner Cummings and Commissioner Aguirre. We're so excited to have you on as our new leadership. And to take this moment to thank you, Chair Hart, and to thank Vice Chair Escalante, both for your service. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you as chair and vice chair this year. It's my second year in my role here as executive director at the commission, and this was we did a lot of things. There's a lot going on this year, and I am grateful for your partnership, especially Chair Hart, and all the things that we worked through this year. I think there's some truth in that. Again, we had a lot going on this year, although now in my second year, beginning to think that's just how this goes. So Commissioner Cummings, strap in, because we're going to have a lot to do next year. But again, just Chair Hart, so much appreciation from staff at your dedication to this commission, to the work of protecting our coast, and really being an advocate for us in all the spaces in California that you've been. So just wanted to say thank you. And I do believe we have a few public commenters on this item.
Okay. Thanks so much, Dr. Huckelbridge, and it's been an absolute honor and privilege. I'm very excited to continue as a commissioner. My term currently expires in 2027, so I'll very much look forward to working with the new leadership team. It's just been a fantastic experience, and I'm so grateful to have had it. Thank you so much for that.
All right, thank you. Moving to speakers for this item, we have Donna Brownsey.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So do we
Okay.
not have a screen in?
There. Now,
Oh, there we go.
Now we can see you.
Okay. I'm just zooming in.
They're not working, unfortunately.
No picture? That's okay. That's okay with me.
We can see you on the big screen. We're just trying to get the screen so the commissioners can see them.
Oh, okay. Just let me know when to get going.
There we go.
Okay.
How did you get that on?
First, I just want to say hi to everybody. I miss all of you, commissioners and staff. I'm just calling in this morning with deep, deep appreciation and congratulations for the job that Chair Hart has done this year, as well as Vice Chair Escalante, and certainly deep, deep appreciation and congratulations for Commissioner Cummings and Aguirre for taking on the task and the job going forward. I just want to say a few words about Carol as the chair. She's a dear friend. She was a great vice chair, but I think she was even a better chair. It was such a challenging year, especially with respect to housing issues, and Carol's leadership really transmuted the most damaging efforts on those housing policies to balance the needs of housing and coastal protection. I think she really demonstrated in her advocacy and in the results that you can balance effective housing policies with coastal protection, and they're not mutually exclusive. Carol has an incredibly strong and clear compass for coastal protection and resiliency. Her commitment to conservation, public parks, coastal access, the adaptation of successful coastal climate strategies has been her hallmark, as well as her working collaboratively with interests on both sides of issues, and certainly as a strong leader to not only the commission, but also in her work with the staff. I want to say a few words about So Carol, congratulations on a job incredibly well done. And I know you're looking forward to being just a regular commissioner going forward, and you'll be as usual, an excellent one. Linda, I just want to, yes, of course. Commissioner Escalante, I really am so in awe of your commitment to environmental justice issues, your passion for them, as well as coastal protection, such that you moved to one of the most remote coastal communities in the state and have really thrived there. And I think your work here on this commission, as well as your work outside of the commission, have been incredible. And I wish you all the luck in your new ventures. To Justin and Paloma, just briefly, I really feel like you will continue this great legacy of leadership and coastal activism of the prior chair and vice chair. You're soon to be elect after this meeting. Your leadership as local officials is extraordinary given the challenges from the communities that you represent. Commissioner Cummings, your community is facing, coastal flooding, as well as really difficult housing issues. And Commissioner Aguirre, your historic environmental, the historic environmental crisis that you face as a result of the Tijuana sewage crisis, and both of your work has demonstrated the highest commitment to your community's public health and welfare, and your advocacy for solutions and to redress those harms really is so incredible and effective. And I know that bringing your leadership to the commission will benefit all coastal communities here in the state. So I just wanted to acknowledge the incredible contributions of everybody serving in the leadership and the commission in total, because you're just an amazing group of leaders and have served the state in such an excellent way. And to the great staff who assist you in your efforts, I just want to wish everybody happy holidays, and thank you so much for your service. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Can we call her Commission Chair Emeritus? Thank you so much, Donna. That was wonderful. All right.
Chris, I believe we have a couple more speakers.
Yes, we have a couple more speakers. We'll start with Jennifer Savage and then go to Mandy Sackett. Jennifer Savage.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Jennifer Savage, California Policy Associate Director, Surfrider Foundation. Surfrider Foundation has 16 chapters and thousands of volunteers working every week, some every day, to protect our coast through actively defending the principles enshrined in the Coastal Act. And to support their efforts and to achieve Surfrider's own mission to protect and enjoy the world's ocean, waves, and beaches here in California, we depend on a strong coastal commission, one that provides steadfast defense of California's coast and ensures that all people have equal opportunity to recreate at our state's beaches. Commissioners Hart and Escalante, your leadership has given us exactly that. To be able to point to something that is going right in the world is always important. And in these particular times, having you as examples to hold up to our activists and to our staff to show the kind of strength and determination for coastal protection that exists has served as a badly needed and much appreciated bright point. Thank you again for your dedication and service, and we're grateful to continue working with you and with incoming Chair Commissioner Cummings and Vice Chair Aguirre on our shared goals into the future. And I know that Mandy has a few specific examples to share. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Mandy Sackett.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mandy Sackett, California Policy Coordinator for the Surfrider Foundation. On behalf of Surfrider and all those who cherish the California coast, I just want to extend our deep gratitude and appreciation for the very tremendous work that Chair Hart and Vice Chair Escalante have dedicated as public servants on this commission. Your roles demand really long hours and very tough decisions, and they often go unthanked. But we see the care and the passion and just the thoughtful decision making that you all both bring to every matter. And under your leadership over the past several years, this commission has achieved a lot. You've addressed impacts from SpaceX launches, requested a declaration of emergency for the transboundary pollution crisis, defended the Coastal Act from several challenges, protected our coast from the relentless pressures of coastal armoring, and you've also passed proactive and protective updates to local coastal programs like Morro Bay and Manhattan Beach, resolved high-profile Coastal Act violations in Malibu and Pacific Palisades, and approved a first-of-its-kind surf school agreement in Pacifica that's going to help equitable access on the coast. And the list really does go on. So just thank you again so much for all of your dedication. And we look forward to continuing our work with Chair Cummings and Vice Chair Aguirre. So congratulations and thanks again.
Thank you. And now moving to hybrid meeting procedures.
Yes, thanks so much, Chris. And I just want to thank the folks that spoke. We really appreciate it. And thanks to the members of the public for bearing with us as we make this transition to new chair and vice chair. Yes,
I make a comment?
of course.
I just wanted to also thank the chair. In particular, this year has really been, having Escalante and Hart as our leaders has been particularly helpful in Sacramento. You know, the Coastal Act is the people's law, and they've been very good at bringing the voices of the public to Sacramento. And I think what we just heard from the public now is that, you know, people are watching. The public is watching what we do to protect our coast. And with the leadership that we've had and that we just elected going forward, I think we're in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Really appreciate it and really appreciate everything that you do every day and have done. It's such a great commission. We're really lucky. All right, so now we will move forward with virtual meeting procedures. Thank you, Chris.
Okay. Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend you use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the commission today can do so in person, through the Zoom platform, or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the commission's staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on a particular item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have access to the internet, please go to the commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes virtual hearing procedures.
Okay, thanks so much, Chris. We'll now turn to item 5, general public comment.
Chair, if I may interject, we do have some agenda changes. Item 4.
How did that happen to me? I guess I clicked on it and thought that took care of it. Sorry about that. All right, thank you, Mr. Hudson. Agenda changes, please, item 4.
All right, thank you, and good morning, Chair Hart and Vice Chair Escalante. And good morning, other commissioners. I will now go over the changes to today's agenda. First, item 14B is moved to consent. That's the CDP application for the Marina Trust. Item 16A, the City of Santa Cruz LCP amendment for outdoor dining areas, is moved to consent. Item 16B, the City of Carmel by the Sea LCP amendment time extension only, is withdrawn. Item 17A, the 300 Cannery Row mixed-use CDP application is postponed. And item 17B, the 30 Old Fisherman's Wharf CDP application is moved to consent. That concludes the changes to today's agenda, so that brings us to item 5, general public comment. And with that, I'll turn the mic back over to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, so now we'll turn to general public comment. Chris?
All right, for members of the public, I'll be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes to speak during general public comment at the discretion of the chair. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I'll call your names in the order that they appear in our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and announce yourself with your name when you approach to speak. Several helpful tips. There is a raise your hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you're using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you're participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we'll invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. And please remember to state your name for the record. Looking at our list, we have 29 speakers signed up to speak. We're starting with those in the room, starting with Mayor of Newport Beach, Joe Stapleton.
Well, good morning, Chair Hart, Vice Chair Escalante, Commissioners. My name is Joe Stapleton, and I'm the newly elected mayor of the city of Newport Beach. And it's a great pleasure to welcome you back to the beautiful city of Newport Beach. We are happy that you once again have chosen Newport Beach as a place to convene, hear input from the public, and make important decisions about the future of our state waterways and coastal land. The stewardship of our beaches and harbors remains, as always, a top priority for Newport Beach. We are home to more than 8 miles of ocean beaches and the largest recreational harbor on the West Coast. We welcome roughly 7 million visitors every year to our beaches, hotels, and restaurants. Since your last visit, the city and private sector have continued to advance access, ocean safety, and recreational opportunities for residents and visitors, while further improving water and air quality. This summer, we celebrated the long-awaited opening of our Junior Guard Lifeguard building at the base of the Balboa Pier, providing the first permanent headquarters for the 40-year-old Junior Lifeguard program. As part of the expansion of low-cost recreational amenities in Newport Harbor, we celebrated the opening of 2 new public docks this year, bringing the total number to 15 public docks. All public docks in Newport are free to use for up to 3 hours during the day. In a clean air milestone, the city welcomed the first electric boat into our harbor fleet last summer. This was not only a first for Newport Beach, it was also the first electric workboat delivered to any public agency in the United States. In a moment, we'll show a short video on the topic I'd like to show you. We will soon celebrate the launch of our innovative trash wheel, which will remove 80% of floating trash from the San Diego Creek before it reaches the sensitive habitats in the upper Newport Bay. nature preserve. We began construction on the trash wheel system in late 2023 with your approval, and it's almost nearly completion. We're hoping to do a ribbon cutting in January. The city is now exploring a project that would bring a world-class aquatic center, a facility to Lower Castaways Park, a first public pool in the city of Newport Beach, an underutilized piece of land adjacent to Newport Bay. I'm very pleased to report our water quality remains high. Newport Beach has received a letter grade A+ from Heal the Bay and recent report cards for water quality in our ocean beaches. Meanwhile, our hotels and other private sector entities have made considerable investments to provide even more coastal amenities to visitors from across the nation and around the globe. We remain strongly committed to enhancing the access and recreational opportunities for all who live, work, and visit Newport Beach. And we greatly appreciate the collaboration, the spirit of the Coastal Commission and its staff as we work together towards these common goals. On behalf of the entire City Council and Newport Beach community, welcome, and we hope you enjoy your stay. Now I invite you to watch this short video highlighting an exciting day in Newport Harbor last summer.
Thank you so much, Mayor. We
Thank
just
you.
love it here. The facility here, I think it's my 4th or 5th time. I just love it. So thank
I
you so
appreciate
much.
that.
Great
It
to hear
seems
about the
crowded
water
with 7 of
quality.
us up there, so with 14
Yeah,
of you,
yeah,
that's incredible.
I didn't want to mention that, but it's okay.
Yeah, no, thank you for being here.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Give us a second, and then Billy will share the sound.
Today marks a special milestone for the city of Newport Beach and Newport Harbor as we celebrate the grand opening of the 29th Street Public Pier and the christening of our newest addition to the Harbor Department fleet. With the ribbon cutting, this newly renovated pier is now open to the public, offering a picturesque spot for residents and visitors to enjoy the beauty of our harbor.
This is the 15th public pier in the harbor. They're all strategically located throughout the harbor to cover most areas of the harbor depending on where you'd want to go.
We are also proud to introduce the first all-electric workboat delivered to any public agency in the U.S. This state-of-the-art vessel, a Vita Seal, will enhance our harbor operations through clean air technology. With a top speed of 30 knots, the vessel can perform a typical 10-hour shift for the harbor department without needing to recharge. The boat will generally carry a crew of 2 staff members and can accommodate up to 8 people.
It is my very great pleasure to introduce the world to the first all-electric workboat being delivered to any public agency anywhere in the United States.
With the coming edition of Southern California's first publicly accessible electric vehicle charging station at Marina Park, Newport Beach is leading the way in sustainable maritime technology. The 29th Street Pier and the all-new electric patrol vessel are further examples of our city's commitment to innovation, environmental stewardship, and providing exceptional harbor amenities for all to enjoy.
Commissioner Escalante?
Just, Mayor, that's so exciting to see that electric boat
Yeah.
on your harbor. I'm giddy, and I can't wait for this to be the start of a very big movement across our
appreciate
coast. So
that.
congratulations on your win,
Thank you.
and look forward to a good relationship working together.
Yeah, it's the home of the Duffy boat, the home of the electric boat. It's good to have a work boat that is also electric in the city. So thank
That's
you so
awesome.
much. Yeah.
Very exciting.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, our next 3 speakers will be Dr. Scott Mayers, Robin Rudisil, and then Adam Leverins. If you've heard your name, please line up behind the podium. Dr. Scott Mayers? I'm not seeing him. Robin Rudisil will be next. Yes, just go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. Robin Rudisil from Venice. I want to make sure you know that the impact of AB 2097 on the Venice coastal zone is very significant. Even before the passage of AB 2097, Venice was the most parking-starved tourist destination in the coastal zone. But now the majority of Venice coastal zone is impacted by AB 2097, including the most heavily visited tourist areas along the boardwalk. For the first year and a half under AB 2097, the areas of Venice impacted were mainly closer to Lincoln Boulevard, Highway 1, related to the major transit stops at Lincoln and Rose Avenue and Lincoln and Venice Boulevard. In May of this year, the boardwalk in much of the North Venice area was added. That's because there was a citywide policy change to align with SCAG's policy. In the last year or so, we are seeing many new projects that are expecting complete exemptions from parking requirements and getting them. Also, developers are requesting amendments of their CDPs to remove parking requirements. I've even seen quite a few applications for the boardwalk area since May that are requesting AB 2097 parking exemptions. Combined with the loss of parking already experienced in this area due to al fresco dining, which is expected to be made permanent, the overall loss of parking is significant and growing and must be considered. I just became aware of AB 413, the new daylighting state law, where we'll lose even more parking. And don't forget, much less parking being provided for density bonus projects. There are hundreds of Venice coastal zone parking spaces that are no longer required. A loss of this magnitude must be mitigated. No other coastal zone area of Los Angeles suffers any impact of AB 2097. But a project must meet both AB 2097 and the Coastal Act. In your June 2023 AB 2097 implementation memo, you called for local jurisdictions to plan for and develop alternative ways for the public to access the coast, such as through investing in public transit and additional public parking facilities built to mitigate the negative impact of AB 2097. I hope you'll continue to support us in that. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. Appreciate it.
All right, next, Dr. Scott Mayers, then Adam Leverins, and then Lydia Ponce.
Hi, Scott Mayers is in the back row and just asked me to come up and speak on his behalf. He's a longtime resident of Venice and over 80 years old, and asked if I would come up for. So I hope that's okay. My name is Robin Mires. I'm just going to address something that has gone on over the past year and a half or so. I had a committee of the Neighborhood Council called Preserving Public Places. It came to our attention that the Venice Lifeguard Station was at risk of being, the tower portion being torn off of it. It's a fabulous building that we manage. It's owned by the city of LA, leased to the county for $1 a year. The county provided false, inaccurate information to you knowingly. They pretended that in their letter to you, they said that they own it and that it was at the end of its useful life. Both of those matters are completely false, and we proved that. We since have also gotten it designated as a Los Angeles historic cultural monument. I have repeatedly asked the staff of the Coastal Commission to please rescind the de minimis waiver that was provided based on the false information, and they've refused to do so. It makes no sense to me that there would be a waiver. I mean, can you tell me that I can have my next door neighbor's house torn down if I pretend that I own it, even though I don't? And if I pretend, it's absurd. Why would a waiver that gives no notice to the community or the business entity or the city that owns it stand on the books to only continue to confuse the world? When I first got into looking into this, there was a tremendous amount of confusion as to who owned the building, the property, all of it. We got that figured out. We don't need an erroneous document like that to remain on the books. It makes no sense to me. Please, this is a fabulous structure. We need to have it repaired. It's the duty of the county. I would love the Coastal Commission to assist in that and remove the erroneous document. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Adam, please.
Hey,
Just
Adam.
want to note, folks, that clapping is not allowed in our meetings. If you'd like to express support, wave your hands like this. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Adam Leverins, followed by Lydia Ponce, and then Emily Parker and Laura Ring from Heal the Bay. Adam Leverins.
Got some graphics, if I could have those called up, please.
Yes, give us a
And
second.
I am
just super happy to see you all here and be able to be close enough to see your faces as compared to San Diego. Like, the photograph that I have up on the screen is a local property that goes by the name of Lower Castaways. It's about a 4-acre site. For reference, on the right-hand side of the image is a bridge. That's the Pacific Coast Highway. To the right of that is Newport Bay proper, and then the ocean right of that. It's categorized as recreational and marine commercial, some of the intent of which is to encourage the continuation of coastal dependent and coastal related uses, mutually supportive businesses, visitor serving and recreational uses, physical and visual access to the bay. Next slide, please. The mayor mentioned this. The city's interpretation of a coastal dependent use is a 9,600 square foot building. 2,000 square foot is allowed by the zoning. A 50-meter pool adjacent to the bay, 360 square foot splash pad, a therapy pool, and 189 parking spaces. Now this is a beautiful facility, but myself, a couple harbor commissioners, and many members of the public think it's not a coastal dependent use, and there are other sites that this would be more appropriate. The local coastal program implementation plan for Newport Beach says priority shall be given to coastal dependent uses over other uses on or near the shoreline. There's a third slide, which will be a matter of public record. I hope you'll find the time to look at that, as I won't have time to go through it. But things that are coastal dependent are boat launches, pump out stations, fishing docks, things like that. And a boat launch, things that are more needed and only can be used at the shore would be more appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Lydia Ponce, followed by Emily Parker and Laura Rink.
Lydia Ponce, Quechua and Mayo, Scottish descent. Epically, we are here at a failed experiment 500 years plus because English language is a truth twister. I wish we could say what we mean and mean what we say and spell it as it sounds. But Venice Black and Brown, including Japanese relatives, suffered oppression as the applicable laws have supported gentrification and support the various wars, specific class racial wars that never ended, and reparations are never agreed upon and made into law. I ask, whose definition of morality are we using 2024? When will we ever emphasize healing for a so-called civil society? The not so civil when laws are used to make Venice Black and Brown youth lift their shirts to show they don't have any tattoos. They were forced to answer sweeping questions by police, the youth without their parents present. What's your last name? Who are your parents? Where do you live? This while coming to school or going from school to their homes. But here we are. These are the youth, the Venice youth, their generations of descendants of ancestors who built Venice. Venice West Siders, many of them are here, the gentrifiers sure benefited from the 99.99% favorable market rate plunder and blunder of land, water, and the scenic view. It's a favorable leaning of equitability when white speaks it for profit. It's 500 years of colonial settler profits. We will never strike a balance of equity because today's comfortable politics is a fair-weathered occasional ally or a fair-weathered friend. But isn't that convenient amnesia of sorts historically? The land and air and water has been poisoned, polluted, dishonored, not protected, and not defended by any one indigenous cultural calling and our indigenous responsibility. Our responsibility doesn't fluctuate, it never rests. And here we are. 2025 is for everyone.
Thank you. Next, Emily
Again,
Parker,
thank you with the
Laura
clapping.
Rink, and then Allie Bean. Emily Parker and Laura Rink from Heal the Bay, we understand, have a 6-minute presentation.
Okay, and this is as a group?
Yeah.
Okay, please begin.
And we have some slides as well. Take your time, no worries.
All right, good morning, Chair Hart, Vice Chair Escalante, and Honorable Commissioners. My name is Emily Parker. I'm a staff scientist with the local environmental nonprofit organization Heal the Bay, and I'm here today with my colleague Laura Rink, who will introduce herself in a moment. We're here this morning to thank the Commission and their staff for their continued support of our organization, and to also share with you the many impactful community programs that Heal the Bay leads as a result of support like yours. Next slide, please. Oh, looks like there they go. Okay. At Heal the Bay, our mission is to make the coastal waters and watersheds of Greater LA healthy, safe, and clean. And our theory of change is that you protect what you love. In practice, this looks like introducing our local community to the amazing.
Just one sec.
Oh,
Did
no
we
worries.
lose the signal? Okay, just hold on one sec.
No
okay?
worries.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seat, we're going to resume the hearing with the Heal the Bay folks. And we'll keep everyone keep your fingers crossed, according to Billy, critical. All right, so could the Heal the Bay folks come up and we'll continue with your presentation. We should probably restart it. Okay? All right, folks, take a seat.
All right, hopefully we won't break the whole system this time. I can start over. Good morning, Chair Hart, Vice Chair Escalante, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Emily Parker. I'm a staff scientist with the local nonprofit organization Heal the Bay. And I'm here today with Laura Rink, who will introduce herself again in a moment. And I also want to take a moment to congratulate Commissioners Cummings and Aguirre on your new roles on the Commission. So we're here this morning to thank the Commission for their staff for their continued support of our organization, and to also share with you the many impactful community programs that Heal the Bay leads as a result of support like yours. Next slide, please. So at Heal the Bay, our mission is to make the coastal waters and watersheds of Greater Los Angeles healthy, safe, and clean. Our theory of change is that you protect what you love. And in practice, this looks like introducing our local community to the amazing ocean life that's exhibited at the Heal the Bay Aquarium, hosting beach and river cleanups, monitoring our local marine protected areas, and engaging our community to help us fight for important policy change. For nearly 40 years, we've worked with our community to improve water quality at beaches, increase awareness of public health threats in our waterways, restore biodiversity in coastal ecosystems, and to ensure our most vulnerable neighborhoods aren't bearing the brunt of environmental and climate impacts. Next slide, please. Whether that work is through our reputable beach and river report card, which you actually already heard a little bit about this morning, which lets recreators along the West Coast know when and where it is safe to play in our local waters, or during our plastics advocacy work, where I help to lead the change of eliminating single-use plastics in our communities, or during our hundreds of trash cleanups each year. Heal the Bay has become a trusted and recognized environmental icon. You can even find us in some of your favorite television shows over the years, from Beverly Hills 90210 to Baywatch, which actually dedicated an episode to the dangers of stormwater pollution thanks to Heal the Bay. You can see some funny screenshots of that on this slide. Next slide, please. We are incredibly proud of our many victories at Heal the Bay. Over the years of note, we've worked to hold sewage treatment plants accountable, advocate for better waste and water infrastructure, reduce plastic through upstream changes like banning harmful materials such as expanded polystyrene, also known as styrofoam, in Los Angeles County and City, and also creating green spaces that support our diverse communities. These victories and the so many more that we've had the chance to celebrate over our 40 years are what make Heal the Bay so impactful and such an important fixture in the Los Angeles community. Next slide, please. I'll now turn it to my colleague Laura to share a little bit more about Heal the Bay.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Laura Rink. I am the Associate Director of Operations at the Heal the Bay Aquarium, which is to say that I oversee the facility and exhibits and animal welfare. Commissioners, so much of what we do can only happen with the support and partnerships of agencies like the Coastal Commission. Due to the generous support of your Whaletail Grant funds, we are able to host nearly 500 Adopt a Beach programs each year, which empower individuals to help clean up our beaches and become community scientists. By collecting data, we need to advocate for policy change. Most recently, your support has provided the Heal the Bay Aquarium additional safety and security for both its staff and over 100 exhibited ocean animals, including endangered species, during the Santa Monica Pier Bridge construction that's taking place next fall, 2025. Our aquarium is located directly underneath the pier bridge, and special conditions added to the coastal development permit approved by the commission last month will help to protect our facility in case of unexpected emergencies. These additions have helped reassure our aquarium's safety, and for this, we extend our deepest gratitude to you all today. If you are unfamiliar with our aquarium, we wanted to take a moment to share with you the many programs we provide. Next slide, please. Not only does our aquarium host tens of thousands of public visitors each year, we also provide educational programming for nearly 10,000 Title I school students each year through field trips and camps. In my role at the aquarium, I co-lead a workforce development program in partnership with Santa Monica College that educates students in sustainable aquaculture and supports their accessibility into the blue economy workforce. We are also a certified facility with the Wildlife Trafficking Network, which allows us to care for confiscated animals taken for illegal trade. Our aquarium also directly participates in the conservation of endangered species such as our sunflower sea star and our giant sea bass. And if you don't know, our giant sea bass is Instagram famous. Check her out. Next slide, please. With so many essential community programs, our future vision for Heal the Bay Aquarium is to expand our community reach and impact by acquiring a new location on top of the Santa Monica Pier. In our current location, we consider ourselves Santa Monica's best kept secret that no longer wants to be kept secret. Our new aquarium would be able to expand our educational programs in state-of-the-art marine science labs, expand research capabilities, and capture an even greater percentage of the millions of guests that visit the iconic Santa Monica Pier each year. We've already invested in conceptual design and an economic analysis. You can see imagery of that on the slide. And determined that this project is feasible and identified a preferred site. And we are now waiting on the city of Santa Monica to give us some assurance that we can obtain a lease so that we can move forward with this design and fundraising for the project. Next slide, please. As defenders of our coast, we hope for your continued support in helping us achieve our mission and this vision in opening a new state-of-the-art ocean learning center for Los Angeles County. Come visit us, pet a shark, and meet our passionate staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Allie Bean, followed by Peggy Lee Kennedy, and then Catherine King. Allie Bean.
Good morning, Commissioners. First of all, congratulations, Commissioner Cummings and Commissioner Aguirre. And thank you, both of you, Commissioner Escalante and Hart, for your many wonderful years of service. Appreciate you. Since there's so many people here from Venice, I figure I might as well speak about Venice while I'm here. It's not about an item, just that we're, as you know, about to have a new land use plan and a new LCP. So Venice is a community that is 3 square miles, and it's 67% renters. And my worry with the onslaught of gentrification we've already seen, and now the density about to come, is that we're going to lose a lot of our existing RSO housing. And it's being taken down at a rapid clip already. I mean, people are doing things sort of through back doors, and that's sort of the major way I feel we are losing what is the most important thing about Venice for all these years of its history, which is its diversity, economic, racial, is because of the existing affordable housing that we have. So even as we build new, I really hope that you can keep an eye on the future of Venice, keeping the people that are already living there, because once they get displaced, they can't come back. And these are our neighbors, and it's just my deepest wish that you'll keep an eye on that as we move forward and approve projects. One I can mention right now is it's the Rose Avenue and the Boardwalk have a lot of existing RSO housing right now. And for example, there are hotels on the Boardwalk that are RSO residents that are previous council member Ruth Galanter put in on purpose to keep it residential. It's now being all zoned commercial. And there's a new hotel that's already in operation without a permit from you guys. That's got all of the tenants were evicted. All the RSO tenants for, since I think that building was built in 1920. So things like that, please, when that comes before you, think about that. And anyway, appreciate you very much for all your hard work.
Peggy Lee Kennedy, Catherine King, and then Gary Hedrick.
Hi, Commissioners. Peggy Lee Kennedy, third generation resident of Venice. I have two topics I want to bring up right now. One would be something that's coming on the LA City Council agenda this Friday, and that is the coastal alfresco. And I've been trying to keep up with it. And the fact is that I understand why it was initially approved, during the pandemic. But in the study that the city provided, no accounting of the actual parking spaces that were taken away. And I haven't seen one yet. And they're talking about it now as they're talking about funding these people. They've never done a parking study. We have each restaurant may have 10 spaces. They have parking lots that have 30 spaces that they are using. On the corner of Venice and Abbott Kinney, there's a restaurant that has used their whole parking lot, and they have a valet service using the parking, the actual free parking. So, we've got to really look at what they're doing. And they're actually suggesting these people the restaurants come and apply for a CDP without a parking study. We need to know what the mitigation is. And regarding to parking in Venice, they've taken away so much free parking by putting up street signs that say 2-hour parking, 4-hour parking in front of places that are not actual businesses. There may be rentals there and homeowners, but on Washington Boulevard, 4-hour parking. On Venice Boulevard by the beach, 2-hour parking. What person can come there and park and pull out a stroller with their kids and go to the beach and be back in 2 hours? It's just not possible. And we really need to look at the free parking that's been removed already somehow. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Catherine King, Gary Hedrick, and then Alan Pick. Catherine King.
Hi. I want to start by thanking you so much for all you've done to preserve our natural environment and to foster environmental justice. And I hope you can keep it up. I know the battle's going to be hard after January 20. Now, I am lucky enough to own a home in a coastal community. And as already has been spoken by Ali Bean about gentrification, currently an influx of wealthy homeowners and short-term rental investors is making housing inaccessible to all but extraordinarily high-paid professionals and tourists. Across the street from my house, a single-family mansion has replaced the original 3 small units. And down the street from my house, a duplex has been converted into another very large compound. They've taken 2 properties and taken the house and the duplex. And so 3 homes have become 1 in both these cases. Now, your mandate says that the construction of buildings, land divisions, and activities that change the intensity of use of land or public access is under your purview. Now, this changes land use and accessibility. These are people that can no longer walk to the beach. It's a mile from my house, but it's walkable or bikeable. And that access is gone. And in addition, as affordable housing diminishes, homelessness increases. We need to move unhoused residents off the street by creating housing for them. The poor have just as much right to our beautiful beaches and ocean sunsets as the rich do, and I hope you'll keep that in mind as you get building permits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Gary Hedrick, Alan Pick, and then Pat Raphael. Gary Hedrick.
Good morning, commissioners. Such a pleasure to be here. I'm about to show you a 2-minute presentation, so I don't want to take too long talking. Off to a great start. San Clemente Green is here to remind you about the other conflicting interests or problems about nuclear waste at San Onofre. And this short trailer to a movie will tell you best describe what the problems are. So please start the movie if you can. We're looking forward to working with
you. The difficulty with nuclear power is that it produces the worst industrial waste that has ever been produced by any industry on Earth. This stuff remains dangerous for literally millions of years.
San Onofre has more complaints from employees than any other plant in the entire country.
I started to question whether or not the individuals who are actually responsible for moving 2.6 million pounds of material were the right people to do what they're doing.
We don't want this nuclear waste buried at the beach, just above the water level, 100 feet from the ocean. Who thought of this? This is crazy.
Each canister contains more radiation than was released from Chernobyl.
The atoms are unstable. They're like little time bombs.
What are you going to do when one of these canisters fails? They don't want those questions. They can't handle those questions.
We have to think of this as a permanent problem, a permanent legacy of the human race. We have to look after it.
If these canisters age to the point where they begin to fail, they're going to fail everywhere.
Thank you for watching that, for allowing me to share it with you, and I look forward to working with you as we promote a state plan instead of the federal plan, which will take safety into consideration before profit, which is the situation we find ourselves in. So thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Alan Pick. Okay, Pat Raphael and Mark Mack.
Hi, Pat Raphael. Thank you guys for coming here. I appreciate that we've been talking a lot about Venice. So many people came from Venice. Ali Bean came and did a version of what I was thinking about doing, so I'll continue with this little portion. I want to qualify Venice as a place that is unique in the world, in the country, and in the state. There's something going on in Venice, historical and character, that has been long-standing. You know, it's cultural heritage that kind of has kept us at the pulse of the arts and creativity and makers in a way that I think is really unparalleled. So it's with that in mind that if we're saying we're going to maintain it, we have to really proactively try to make sure that we recognize what made it what it is, and then not do things in policy that will take that away from all of us. So the main thing that I'd like to stress is that market forces can't determine who comes to Venice. Because if it's just left up to the market, money will be such a barrier, because so many people want to live in Venice, that that it will be inaccessible to a lot of the people that's making it what it is. So with that in mind, I'm saying we have to proactively look for opportunities to increase subsidized low-income housing, because that has to be part of the mix. And then another way to kind of get wider buy-in to what Venice is, there has to be antennas up to look for opportunities to feature Venice. And it's with that, in closing, I'm going to say the Olympics are coming. And this is going to give us a lot of opportunities to bring eyeballs to LA. Some of that should be featuring the art, the creativity, the amazing pulse of what we now have in Venice to the world so that they know what's going on.
Thank you. And Mark Mack, followed by our Zoom speakers, starting with Lakeisha Bryant, Aniko Canis Millen, and then Diane Edmonds. Mark Mack.
I'm an award-winning architect for affordable and sustainable projects in Austria, Korea, Netherlands, and Japan. I support affordable housing that does not give up its basic qualities as safe and airy, green-oriented, sustainable principles. With current pressures to create much-needed houses, it's important not to support just any project that proposes housing, especially housing that compromises these basic issues of human habitation, and not give up land for compromised and ill-conceived projects and developer-driven density bonuses, non-existing parking required, height allowance, and efficiently used by developers to further gentrify neighborhoods and create more profitable luxury housing on the coast. The Coastal Commission should also halt the constant loss of old Section 8 housing and RSO existing housing, which is eroding at a fast pace. Hopefully, as a panel of environmental experts, you consider environmental aspects of projects which increase the density on the coastal communities. As a member of the Venice Land Use Committee, we recorded the biggest concerns of our residents in recent outreach meetings, such as urban runoff through more sealed and surfacing of permeable areas, loss of street greening and planting, overcapacitating escape routes of a flood and tsunami area, and loss of off-site parking through conversions of ADUs. Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving on to Zoom speakers, I'll just note that we have 15 people signed up to speak. We're able to find about half of them right now. Starting with Lakeisha Bryant, Aniko Canis Millen, and then Diane Edmonds. Lakeisha Bryant, you can unmute. Oh, sorry. I just muted you by accident. You can unmute and start reading.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is LaQuisha Bryant, Senior Field Representative for Assemblymember Tina McKinner, who represents the 61st Assembly District. I am here today to convey Assemblymember McKinner's strong support for the Venice Dale Community Housing Project.
Okay, excuse me, ma'am. That's an item that's on our agenda, so we will have to hear your comment in connection with that, and that will be coming up, hopefully not too long. Okay, let's proceed.
Okay, Aniko Canis Millen, Diane Edmonds, and then Alice McNally. Aniko, you should be able to unmute right now.
Great, thank you very much. Unable to start video, apparently. That's okay. Good morning, Chair Hart, Vice Chair.
I think we can get your video. Is that true or not?
It's just my screen. It's not my.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
I have no presentation. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hart, Vice Chair Escalante, Commissioners, and incoming Chair Cummings from my neighborhood. Yay. My name is Aniko Canis Millen. I'm a Parks and Programs Specialist with County Park Friends. We're a nonprofit that supports Santa Cruz County Parks. We are a proud recipient of the Whale Tail Grant that funded our BIPOC on the Beach Environmental Education and Outdoor Play series. We wanted to share that the grant is allowing us to provide unique, very awesome, and much needed programming of, by, and for communities of color in Santa Cruz County. In a similar way, our Outdoor Equity Program grant that we got from California State Parks has enabled us to serve and nurture youth leaders from the community of Live Oak and their families. We applaud these investments in park equity by statewide organizations, and we want to share how their investment is building a cycle of access that continues to strengthen. Many of our programs take place on state parks and beaches, in addition to county open spaces. And so we're excited to be working with California State Parks Santa Cruz District to discuss development of community access agreements as laid out in California Assembly Bill 1150. These agreements could lower usage fees for nonprofits such as ours and allow even more connection to nature. Therefore, the programming made possible by the Whale Tail Grant will also help us inform how these such agreements are developed and will ultimately benefit more people of color and diverse backgrounds in the future. These aligned efforts are effective, important, and we applaud them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Diane Edmonds, Alice McNally, and then Patrick McGibney. Diane Edmonds.
My name's Diane Edmonds, and I'm a professional surf photographer from Orange County. I'm very concerned about the 3.6 million pounds of highly radioactive nuclear waste that has been left behind at San Onofre. I've been to San Onofre during large swells and king tides, photographing waves hitting the seawalls that are supposedly protecting the most dangerous materials on Earth from the rising ocean. I was shocked when I saw the location of the 73 metal canisters, which are only 108 feet from the ocean. I've documented the poor condition of the seawalls in front of songs, deep cracks along the top of the entire length of the lower seawall, large chunks of concrete broken off in many places, exposed and rusted rebar all along the seawall. I would be happy to share my photos with the commission if you reach out to me. At your Long Beach meeting on April 10th, during a discussion after the public comments, Dr. Hucklebridge said the commission had instructed Edison to perform a robust inspection and monitoring of the 2 waste storage sites at San Onofre, which would then be reviewed by a third party. The inspection of the horizontally stored canisters was already completed, and a report was expected within 180 days. The newer vertical storage sites inspection was underway in April, with a report due by the end of this year. What were the results of these extensive inspections of the canisters and storage areas? Will you please make this an agenda item at your next meeting so the public can hear the findings of these important inspections? There was a powerful earthquake in Northern California just last week with many powerful aftershocks. A tsunami alert went out, but we got lucky this time. It's foolhardy for any of us to think that a damaging earthquake cannot occur at San Onofre. The nuclear waste must be moved to higher ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Alice McNally, Patrick McGibney, and then Lynette Brooks. Alice McNally.
Good morning. The nuclear waste at Songs must be moved now. We cannot wait until 2035 or later. Flooding from sea level rise, storm surge, earthquakes, and tsunamis are our most immediate threats. Baby steps such as canister vent covers are useless. Fukushima's accident could have been avoided. TEPCO's damning final report states that threats from earthquakes and tsunamis were foreseeable, and thus the accident could have been avoided, and reveals that both the operator and the Nuclear Safety Agency knew the risks. However, measures of these risks were never undertaken, as they mistakenly thought the probability of a tsunami was very low. Sound familiar? For decades, the Coastal Commission has been complicit in allowing radioactive waste to collect on the beach. When you had the power to say no, yes, you can enforce and revoke Song's nuclear waste dump permit due to seismic and sea level rise conditions, addressing the potential risks and elevation requirements as required by SB 1, SESMA, and the Coastal Act. Now show leadership to protect and preserve the California coast by demanding the waste be moved further from the surf on Camp Pendleton before it's too late. What are you waiting for? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Patrick McGibney, Lynette Brooks, and then Andrea Luker. Patrick
Thanks,
McGibney.
Chris. How many more speakers do we have?
Let me check really quick. We have 11 people signed up to speak. We have 5 that we're able to find immediately, with a couple ones that we aren't able to identify that are raising their hands.
All right, let's proceed. Thanks.
Patrick McGibney.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, commissioners and staff. Patrick McGibney with the LOSO Sustainability Group. I'll start with a big thank you for your years of service protecting our many coastal resources, especially our critical wetlands and estuaries. They provide habitat as well as nursery and feeding grounds for many of our endangered species. But 90% of these have been lost within my lifetime due to human action or inaction. One of the most vibrant remaining is the Morro Bay estuary, but this too is now being threatened by our humanity. Being human, we all make mistakes. And when these mistakes are noted or addressed by others, it's constructive criticism, not to be taken personally. We do our best with what we have to work with. Chorro Creek and Los Osos Creek are both critical to the survival of the Morro Bay estuary. Both are threatened by climate change, but the Los Osos Creek also suffers from groundwater depletion. Your staff has made a critical human error in its assessment that the Los Osos groundwater basin is sustainable. They did this by not following DWR's best management practices, which cautioned that the sustainable yield metric is neither an indicator of nor proof of the actual sustainability of a basin. As you know, surface waters and groundwaters are inextricably linked, and ironically, the best available data, as is required by the newly adopted LCP to show sustainability, actually shows that the Los Osos groundwater basin is not sustainable, suffering from overdraft, seawater intrusion, and nitrate pollution. I respectfully point this out and hope that you will address this potential calamity while you still can. You still have control over CDPs that come before you, and not correcting this consequential, irreversible mistake will only be a detriment to, not only will be a detriment to the Los Osos Creek, but to the protected coastal resource that it depends on its flow. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Lynette Brooks, followed by Andrea Luker, and then Nicole Dorfman. Lynette Brooks.
Hi, I don't have any video on my screen. I'm Lynette Brooks, civil engineer, retired USGS hydrologist and groundwater modeler, and a Los Osos resident. Hopefully, you have all received my letter which details many problems with the decision that Los Osos Basin is not in overdraft. Today, I want to concentrate on the Central Coast staff recommendation stating that the basin is trending positively and only 69% of its sustainable yield is being used. They also state that there aren't any documented adverse impacts on Los Osos aquatic resources. A few of the problems with this statement are: the model has never been used to calculate yield that stops saltwater intrusion. 69% of an incorrectly calculated number is meaningless. In multiple places in the text of the annual reports, coast geologists express concern about saltwater intrusion being seen in monitoring wells, despite pumping being 69% of sustainable yield. CCC staff did not present those data or concerns to the commissioners. The water level metric in spring of 2023 was 4.3 feet. The basin plan states that a water level metric of 8 feet is needed to mitigate saltwater intrusion. This metric is not discussed at all in the staff recommendation. The chloride metric shows no trend, is still twice the number of the day in the plan, and can hardly be considered to be trending positively. There are documented adverse impacts. Chloride concentration is increasing and water levels are declining near some wells near Morro Bay. These data indicate that freshwater flow to the Morro Bay estuary has been reduced. Other adverse impacts are not documented because they are not reported. The annual reports do not present data about wetlands, groundwater discharge to Los Osos or running creeks, groundwater discharge to Willow Creek and Sweet Springs Preserve, nor any data about the Morro Bay estuary. Please reconsider.
Thank you. Next, Andrea Luker, Nicole Dorfman, and then Willa Cutolo. Andrea Luker.
Could you just start my video? I mean, just so I have more than a name. Perfect. Great. And I'm guessing you can hear me. I'm Andrea Luker. I'm speaking on behalf of React Alliance. We are a nonprofit, grassroots, nonpartisan, all volunteer organization working to educate the public about the impacts of offshore wind. A few weeks ago, I traveled up Highway 1 in San Luis Obispo County through San Simeon and about 8 miles further up to the Piedras Blancas Lighthouse. Today, this section of our coastline and ocean is ruggedly beautiful and pristine, but this is the area where the offshore wind projects are proposed. I was there at dusk and imagined what this new landscape would look like with 300 turbines reaching close to 1,000 feet in height and many visible from the shore. Today, the night sky in this area is spectacular, lit by stars and the moon. But should these projects go through, similar to the East Coast, the landscape will be marred forever with hundreds of blinking red lights for these offshore wind turbines. Today, the view is free from industrialization, but the future is uncertain. Continuing to approve permits to move these projects forward is irresponsible and not in line with the Coastal Act. According to a number of studies, which REACT has forwarded to you and your staff, this project makes no sense. It will have little effect on climate change. It won't bring significant new employment to the county. It won't provide reliable or, in particular, affordable energy. And it will significantly affect commercial and recreational fishing. And then, saving the worst for last, are the impacts to the marine species and the marine environment, something you're charged with protecting. As someone who has spent their entire career on the ocean, this project is wrong. Please don't be the folks that moved offshore wind forward. Don't let this be your legacy. End offshore wind on the West Coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Nicole Dorfman, and then Willa Cutolo, and then I'll start calling names that we aren't able to locate. Nicole Dorfman.
Can you also start my video, if possible? It's nice for people to
Yes, I just
start my video. Okay, there we go. Hello, Nicole Dorfman. I am also representing REACT Alliance and our nearly 700 members, mainly on the California Central Coast, but also across California and the United States. And I am speaking today partly to remind the Coastal Commission of the growing opposition to offshore wind development on the Central Coast. Perhaps you are aware of some recent election results on the Central Coast. A24 in Morro Bay passed with the 60 to 40 margin, assuring that the people in Morro Bay do not want our harbor and our waterfront to be industrialized. And also Port San Luis Harbor District was also a 60-40 vote for a harbor commissioner who has spoken out very clearly opposed to offshore wind. So I ask that you keep the people here on the Central Coast in deep consideration anytime you think about offshore wind development on our coast. I'm also asking that REACT Alliance be considered as an official stakeholder in this matter, and that we get a seat at the table. And in closing, I do want to also congratulate Commissioners Cummings and Aguirre for your promotions. And we at REACT Alliance look forward to working with you to be able to protect the California Central Coast, to protect our marine environment, to protect our economy, and to protect our communities. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And our Zoom speaker, Willa Cutolo. Willa.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Willa Cutolo. I'm a West Los Angeles resident of Mar Vista, member of the Venice Chamber of Commerce. And I just kind of wanted to urge the commission to, pass policy in alignment with the values that they presented here today, with climate mitigation at the forefront, making sure that our most vulnerable populations are prioritized. And I think one of the best ways to do that is to make sure that they are housed in housing that is safe and sustainable for the future. So please remember the most vulnerable when we talk about climate change. And the most vulnerable are the ones that lack access to shelter and other basic material needs. Things like affordable housing projects in our communities, especially our coastal communities, are vital to addressing some of the most pressing issues that our city is currently facing. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Chris,
Thank you.
how many more people do we have now?
That was the last of people we were able to find.
Okay, because I'm
start
gonna
calling
cut
the-
off public comment at this time because we've been in public comment for about an hour and a half.
Okay.
So thank you very much, and we're now going to move forward with the calendar. If there are people that contact you, we'll put them at the end of the day, or they could appear for public
And
comment
I'd just
tomorrow.
like to note that we did get a few late signups as well. We don't accept public comment after 9 a.m. Public comment and signups after 9 a.m. each day. If you did sign up late, feel free to sign up for Tuesday or Thursday or Friday's general public comment.
Right, we'll have public comment each day, and we're so appreciative of folks that come. We have a very, very long day today, but thank you so much for taking the time to advise us what's on your mind. I'm now going to return to the commission and ask if there's any comments in response to public comment. Commissioner Nara.
I just had two questions. One is, I was interested about where the status of the, if there's a historic designation for the lifeguard tower in Venice, and if that affects staff recommendations on that. And then also just at some point, is it time to get another update on nuclear waste storage at San Onofre?
Thank you, Commissioner Nodoff. I'll start off just briefly by talking about San Onofre. We don't have an update to provide at this point. I'll check in with staff who manage that, but we don't have currently anything in front of us. And then I'll turn it over to Chloe and Steve to talk a little bit about the lifeguard tower.
Hello. The lifeguard tower is designated as a historic resource officially. The commission's action was a de minimis waiver because a city department applied to demolish it. We found that there were no coastal resources impacted. The city is free to come forward with another application to do something else with that property.
And thanks. I would just add to that the city was demolishing a second-story tower. They're retaining a first-floor lifeguard facility, and that was because it was in such a hazardous situation. But we have confirmed that the county has the legal ability to do that, and as Chloe had mentioned, the city wasn't in opposition.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Commissioner Cummings?
Yeah, is this on? Yes. Okay. So I just wanted to thank the folks from Venice for coming out to express their concerns about, the gentrification that's happening to their community. I feel like almost all of us on this board really want to protect and preserve and expand affordable housing. And, it really would be helpful for folks like you to reach out to your state representatives and encourage them to give us back our authority on affordable housing, because that could, really go a long way in terms of helping us protect your communities. And I hope to work with you all, in the future to see how we can bring about change to state policy that doesn't favor, market rate luxury buildings, displacing, low-income historic communities and the character they bring to their community. So just want to thank you all for being here.
Thanks so much, Commissioner. And I know that on behalf of myself and the rest of the commissioners, we could not agree with you more, and we'll be working in this coming legislative session with our representatives. So all of you folks that are interested in this issue, please contact your representatives, as Commissioner Cummings said, and help get the commission back in the affordable housing business because we're prohibited it currently. All right, so seeing no other comments, I'll turn to the Executive Director's report. Director Huckelbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My published Executive Director report can be found on the website. I will spend a few minutes going through, but I'm going to try to go pretty quickly given our time constraints today. In the report, I described a couple of important meetings and workshops that Commission staff attended. I won't go into detail, just kind of list them off. First was a Grassroots Institute Local Coastal Program workshop to discuss LCP updates in the jurisdictions of Mendocino County and the cities of Fort Bragg and Point Arena. The second was a coastal adaptation engineering workshop that we participated in on nature-based solutions that was put together for Caltrans engineering staff from Northern California. We had several staff participate in that. And then finally, we participated in the kickoff meeting, or kind of a re-kickoff meeting for the Coastal Sediment Managed Working Group, which has been on sort of an extended hiatus. So given the importance of coastal management of our sand and sediment resources, we're really excited to see this back up and running. I also wanted to note, we don't have a legislative report today, but we have a list in the executive director report of all the state assembly seats and Senate seats that are like our new legislators for next year. So we included a map of the state legislative districts along the coast and the San Francisco Bay shoreline, which they've been updated to reflect the newly elected caucus of coastal legislators for the 2025-2026 legislative session. There are 6 new coastal legislators this session, 3 in each house. And if you look in the report, you can see a list of those legislators and their locations. And all the new members were sworn in on December 2nd, which was the first day of the 2025-2026 legislative session. So each year, the Commission publishes a year in review report highlighting emerging trends, significant accomplishments, and major milestones. Part of the report includes a section that looks at the Commission's workload, breaking it down by type and district for a snapshot of the aggregate items processed in the preceding year. However, due to limited staff resources, the 2023 year in review, which we presented last February, didn't include a workload report. Instead, we committed to providing that as a standalone report later in the year. Well, I'm pleased to report that we made it just under the wire, and we have included the workload report as part of this ED report for December. I urge you all to take a look, and I did want to present a few highlights today. Billy, I believe you might have a presentation for this item. If you do, if you could bring it up, please. I'll just start right in, and we'll see if we get the slides up. So not surprisingly, the South Coast District in Long Beach continues to have the highest workload by far, due in part to the fact that the cities of Los Angeles and Santa Monica haven't completed their LCPs yet. And so Commission is the primary permitting authority. So next slide, please. Here's the slide just showing the workload by district office. As you can see, as I mentioned, South Coast District has the significantly highest workload. Next slide, please. Local governments issue far more CDPs than the Commission. So last year, local governments approved 1,261 permits compared with 443 from the Commission. Next slide, please. About 6%, or 48 of those local permits got appealed to the Commission, and of those, only 15 were found to raise a substantial issue. This is about 2% of the locally appealable items and approximately 1% of all locally issued permits. Next slide, please. Of the 645 items acted on by the Commission, it's worth noting that over 80% were processed administratively or approved on the consent calendar. Only 16% were processed as regular calendar items, which highlights the number of items that are approved without opposition. Next slide, please. I think that's it. Okay. So lastly, I would note the upward trend for emergency permits has continued to increase with a new record total of 67 emergency permits. This number has more than tripled since 2018 and is partially a reflection of the increased number and severity of climate-driven weather events. A big thank you to the Commission's PIO, Josh Smith, for putting the report together. And you can look forward to the 2024 year in review, including the workload report in February. So next, I'd like to draw your attention to a few notable updates we've made to the Commission's climate change webpage and California Coastal Trail webpage as part of a federal grant project with federal financial assistance provided by NOAA under the Coastal Zone Management Act. The climate change webpage now includes a story map titled Greenhouse Gases, Climate Change, and the California Coast. Provides information about the many ways the California coastal environments and communities are impacted by rising greenhouse gases. The climate change webpage also includes a new sustainability subpage, which provide links to resources for local governments and the public that support planning and permitting for sustainable growth and development in the coastal zone. In addition, the updated California Coastal Trail webpage now provides a more comprehensive landing site for the public to learn about the coastal trail through photos, maps, videos, and coastal access guidebooks. These and future updates to these pages help carry out the respective federal grant project goals, as well as the Commission's strategic plan objectives for increasing public awareness and improving the distribution of information. Finally, as it is sadly often common in December, I have a few staff retirements to announce. And it is with a heavy heart and a lot of gratitude that we say goodbye to a few of our great colleagues who have dedicated a combined total of over 110 years of service to the Coastal Commission. So the first is Tamara Doan. Tamara has dedicated over 17 years of service to the Coastal Commission. Tamara joined the Commission in 2006 as an intern and became full-time in 2007. She started her Coastal Commission career as a water quality analyst in our water quality unit and has also provided valuable support to the Commission's public access program, including through processing outstanding public access easements. In the last several years, Tamara has been a critical member of our transportation team, helping to run and shape the Commission's transportation program and its contract with Caltrans. Her analytical and organizational skills have been critical in successfully growing the transportation program and our relationship with Caltrans over the past decade. Next, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and celebrate the extraordinary career of Daryl Rance, who has dedicated over 31 years of service to the Coastal Commission and leaves behind a remarkable legacy as the lead technical specialist of our mapping unit. Starting as a coastal program analyst and planner, Daryl transitioned to the mapping unit and became the foremost expert on commission jurisdiction and boundary determinations. He has dedicated his career to tackling some of the most challenging boundary disputes and projects at the agency. His exceptional work, unwavering analytical method, and extensive planning expertise have been critical to the success of the mapping program. Daryl's ability to manage complex projects, rigorously and meticulously navigate jurisdictional challenges, and understand the broader planning landscape will continue to guide our approach to our boundary work. Throughout his career, Daryl has generously shared his expertise, assisting staff across district offices and statewide units with understanding jurisdictional nuances and mentoring junior mapping unit staff. Also from the mapping unit, I would next like to celebrate the retirement of an exceptional leader and mentor, Greg Benoit, who has dedicated almost 30 years of public service to the Coastal Commission. Beginning his career as an environmental services intern and the very first NOAA Coastal Management Fellow at the Commission, Greg subsequently joined the Coastal Commission's mapping unit in 2015 and became the mapping program manager. As mapping program manager, Greg fostered an environment of collaboration and trust. He is universally respected by the Commission, local government, and sister agency staff who have had the opportunity to work with him over the years. His leadership, marked by integrity, empathy, and service to the program and the agency, has made a tremendous impact on his team and to the organization. Greg has not only excelled in his professional duties, but has also served as a mentor and role model for many of us. His vision and dedication to the program have set a standard that will resonate for years to come, and the legacy he leaves behind is not just in the projects he completed, but in the strong team he helped to build to continue the mapping program's success. And finally, on the staff side today, I would like to recognize Chris Perry for an incredible 39 years of service to the state of California and 35 years of those at the Coastal Commission. After working at the PUC and the BCDC, Chris Perry joined the Coastal Commission staff, working in the Commission's energy unit and serving as program coordinator for a large marine mitigation and monitoring project. For the last 28 years, she has served as the manager of the Commission's public education unit and has been responsible for overseeing all of the public education programs, project, staff, and budgets, and for developing new projects, funding sources, and collaborations with outside groups. Her unique experience and skills in the development, implementation, and evaluation of innovative programs to address environmental and educational challenges and promote sustainability have been instrumental in the public education unit's accomplishments throughout almost 3 decades of work as the manager of this unit. I can't tell you how much we will miss all of these really incredible individuals. The agency won't be the same without them, but they all leave incredible teams who are ready to step up and carry on the work that they leave behind. To Tamara, Daryl, Greg, and Chris, we wish you all the very best in retirement, and we will miss you, and we hope you all keep in touch. And finally, on the retirement front, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize and congratulate Commissioner Katie Rice on an incredible public service career with Marin County, and especially for the 4.5 years that she has served on this commission. Commissioner Rice, you are a tireless champion of the Coastal Act and responsible and intentional balancing of coastal development and coastal resource protection. I have particularly appreciated your thoughtful and practical approach to the thorny issues that have come before this commission during your tenure, as well as the compassion and the kindness which have centered in your decision-making. We will miss you, and we wish you the very best on your next adventure. So finally, Madam Chair, for the last item on my ED report, I'm pleased to share that Dr. Todd Holmes, an oral historian with the Bancroft Library's Oral History Center at UC Berkeley, has completed a documentary on the campaign to pass Proposition 20, the ballot initiative that created the Coastal Commission in 1972. He's been collecting oral histories of some of California's greatest environmental leaders for much of his career. And so we began talking to Dr. Holmes in 2022 about a project to commemorate the 50th anniversary of Prop 20. Between interviews, historic video footage, and archived documents, he's put together a feature-length film that captures the campaign spirit and the moment's zeitgeist. Today, we are fortunate to have Dr. Holmes with us in person. So I'd like to turn it over, Dr. Holmes, for a brief introduction and a short preview of your film.
Thanks so much, Kate. Before we do that, I just want to turn to the commission. I want to say personally how grateful I am for the incredible, dedicated staff of the commission. You can tell by the number of years that people have spent, and this is not what you call, high paying, do it for the money kind of a situation. This is called somebody who, each of these people, they really care so much about the coast of California and the future of generations to come. We're so grateful to them, and I really wish them the best. And I know that others will have something to say about Commissioner Rice, but I can't tell you, Commissioner Rice has become such a close friend. I admire her. She is such a role model, and I will miss her so much on the commission, but I very much look forward to our adventures together in the future in the outdoors. So I'll turn to the fellow commissioners before we return to you and ask if there are any other comments. Commissioner Eckerly.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say a few words about Commissioner Rice. I haven't been on this commission for very long, but I just really appreciate, Katie, you as a person, your steadfast and thoughtfulness here. You really have been a role model for me, and I have so much respect for what you bring to this commission and all of your experience, and the way that you bring yourself to the decisions and everything here. So thank you. I'm going to carry a little piece of you with me as I continue my work on this commission, and I will miss you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bochco?
Yes, I just want to say I'm going to miss Katie so much. We've been on this commission now together for 5-6 years, and her addition has been really so monumental. Her good sense, her practicalness, her knowledge of the law, even though she's not a lawyer. She was kidding me because we're a bunch of lawyers. But anyway, it's been a privilege to serve with her. Thank you.
Commissioner Herman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I echo all of those comments, but I just want to say in particular, as a local government representative on this body, having your leadership to look to in thinking about how to balance what it is we're doing and enlivening the Coastal Act with our responsibilities as local government representatives has been so critical to my own experience. And I can think of many, many examples where I have looked to you for guidance and for ways of thinking about these thorny problems that prioritize what it is that we're all looking to do to uphold the Coastal Act while being, I think, Dr. Huckelbridge said, pragmatic and thoughtful. And so I just wanted to say publicly and to you how much I have appreciated that and how much I've learned from you every single meeting and how informative your approach has been to my own. And I hope to continue to uphold what I really see is your legacy in my work here in my remaining time on the commission. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Nodoff?
I think it's been very well said about Commissioner Rice, how thoughtful she is in her deliberations. I just wanted to take a moment and acknowledge the great work of the staff. I think it really is, speaks for itself when you have people that have stayed here for over 30 years. And as someone who knows the more public-facing work of Chris Perry in particular, when I worked in the nonprofit sector, I was always very appreciative of the transparency that she brought to her work of the commission. So I just wanted to acknowledge how lucky we are to have the kind of public servants that the commission does, and I hope that we are, and we're bringing up a new generation. So thank you to the staff.
Commissioner Cummings?
Thanks. I'll be brief, and I'll just echo the many of us who work in the environmental field. We don't do it for the money. We do it because we care and we want to protect our environment for future generations. And that includes all of the commissioners up here and the folks who take so much time out of their lives to really hear these complex issues and try to figure out how we can balance development along with protecting our coast. And so that leads me to make some comments about, well, first I want to say thank you to all the staff for the long-term dedication, especially those who are retiring. But then also want to thank Commissioner Rice for her participation on this board. And as a new supervisor and then as a new commissioner, you come into these spaces and it's not really clear, how you're going to make decisions on certain things. And I would always look to Katie Rice on the comments that she would make. And also, one thing that I've learned too is just making sure that we remember that, our job is to uphold the Coastal Act. And so while certain projects and certain things are coming to us, we may not like them, it really, our role is to really, determine and decide, is this meeting the terms of the Coastal Act, whether we like it or not, and really making sure that we keep that regulatory framework at the front of our minds. And so just want to thank you for all of your work and for really helping me learn how to be a better commissioner and for, our growing friendship over the course of our time on this commission. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Wilson, and then we'll...
I won't belabor
proceed with
this.
Dr. Holmes.
Just going to miss my friend, Katie
Yeah.
Rice.
I think that
I associate
sums it up.
myself, as a local elect, I associate myself with everything that was said here today, but it's my buddy.
We love Katie. Of course, I was going to ask you.
So I just, to the public who's here, and sorry that you're having to go through all this, suffer through this, makes me really uncomfortable. I want to say two things. One, echoing the comments of my fellow commissioners in terms of appreciation to the staff, all the staff, not just those of you who appear before us at each meeting, but the folks who are behind you, those deeper teams. And I really think I'm so glad that you call out these retirements and remind us, of the deep bench and the many different expertises that are part of the commission and part of upholding the Coastal Act. Commissioners will come and go, and we're all very replaceable, frankly. Staff, you are the bulwark, you are the architecture and the knowledge and the expertise and the objective force, which needs to be strong and steady. And I really just appreciate you all so much and what you do. And then I just, to the public, the Coastal Act, I think it was Commissioner Nodoff said earlier today, is the People's Act? Which is so true. I was born and raised in Marin and grew up very much aware of the Coastal Act and then the Prop 20 and then the Coastal Act. Prop 20 saved the Central Coast, particularly the Marin Coast, Sonoma Coast, and up north. Sitting on a commission, we fly up and down the coast to different meetings from month to month, and you're going up and down the coast in the air, and you can see the lights from below, right? And it is a analogy for what the Coastal Act did in terms of really preventing wholesale development of our coastline up and down the state. And so I thank the people back in 1972 who voted, the voters, and we'll hear more in just a second. Anyway, but to the public, it is the public and the public comment and the advocacy is the third leg of all this, and the pressure you put on us to not only do our job in terms of upholding the Coastal Act, but also recognizing the local impacts of development and the pros and cons. And it is a delicate balance. So I just want to appreciate all the people, the public that created the Coastal Act and also continue to make it the People's Act and such an important piece of what California is for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And folks, you can see why Commissioner Rice is so beloved by her fellow commissioners and by all of the staff. We are going to miss you so much, but we know you are going to be having a great time. So enjoy your retirement. All right. Dr. Holmes from my alma mater. I'm really excited to hear your comments, and thanks for giving us a chance to celebrate all the retirements. Go ahead, sir.
No, my pleasure. And it's actually a fitting segue to what I want to speak about today. So first of all, Dr. Hucklebridge, thank you for that introduction, and good morning, commissioners.
You know,
again.
I think you need to be a little closer to the mic or just pull it up.
I usually speak really loud. I don't usually have to do this. You could ask my children or students. Again, my name is Todd Holmes. I'm a historian with the Oral History Center at UC Berkeley, and so good morning, commissioners. It's really a pleasure to be here today and to present a preview of our documentary of the 1972 Proposition 20 campaign, which I'm also happy to report is now live and available to the public online via YouTube. This project began about 2 years ago with the aim of celebrating the 50th anniversary of Proposition 20. And I have to admit that my initial aim, I was coming off a bunch of projects, and we thought, like, well, let's just do something short and sweet, you know, to celebrate the anniversary. And in retrospect, as someone who's really studied the history of the Coastal Commission for many years, you would think I would have known better. For like the story of Proposition 20 is really just too amazing, too unique, and dare I say, too important to fit in anything that's resembling short and sweet. And that was a fact that was reaffirmed over and over again the more interviews I did with participants. And so therefore, it wasn't very long before I realized that to do justice to the story of Proposition 20, and more importantly, to do justice to the story of the people who successfully waged that grassroots campaign. And people whose names do not, actually, you can't find them in the California history books. It really occurred to me that a full feature was necessary. So this project took me a little bit longer than expected. I think I was telling people, look for it in 2023. So apologies to anybody who was looking for it, but I'm really hopeful that all would agree that that extra time resulted in a better product, but what I also like to think of as a better tribute to that historic campaign. So I would like to show a preview of the film, but before I do, I'd really be remiss if I didn't actually express my sincere gratitude to the staff of the California Coastal Commission for all their help and support, and especially Sarah Christie. This project is a much more collaborative effort than may appear at first glance, and so really a sincere thanks to them, as well as those within the larger coastal network for all their help. I really look forward to further collaborations in the years to come. And of course, I also wanted to say a sincere thanks to those who took their time to actually be interviewed and participate in this. It was really an honor to document their stories and experience and actually play a role in putting that into the historical record. And on that note, I just wanted to actually take a moment to recognize 3 of the interviewees that are featured in this film who unfortunately passed away earlier this year. And these were 3 people who played not just a role in Prop 20, but also played a role in various capacities, actually in the Coastal Commission the years that followed. And that would be Alan Cerroti, who was the author of the original legislation that resulted in Proposition 20. And I'd like to point out whose wise hiring skills ushered in a man named Peter Douglas into the realm of coastal conservation. I'd like to recognize Joseph Bodovitz, whose long distinguished career of public service actually began as the founding executive director of BCDC. And then after the passage of Prop 20, he served as the first executive director of the Coastal Commission. And then someone who doesn't always need, I think, introduction in this county, Shirley Detloff, whose civic engagement actually began as a volunteer signature gatherer in Huntington Beach for Proposition 20, and who would later go on to serve on the city council and serve as mayor of Huntington Beach, serve on the county planning commission, serve on the coastal commission, and was also a co-founder of the Amigos de Boca Chica here in Orange County. And so this film is dedicated to their memories, as well as the memory of Janet Adams, who was the amazing strategist and organizer behind the Prop 20 campaign. Again, speaking of people whose names you won't find actually in the history books. And I'm really proud to say that this film was really the first step of recognizing her achievement and having people actually recognize what she did in that campaign, particularly as a woman organizer in politics in 1972. And then last, but certainly not least, also to the memory of Peter Douglas. And so, again, thank you so much for your time and this opportunity. And without further ado, it's my pleasure to show a preview of To Save Our Coast, Proposition 20, and the founding of the California Coastal Commission.
You know, I think Prop 20 is the physical manifestation of Californians' love for the coast. The coast is everybody's backyard, right? And all of these people from all over California came together in 1972 in this amazing campaign to protect their backyard.
And there was so much rampant development, and the idea of having all those big buildings lining up along the coast like we're in Hawaii and other places in the world, I think really freaked people out.
You know, there was this sort of emerging environmental consciousness and political power or force that's emerging. And it all came together, everybody came together for the entire coastline.
The real estate interest that owned the California coast pretty much owned Sacramento and ensured that no legislation that would thwart their economic desires would pass.
This was like grassroots versus money, grassroots versus the real estate industry, grassroots versus developers.
It was a sort of a David and Goliath story, really.
Prop 20 was the
ultimate victory of the underdogs.
They had the money and we had the energy, you know. They had the corporations and we had the people. And we really felt we were doing God's work. I mean, we were out there saving the California coast.
I think maybe on Prop 20, I think it reawakened ideas that locals and people could have some power.
What they managed to do, doing this like from living rooms and over kitchen tables and standing outside supermarkets, I mean, it was an extraordinary coming together of the public on a statewide basis, all with the same goal.
I think Prop 20 was kind of the turning point of being able to make us realize that it's not just the land that's important, it's the sea and this incredibly valuable coastline that we call California.
The power of the people to rally together and achieve great things. I still think of it as the ultimate political success story in California, if not in the nation, Proposition 20.
It changed the face of California forever.
Wow, that is so incredible. I can't wait. I can't wait to see the whole thing, and I know everybody agrees. Thank you so much for that. It's just fantastic and really important right now. All right, so I think that concludes your report, Director Huckelbridge, and we'll move on now to item D, strategic plan update.
We had one
Unless there's a
speaker.
comment. I'm so
Yes.
sorry, excuse me. I didn't ask for public
We
comment.
just had one speaker signed up, Susan Jordan.
Okay. Okay, do you want to make your comment, and then we're going to turn to Commissioner Cummings, excuse me.
I watched this, Susan Jordan, California Coastal Protection Network. I watched this last night. I mean, I had heard about this from the very beginning and participated a little bit. It's mesmerizing, and it's so important that it happens now because of what the Coastal Act and the Coastal Commission are facing. The attacks that were from that time have never really stopped, but they've intensified of late. And we're all trying to fight against that to protect the Commission and the Coastal Act. When you watch this, it's extraordinary. So I encourage all of you to do so. I know you will. And we're all talking about how do we get this out to the people? How do we get people to watch this? So that's what we're going to be working on. And anyway, I just think it's fabulous. They did an amazing job. I was just astonished at how beautiful it was. So it's a story that needs to be told, and I urge you to share it with everybody. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and for everything you do. Commissioner Cummings.
Yeah, can't wait to watch that film. But I think it really fits in with some of the information that was brought up in the director's report, which around all the different items that actually come to us versus what gets approved locally. And I think it's really important in this coming year that we're really trying to take this information along with links to the film and synthesize it in such a way that we can really share it out to folks in local jurisdictions and also at the state legislature. I heard some stats this year that like 1/3 of the legislature is new. And as a, I'd say more recently elected official, given the beginning of my term on the city council was in 2018, no one ever taught me about the Coastal Act. And since I'm not even from California, there's no way I'd ever know what the Coastal Act even was. And so I feel like that as we see younger people getting into elected positions, and just people who may not be familiar with the Coastal Act, it's really important, I think, this year moving forward that we're trying to figure out how can we educate county supervisors, city council members, and people at the state legislature on the Coastal Act, its history, and the decisions we actually make versus the decisions that are made locally.
Thank you so much. All right, Commissioner Nada.
Just a couple of thoughts on that. We've used to rent the theater on K Street in Sacramento and invite all the legislators to come see movies for AB 32 and other campaigns. So there's a lot of things to do like that. And also, all the caucuses are meeting in the next couple of months before the legislative session and could get maybe an invitation to air the movie at the caucuses before they actually start working in January. Those are some ideas. And then maybe we should ask the governor to host some, coastal 50th anniversary. The anniversary actually kind of happened during the pandemic, so we're a little late on getting that now, but there's no time like the present to celebrate the work of the Coastal Act.
Great. Thank you so much. Commissioner Wilson?
First, like the soundtrack there, it's the song from Led Zeppelin that inspired my mom to move to California. But it's not just the Coastal Act that I think is part of the issue, or the education, which is also the public trust doctrine that drives the Coastal Act. And I think that is something that is really important, that when people actually understand the ownership of the coastal resources that everybody in California has, they understand the role of this organization in protecting and keeping access to those resources for everybody in the state of California, whether you're in Modoc County, Fresno, whether you're in Imperial Beach or Crescent City or wherever you are. These are resources that are for everybody, and this is the place that protects that and makes good on that. So I think that's something that I want to make sure is, and then also, maybe we could pull out some TikTokable pieces of that because not everybody sits down for these movies. I like them, but I mean, if we really want consumable information, let's see what we can do to refine that and get that out there. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. All right, I think that concludes the ED report, and we're going to move on now to item 7D, the strategic plan update.
Thank you,
Dr.
Chair. Yeah, I'd like to turn it over to Shanna Gray, who's online today, to kick it off for our strategic plan update.
Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 7D is a status update regarding the implementation of the Commission's adopted strategic plan for 2021 through 2025. Next slide. The strategic plan is a framework of goals, objectives, and actions that set the agency's priorities and guide performance of the Commission's work. At this point, we are currently about 4 years into the 5-year time horizon of the plan, and your Commission staff has been incredibly committed and effective in making progress on the plan's objectives and actions, which you will hear more about throughout this presentation. Today, we'd like to give you a refresher on what's in the plan and then touch on some of the key outcomes since our last update, which we had before you in December of 2023. We will conclude with a summary of anticipated priorities for 2025, which is the final year of the document's planning horizon. Next slide. In total, there are 9 goals, 50 objectives, and 199 actions in the adopted plan. These goals, objectives, and actions represent the agency's comprehensive approach to successfully carrying out its mission to implement the Coastal Act and protect and enhance the California coast and ocean. The strategic plan also supports the state's priorities, such as addressing climate change impacts and protecting California's biodiversity and coastal waters. Additionally, the plan emphasizes the Commission's commitment to address equity and environmental justice in all of the agency's work. Next slide. Exhibit 1 of the staff report provides a summary of the status for each of the plan's action items. This is what we are calling the implementation dashboard. For each action, the dashboard indicates an action status from one of the 5 status options, which you can see in the middle of the slide here, an indication of funding needs from one of 3 options, and also a brief summary of completed or anticipated outcomes. As you can see in this tally, many of the strategic plan actions are part of the Commission's core ongoing work, such as interagency coordination and integrating environmental justice into its decision-making. These types of actions do not have a specific end date and are not limited to just one outcome, and are therefore noted with an ongoing status. Some actions do have a specific outcome and have been fully completed, or in some cases, critical parts of an action have been completed, but have additional work to be done, and thus are noted as completed ongoing. Items are considered in progress if the work is begun but major outcomes are still pending. Of course, all this work cannot be accomplished without sufficient staffing and funding, so some actions are noted as deferred or as needing significant resources to complete the action. Now I'd like to turn it over to Brittany Casalino, a coastal program manager in our statewide planning unit, to give you some highlights on our achievements of each of the strategic plan's 9 goals over the past year.
You can go to the next slide. All right, so the agency has made great strides in implementing the strategic plan since its adoption, as Shannon mentioned, and 2024 was no exception to that. The staff report and dashboard for this item provide a more comprehensive overview of the accomplishments and some progress to be made, but I'll give a few highlights here for each of the 9 goals. So starting from the top with goal 1, goal 1 addresses staffing needs and capacity and the agency's general business practices. In 2024, the Commission enhanced staff capacity by hiring new positions to support sea level rise planning, wildfire resilience, offshore wind energy, and housing work. The Commission also expanded workplace equity and professional development opportunities by initiating regular staff meetings to advance the Commission's Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Plan, by continuing monthly staff training and onboarding meetings, and by launching a very successful mentoring program pilot session with a second session planned for 2025. There are no fully deferred actions for goal 1, but progress on some goal 1 actions such as staff salaries and retention are primarily contingent on the state budget. Next slide, please. Goal 2 focuses on the agency's mission to protect and facilitate public access. Accomplishments over the past year include Commission approval of a coastal trail connection project in Morro Bay and a new public access trail network in the Estero Americano Coast Preserve. The Commission also published new guidance on addressing environmental justice through local coastal programs and approved a number of CDPs and LCPs that will provide for additional lower cost overnight accommodations in the coastal zone. Deferred actions under Goal 2 include development of guidelines for local parking programs and development of guidance to support lower cost overnight accommodations. And both of these issues, while important to the Commission, are only able to be handled by staff on a case-by-case basis at this time. Next slide. Goal 3 addresses the core work of enhancing and protecting coastal resources. On that front, this year, the Commission's many noteworthy accomplishments include certification of a public works plan to advance wildfire resiliency in Tomales Bay State Park, and approval of a consolidated permit for 2 CDFW Fisheries Restoration Grant Program projects. These efforts align with the state's Cutting Green Tape initiative by providing streamlining opportunities for restoration and climate resiliency projects. The Commission also worked heavily on offshore wind planning efforts this year through interagency coordination, working groups, and federal consistency and permit reviews. And these efforts will continue with the support of additional funding for expanded staff capacity and with the help of the Commission's new NOAA Coastal Management Fellow. Several Goal 3 actions have been deferred or delayed due to departure of key staff or reassignment of key staff. And some, but not all of these positions have been able to be backfilled. So some of the longer term planning actions like updated ESHA and agriculture LCP guidance have had to be deprioritized in favor of workload with statutory deadlines for Commission action. Next slide. Goal 4 focuses on the agency's efforts related to climate change planning, particularly sea level rise, which has been an increasingly critical part of the Commission's work. Accomplishments over the past year include adoption of the 2024 Sea Level Rise Policy Guidance Update, awarding of almost $5 million to local governments to support sea level rise and climate change planning efforts, coordination with Caltrans on priority sea level rise adaptation projects, and development of several guidance materials that support local government efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and advance sustainable development strategies in the coastal zone. Several actions under Goal 4, such as progress on coastal hazard LCP updates, face complex hurdles related to land ownership and management strategies that vary by jurisdiction. But this will all be especially important in the coming years with the passage of SB 272, which requires local sea level rise planning and adaptation efforts to occur through LCP certifications. Next slide. Goal 5 is focused on issues of environmental justice, diversity, and tribal engagement. Notably for this goal over the past year, the Commission enhanced its meaningful engagement efforts through adding 2 staff members to the Commission's Spanish program, providing Spanish translation services for several major hearing items, and updating its virtual hearing procedures in both English and Spanish. Other highlights include publishing the California Coastal Environmental Justice Mapping Tool on the Commission's public website, environmental justice and tribal outreach for several major projects, incorporation of environmental justice principles into the Commission's sea level rise policy guidance with the support of an EJ advisory group, and a series of outreach meetings with community groups on how the Commission can affirmatively further fair housing through its planning and permitting work. Deferred actions for Goal 5 include exploring legislative changes to strengthen the cultural resource protection requirements of the Coastal Act. Next slide. Goal 6 covers the core regulatory program, including coastal planning, permitting, and federal consistency. So while the Commission continually seeks to enhance its regulatory program, the local government working group sticks out as a highlight this year with their public workshop on neighborhood scale adaptation approaches to sea level rise planning. The Commission also enhanced its coordination efforts with the Department of Housing and Community Development significantly this year, and published materials to support local government partners on planning and permitting for housing in the coastal zone in an ongoing response to the state housing crisis and to new state housing legislation. Deferred actions for Goal 6 include guidance on the LCP amendment pre-submittal process with local government partners, updating CDP application materials to improve user friendliness, and updating federal consistency program information with additional process guidance, all of which will require additional dedicated staffing. Next slide. Goal 7 provides for a coordinated set of actions to enhance and expand the agency's enforcement program. The passage of SB 433, which took effect in 2022, extended the Commission's administrative penalty authority to apply to all types of Coastal Act violations. This authority lays the groundwork for the future success of our enforcement program's efforts. This authority is also already helping to resolve high priority cases going forward. For example, this year, the Commission was able to use its administrative penalty to resolve 2 longstanding public access and ESHA violations in Big Sur and Los Angeles. Next slide. Goal 8 prioritizes partnerships and opportunities for collaboration with other agencies, academic groups, NGOs, and other stakeholders, including participation in working groups and task forces. Goal 8 also supports a proactive media presence and a robust public education and engagement program. Particular highlights over this past year include the continued success of the Whaletail Grant Program and a very successful 40th anniversary of the California Coastal Cleanup Day, which you'll hear more about in your next item. A renewed interagency agreement with Caltrans and continued partnership with Caltrans and the California Department of Technology to carry out the Middle Mile Broadband Network project, the filling of the Commission's Public Information Officer position, and the launch of a new monthly public newsletter that highlights key actions from Commission hearings. All actions under Goal 8 are noted as ongoing because the Commission will continue to maintain and improve its public presence and partnership over the course of the strategic plan and beyond. Next slide. Then last but not least, Goal 9 highlights the Commission's internal and external use of technology to effectively and efficiently support staff and deliver agency communications and services to the public. 2024 highlights include coordination with the legislature to amend the Coastal Act to allow local governments to submit final local action notices electronically, securing a contract for digitizing paper files, publishing the Commission's GIS open data portal on its public website, and integration of that portal with the CNRA to increase access to the Commission's GIS data. And I'll now hand it back to Dr. Huckelbridge for information on the staff's vision for the next year's implementation of the strategic plan and development of a new strategic plan.
Thanks, Brittany. Thanks, Shanna. Next slide, please. So the Commission has made strong progress on the strategic planning goals, objectives, and actions since its adoption of the plan in November 2020. We will continue these efforts through the planning horizon of 2025 and have identified several kind of priority actions and goals to work towards that I wanted to share. So in no particular order, first, the pursuit of creative opportunities to enhance staffing resources and improve staff retention. You've heard a little bit today about the importance of our staff, and we have a lot of work to do collectively to ensure that we have a robust and supported staff that can afford to live in the places that they're required to for their jobs close to the coast. Second, prioritization of LCP development and updates, including proactive and collaborative LCP grant work and the development of internal and external training resources. Next, expansion of access to commission meetings, workshops, and other events, including through building out the Commission Spanish webpage and resources, pursuing relationships with Spanish-speaking communities, community organizations, and providing additional engagement support through FAQs and communications. Expanded engagement with California Native American tribes, environmental justice communities, and other stakeholders, including through regularly scheduled meetings and staff trainings, and expanded staff capacity. Continued coordination and collaboration with state agency partners. That includes with the Ocean Protection Council and Bay Conservation and Development Commission on implementation of SB 272, the State Lands Commission on management and protection of California public trust resources, and with the Coastal Conservancy and state parks to increase access to lower cost overnight accommodations in the coastal zone. And finally, with the Department of Housing and Community Development on planning for housing in the coastal zone. We also intend to make progress on offshore wind, including engagement with lessees and stakeholders on surveys and project development, interagency work on California's strategic plan for offshore wind, and other development further development, of a statewide strategy for addressing impacts to fishing, and environmental monitoring and adaptive management framework, and engagement with tribes, underserved and local communities, and other stakeholders. Efforts to streamline critical wildfire resilience work, including completion of a wildlife resilience public work plan for Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority and others as they come in the door. Progress on building the agency's digital archives for efficient and improved responsiveness. And finally, exploration of new funding streams to augment existing commission programs. So we have a lot of work to do in our last year of the strategic plan, and at the same time, we'll be embarking on the next planning process for the Commission's next the 2026 to 2030 strategic plan. Next slide, please. So this is going to be a significant priority for the Commission next year. And we've been working on developing the process to kick it off. It will include stakeholder outreach and engagement, public participation opportunities, and obviously Commission input opportunities throughout the year. So we have just a very high-level overview of the timeline to develop that strategic plan for next year. And we will be coming back to you many times next year to update you on the progress, but also to use our commission hearings for input opportunities in some cases. So as I said, I really look forward to this process next year of developing this new strategic plan. I'm excited to work on this with all of you through next year. I'm excited to work with all of you here in representing the public today, and we want all the input from all of the folks that care about the Coastal Commission's work in the Coastal Act, your views on what we should be focusing our time and efforts on. So with that, I'll conclude the staff presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions the Commission has.
Thanks so much, Dr. Huckelbridge. That was just an amazing presentation based on what you said earlier about now you recognize each year is going to be really bad. Me too. All right, so I'll turn to public comment and ask if there are members of the public, either here or on Zoom, that want to comment on this.
No comments for this item.
All right, bring it back to the Commission. We'll go to Commissioner Eckerly and then to Vice Chair, Commissioner Turnbull Sanders after that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been talking with Dr. Huckelbridge a lot about this. That timeline that you saw, that is the same timeline for the Ocean Protection Council to update our strategic plan. So I think there are really incredible opportunities to continue our collaboration and partnership with the Coastal Commission and to really leverage both of these efforts to maximize our outreach, to really use our networks to better connect with the communities that we serve, underserved communities, tribal communities, and local communities who care about the health of the ocean. So we have already set a series of in-person public workshops and separate tribal roundtables in January and February of next year. We will be going to Pacific Grove, Morro Bay, Arcata, Imperial Beach, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. And I think there's great opportunity to try to figure out, at a minimum, having commission staff there to listen. But my commitment to coordinating with Dr. Hucklebridge to share what we're learning in those workshops to make sure that it's leveraged. And it is also a commitment that I have to make sure that I'm lifting up the priorities of this commission into Ocean Protection Council's strategic plan. So just know that we are all in this together. Kate's excited. I am not. No, I am. I think this is an incredible opportunity for us to institutionalize our values and the things that we care about over the next 5 years. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Here, here. Sounds great. Thank you. I have a quick question, just because of the timeline. And if, I guess I should start by using this opportunity on the mic to express my gratitude for our staff for this very hard year and for what's to come. You guys are quite precious to the state. I'm glad that we're having this documentary. I think this will be a good opportunity to say that even louder. So I appreciate you. One question about the timeline for the strategic plan. The Olympics are coming in 2028, and I'm assuming that there will be, aside from, there's going to be a lot of things going on. So how are we going to have some sort of analysis or some sort of, bookmark for how that is going to impact our work? Especially, in the areas where most of the activities are going to be taking place.
So that's a great comment and question, and one I think that we are working to suss out ourselves as staff. So I think we would anticipate that there will be plenty of activity in the coastal zone during the Olympics. We're not sure yet what that looks like. So we did have some interaction with the Olympic Committee during the opening ceremony. As you'll recall, there was a kind of when they moved the games, sort of they closed the games of this year and moved and sort of celebrated the new games in LA. They did a party on the beach. So we had some interaction with the Olympic Committee during that time and anticipate continuing to do that. I don't have any other specific information for you yet, only for you to know that we're on it and we're kind of trying to figure out what the plan is. And also, is there we have an opportunity in my mind to showcase the amazing coastline and the incredible protection work of this commission, but of all the other agencies that work in the coast in California. And so I would love to find a way to highlight that in some way, and not just through the events, but something else. But we'll see where we can get with that.
That triggers additional thought that Heal the Bay then being sort of in the heart of some of those activities in LA County, Southern California, could be good partners on the educational side of things.
We have such a plethora of amazing NGOs and education group. There's Heal the Bay, absolutely, and there are others that I think, again, so many good opportunities to showcase the important work of folks that are protecting our coastal resources. So I'll be looking for every opportunity I can find to insert that in some way. And like I said, we'll see when we get a little bit further down the planning horizon what that looks like.
Awesome.
And we'll
Thank
share
you.
that with you as we know.
Appreciate
it. Yes, Commissioner Turnbull.
Thank you, Chair Hart. I too wanted to echo my appreciation for the staff and the staff report. I particularly appreciated the chart that mapped all of the details out. So thank you for that. You all are in an unenviable position in making some really tough choices. I appreciated the slide that had some of the priorities for this upcoming 2026-2030 plan. Similar to Commissioner Eckerly, I wanted to find out what is the staff doing through the chair about coordinating with other resource agencies on this. In particular, I was looking at the sections on the monitoring coordination with Caltrans and looking at critical infrastructure that may be, in jeopardy of inundation or destabilization because of sea level rise and climate change. And so just wanted to find out, how is that process happening? Are there other agencies, for example, is Caltrans going through this now? Are there other agencies working on their strategic plan? And how are we working together with those agencies?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Turnbull-Sanders. I think I don't know the Caltrans strategic planning process or horizon, and unfortunately, I think Commissioner Williams will be with us later tomorrow. We could maybe pose that question to him separately. He might have a better sense of it. That said, we continue to work really closely with Caltrans on our shared priorities in the coastal zone, and that most definitely includes sea level rise and infrastructure planning, critical infrastructure planning. And that will factor in to a couple of the goals, I would imagine, for the next strategic plan. Because it is critical. The work, as a regulatory agency, a lot of our work is dependent on what is coming in the door, and we do need to be really aligned and understanding what other agencies who drive some of that work, where their thinking is and what their goals and priorities are. So it's a really important point, and not just with Caltrans, with state parks as well, with the Coastal Conservancy, and really making sure that we're aligned on those, again, shared priorities, like for state parks on low-cost overnight accommodation. And I think I'm hoping to make some progress next year as part of this strategic plan, but then really push that and as a big focus into the next strategic plan as well, to continue that work, because the low-cost overnight accommodation work is critical, and we're not always the drivers of the projects. We do what we can, but it's contingent on Conservancy and parks, and so we need to be a good partner to them to make sure we're helping them achieve their goals. So it's a very aligned. It needs to be a very aligned set of priorities, and so that'll be a goal next year as we're going through the planning process, that we're making sure to have those conversations with HCD, with, as I mentioned in my, with State Lands Commission, to make sure that we are aligned on our priorities and timelines, and so that we can achieve the goals that we set out for ourselves.
Great. Thank you for that. And then another question I had, there was on the chart, I think it was like section 7.1.4, it was on modern enforcement tools. And so I wanted to just get clarification on that. I think one of our strongest opportunities to encourage folks not to block access is our enforcement work. I was looking back at one of our first enforcement action, where we imposed a fine of over $4 million for a particularly egregious actor who was advertising a rental with a private beach, blocking access. And so just wanting to find out a little bit more about the creativity that our staff has been able to use in maximizing that. But what does that mean, the modern enforcement tools? And I saw that was flagged for not having sufficient funding.
So I think, as you know, we have an entire goal focus on our enforcement program. It's such a critical component of how we implement the Coastal Act. And you're right, we have relied so heavily on the public and in sort of hearing about violations from the folks that are experiencing them and experiencing that loss of public access. I think the idea was there are other, whether it's, using LiDAR or some other mapping technology or satellite information to understand, what the current status of particular access ways is, as an example. Unfortunately, Lisa's not here today to describe more, but they do require budget. And we just haven't had enough extra funds to put towards exploring some of those more modern enforcement ideas. That said, like we really relied on the public and our incredible staff to suss this out in sort of the old-fashioned way. But I think one other way that we have tried to get to some of those, to get some, I guess that's not really an enforcement tool, but using our enforcement authority to modernize some of the information resources available to the public about public access, for example. And so we've, had the Your Coast app, I believe, that was created out of one of our enforcement actions and things of that nature. So trying to be creative in how we can use our enforcement authority to just improve information available to the public about their access.
And one last thing, I know we've got to move on, but another question I had was this use of technology, and now as technology is advancing at kind of light speed, is there a way, I'm going back to the same kind of questions that I asked previously about partnering with a philanthropic partner around some sort of technology that would enable a more immediate and efficient identification of coastal violations so that you kind of, I saw also the area for enforcement is one that is, heavily needed for funding. Yeah. Is there a way to partner with a philanthropic entity to kind of advance whatever technology that would be put in place to be able to identify those violations, or to register, log, maybe public complaints, those kinds of things? As our staff is being asked to do more and more, just thinking about how can we potentially use technology to, support our work.
Excellent point. I do think having an electronic, just even an ability to log a complaint online would be, incredibly helpful, and something that's very achievable. And yet we just don't have the resources at this point to add that. But I like the idea of seeing, looking into partnerships that might be able to help us achieve that more quickly than going through the state budget process. So I thank you for that suggestion, and definitely something to keep talking about next year as we go through this planning process. We'll definitely look into that.
Thank you. Commissioner Aguirre?
Thank you. I just want to thank you, Dr. Huckelbridge, for all your work and staff. And to Dr. Eckerle's point, thank you for your strong partnership and the strong partnership from the OPC. And I'm very much looking forward to those community outreach, especially in Imperial Beach. I just have a quick comment. I really appreciate that we continue to center diversity, equity, and inclusion in everything that we do, both in the decisions that we make and also within our policies, but also most importantly in the staff that we hire and the pipeline that we create. It's so important to bring the diversity of lived experiences from everyone. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Okay, at this time we'll move on to item E, 7E, Public Education Program Annual Update. I just want to make an announcement, folks. I don't see us getting to for folks that are here for the Venice Dell issue, we're not going to get to that before lunch. So just wanted to let everyone know that. What we're probably going to do is we'll have this item, we'll have the consent calendar, we'll have the deputy director reports, then we'll probably take a break. We'll come back after lunch and have the Venice Dell item. So I know a lot of you folks are here waiting for that. Just want to let you know how we're going to be proceeding. Thanks. In terms of timing, I really can't pinpoint that, but after lunch. Yeah, does staff have do you have any idea of how that?
Well, I know the food is here for the commissioners for lunch, so I think we can.
How long is the public education presentation?
So I would imagine we're about 20 minutes on the next item, and then we'll go through, as you said, the deputy director reports, which should be pretty short, maybe another half hour total, and then we could break for lunch. We could take a short lunch.
Okay, so I'm thinking probably 1:30 would be safe, folks. I would say 1:15, just be on the safe side. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you, Chair. And for the next item, 6E, the Public Education Program Annual Update, I'd like to turn it over to Chris Perry.
Just one sec. Folks, can you please not talk on the way out because we're proceeding with these other items. Thank you.
The Public Education team to do their annual update, and they're on Zoom today.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Hart and Commissioners. I just want to say also thank you for the kind words. That was really touching for me. It's really great to be here, and I'm here along with other staff members from the Public Education Unit. We're here to share with you some of the highlights of the unit's work over the past year. And there are additional details in the staff report for this item, which also serves as the unit's annual report. Next slide. This slide shows the Coastal Act section that established the Commission's public education program. And this excerpt articulates a key underpinning of the program, and it says, an educated and informed citizenry is essential to the well-being of a participatory democracy and is necessary to protect California's finite natural resources, including the quality of its environment. The Coastal Act goes on to set forth the parameters and components of the Commission's education program. Next slide. This program is funded by several funding sources, and this slide shows the mix of funds for 2024. And starting at the bottom of the slide, the bulk of the funding this year is from the general fund and is about $1.7 million for whale tail grants. And this is from a one-time $10 million allocation in 2021 that's required to be spent within 5 years. The 1.7 million budgeted this year will largely be spent out, will largely spend out this funding allocation. The next largest source of revenue is from the whale tail license plate, which provides core program funding. It supports staff and operating expenses in addition to grants. And above that on the chart is donations to the Protect Our Coast and Oceans Tax Checkoff Fund, which also support whale tail grants. And the smallest bar at the top is funding received from sponsorships and donations, mainly for Coastal Cleanup Day. Next, I'll zero in on our two special funds, the Whale Tail License Plate and the Protect Our Coast and Oceans Fund. Next slide. The Whale Tail Plate has supported this program since 1998 and has been central to the program's stability and success. Unfortunately, in recent years, revenue from this source has been declining. Sales in 2024 are expected to be, or projected to be down about 3% relative to 2023. And overall revenue, which includes both sales and renewal fees, is projected to be down less than 1% relative to 2023. So these numbers do represent an improvement over some of our past declines, which is good to see. But at this point, we're still projecting future budget deficits based on past trends. And in the near future, projected annual revenues will be inadequate for supporting all of our funding needs. So an urgent priority for this program is to secure new funding sources for the Whale Tail Grants program and other public education programming. Next slide. We're also investing in marketing to improve sales, and here is an ad from our most recent marketing campaign, which focuses on social media, Google search, and website ads. Next slide. Next, the Protect Our Coast and Ocean Tax Checkoff, which is on the state tax form. 100% of its donations help support the Whale Tail Grant program. And this fund continues to receive steady support. As of the end of October, there was over 251,000 in donations from almost 18,000 people this year. Next slide. And here's an online ad for the Protect Our Coast and Ocean Fund, which ran during tax season this year. And a huge thank you to everyone who supports the Coast and the Coastal Commission public education programs by donating to this fund or having a whale tail plate. Next, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Annie Kohut-Frankel.
Thank you, Chris and Commissioners. Checking my sound. You can hear me okay?
It's a little low, Annie. Just
All
if you
right.
could just speak a little louder or get close
you.
to your.
So the Coastal Commission, so next slide, please. The Coastal Commission's Whale Tail grants support experiential education and stewardship of the California coast and its watersheds with grants to nonprofit organizations, schools, tribes, and other government entities, emphasizing reaching communities that have historically received fewer opportunities for coastal and marine education and stewardship, and applicant organizations based in and composed of the communities they are engaging. This work helps to implement the Commission's environmental justice policy and the Commission's Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Action Plan. Today, I'm going to talk about how we have continued to improve this program in recent years to advance equity and access for historically excluded communities with a focus on the fiscal year 2023-2024 grants. Next slide, please. As Chris mentioned, funding for these grants comes from sales and renewals of the Whale Tail license plate and contributions to the Protect Our Coast and Oceans Fund on the state tax form. The one-time general fund budget allocation has had a huge impact on the program, allowing us to fund many more grants than ever before. This past year, approximately $2.3 million was approved for competitive grants. Next slide, please. Here's an overview of this year's grant round. After an extensive outreach effort, we received 219 eligible proposals, 60 of which were approved for funding. We calculate that more than 1,060,000 participants from all over California will be directly engaged by these projects. Next slide, please. And here's a snapshot of the focus demographics of the 50 grant projects that were selected for funding. Nearly all the projects have more than one demographic focus. As you can see, many specifically engage low-income communities, youth, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, dual language learners, and rural regions. Other significant focus demographics included inland areas, tribal communities, people with disabilities, and unhoused communities. Next slide, please. This chart shows a broad breakdown of anticipated race and ethnicity of the participants of this year's grants, with all grant projects weighted equally. As you can see, about half are Latino or Hispanic, 9% Black, 6% white, 7% Asian or Pacific Islander, 13% Native American, and 2% identified as more than one race. Next slide, please. As an appendix to the Public Education Annual Report, you'll find an equity analysis of the most recent grant round. This is the third year we've produced such a report to document ongoing and iterative efforts to improve program equity outcomes. It describes where and how staff conducted outreach, how we supported prospective applicants through webinars and individual consultations, our efforts to make the application process more accessible to prospective applicants, and the support provided to organizations once they receive grant funding. Next slide. We invite grant applicants, next slide please. We invite grant applicants to provide anonymous feedback after they submit their applications, and the results continue to be very positive. At the same time, we continue to incorporate constructive feedback to improve. Some changes to the upcoming grant round that were made based on this feedback include providing a more detailed breakdown of the scoring criteria, providing more examples of previously funded projects, and emphasizing that our reviewers are not concerned with the formatting of your proposal document. Next slide, please. This summer, we invited last year's grantees to provide anonymous feedback midway through their grant experience. The responses again were extremely positive, highlighting the value of this program, such as the quote on this slide that no other grant has offered the genuine support of Whale Tail. That support includes a series of capacity building trainings for grant recipients that's funded through a targeted Whale Tail grant. You've already approved this targeted grant for next year, and we hope that in future years funding will allow us to continue providing this type of opportunity to our grant recipients. Next slide, please. We are especially proud of the support we provide to small organizations and organizations that are new to state grants. We hear from them about how pivotal the Whale Tail grant was to their success. One of the suggestions that we recently implemented was to provide more opportunity for grantees to connect with each other. In October, we hosted a networking event for the last 3 years of Whale Tail grant recipients. 55 people attended to meet and learn about other groups working on coastal education, stewardship, and access, and to share their challenges and successes. Next slide, please. November 4th, last month, was the deadline to apply for the upcoming round of grants, and we received 300 proposals. This is a 37% increase over last year's record-breaking number, and it's 2.6 times the average annual number of applications received over the previous 23 years of the whale tail grants. It shows that our outreach strategies are working and also illustrates the huge and growing need for this grant program. The upcoming grant cycle is the last one that will be significantly enhanced by the 2021 general fund allocation. Even so, given the number of applications, I expect we may be able to fund less than 15% of the proposals this coming year. Clearly, the need for grants to support coastal and marine education, stewardship, and access is only growing, while our available funds are decreasing. Identifying ways to increase our allocation of funds is critical in that it will allow us to continue supporting the important work of these local organizations with grant opportunities not available elsewhere. Next slide, please. So moving on to the California King Tides Project. The King Tides Project asks the public to take photos of the highest tides of the year to help us visualize future sea level rise. Next slide, please. Because king tides are 1 to 2 feet higher than the average high tide throughout the year, they give us an idea of what the shoreline may look like on an average day within a few decades. Next slide, please. The previous king tide season took place in January and February of this year, and the photos that you're seeing now are from that season of king tides. Next slide, please. You can find all the photos on a photo map on our website, available for use by planners, researchers, students, journalists, the general public. Next slide, please. In the previous season, we mapped about 1,500 photos up and down the coast that were taken and submitted by project volunteers. Next slide, please. I want to thank the Coastal Commission's mapping unit for their partnership with the Public Education Unit on this project. Next slide. During January and February, partner organizations led 26 local community king tide events throughout the state, so people could choose to observe the king tides on their own or join their friends and neighbors. Next slide. So we are in the midst of the current king tide season, with the first round having occurred last month and the final dates happening this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Next slide, please. So we would love to have everyone visit their favorite spot on the shoreline and safely document the king tides for this project. It's easy to do, and you can learn more on the King Tides website. There is a QR code that you can quickly take a photo of and get there right now. So thank you very much. I'll pass this on to Eben Schwartz.
Thank you, Annie. And good morning, commissioners. Next slide, please. I'm going to start by giving a quick overview of Project GROW, a community-based restoration education project. Next slide. Project GROW involves community members in habitat restoration at the Upper Newport Bay and provides environmental leadership training for students. Next slide. In 2024, Project GROW completed major planting efforts in its primary riparian restoration site, which leads into the Upper Newport Bay. Next slide. Other priorities this year were invasive plant removal at this salt marsh site, targeting invasive Algerian sea lavender, as well as ongoing maintenance work at the riparian site. Next slide. As part of the Environmental Leader Program for students, Project GROW hosted interns and volunteers from 2 UCI programs, the Center for Environmental Biology and Sustainability Resource Center, as well as from the Saddleback College Environmental Studies Program. Next slide. Since 2001, Project GROW has engaged almost 28,000 volunteers, who together have restored more than 15 acres of coastal salt marsh, riparian, and coastal sage scrub habitats. Next slide. Now I'd like to transition to our cleanup program, starting with Adopt a Beach. Adopt a Beach is our year-round cleanup program in which volunteers commit to cleaning up their selected beach 3 times a year, one of which can be Coastal Cleanup Day. We work with local organizations like Heal the Bay, I Love a Clean San Diego, Save Our Shores, and dozens of others to manage the program and activate as many volunteers as possible throughout the year, both as organized groups and self-guided individual efforts. Next slide. 2024 saw continued evolution of the cleanup programs. Self-guided cleanup opportunities continue to be an option, and coordinators also offer regular in-person cleanup opportunities. They also ramped up data collection efforts during cleanups, which means we're now able to collect debris data throughout the year. Next slide. This program is a great opportunity for students to fulfill required volunteer hours, like this group that came out to volunteer in San Diego. Adopt a Beach provides a really great outlet for year-round stewardship, which volunteers often request after participating in one of our cleanups. They receive certificates of recognition once their cleanups are complete. Next slide. And some coordinators have gone so far as to develop a signage system to further recognize volunteers and help publicize the program, like this one from our partner, I Love a Clean San Diego. Thanks to these efforts, over 30,000 volunteers participate in this program annually, removing tons of trash each year. Next slide. Now I'd like to turn to the highlight of our annual cleanup programs, California Coastal Cleanup Day. Californians continue to show their incredible support of the cleanup by making it the largest annual volunteer event, not just in our state, but in the entire country. Thanks to ad agency Barrett Hoffer for this year's pro bono publicity campaign, all of which was produced in both English and Spanish. The artwork used the tagline, "You are bigger than you think," which helped to convey the collective impact volunteers can have when working together for our coast. Next slide. In 2024, Coastal Cleanup Day celebrated its 40th anniversary, marking a significant milestone for this treasured event. And thanks to Alana Casey and our mapping unit for producing an updated story map to reflect the incredible history of the cleanup. On Saturday, September 21st, program partners hosted over 750 cleanup sites around the state, with more than 45,000 volunteers turning out on that day alone. We've been seeing slow but steady growth in the cleanup over the past several years as volunteers get back into the habit of attending large events and organizers increase their capacity for hosting, which included yet another great turnout from the boating community across the state. Of course, we continue to encourage self-guided cleanups throughout the month to make the cleanup program more accessible to everyone, and thousands more volunteers participated on their own. Both on Coastal Cleanup Day and during the month of September, volunteers went out and cleaned streets, creeks, beaches, and waterways of all kinds across California. Barrett Hoffer also designed a snazzy t-shirt for the event, which turned out to be one of our best sellers of all time. And as always, there were some unusual finds, like these incredibly lifelike dolls found near Mount Diablo, and $68,000 in cashier's checks found at Venice Beach in Los Angeles. Next slide. As they cleaned, volunteers collected data on all the debris they find, even the unusual items, to continue to add to what is now one of the world's largest and longest running data sets on trash in the environment. The data that volunteers collect has contributed directly to California's place as a world leader in laws addressing plastic pollution. It also provides us the information we need to address the worst offenders within our waste stream. Next slide. For example, cigarette butts remain the top single item picked up each year, but as a percentage of the total debris, they're at their lowest point ever. Instead, plastic food and beverage packaging, which includes things like plastic bottles, caps, lids, straws, food wrappers, among other items, are now the largest percentage of what we pick up. We saw this category of trash increase sharply at the start of the pandemic, and it's only increased even more ever since then. Thankfully, plastic grocery bags have dropped back outside the top 10 after the temporary suspension of our plastic bag ban expired. And masks and gloves do continue to be a presence in the environment, but at ever diminishing levels. Next slide. I'm happy to report we had another extremely successful Coastal Cleanup Day. By the end of the month, over 47,000 volunteers had participated. And with more than 2,000 cleanups around the state, California was the single largest participant in the International Coastal Cleanup, recording 40% more cleanups than the next largest state or country. Next slide. We're already preparing for next year's cleanup, so mark your calendars now for September 20th, 2025. Next slide. Now I'd like to turn to our Kids Ocean Day Cleanup program, which is one of the many Whaletail grant-funded programs that you heard about earlier. Next slide. Kids Ocean Day is an opportunity to help educate students in San Diego, Orange County, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Humboldt, and Bakersfield about the coast and how we can all help protect it. Next slide. For many of these students, this program is their very first opportunity to visit the beach. And as you can see, they have a lot of fun. Next slide. The program begins with a school assembly where students learn about the ocean, marine life, and how trash in our neighborhoods can travel to the coast. Next slide. The program culminates at the coast where students get to experience the beach and participate in a beach cleanup. Next slide. At the end of the cleanup, the students sit in formation to form aerial artwork to send a message to the world. After sitting in formation on the sand, these students from above look like this. Next slide. The theme of this year's aerial art was Make Ripples. This theme was expressed differently in each city and conveys that collective action can make positive change that will reverberate throughout our communities and environment. There are over 4,000 children in this one image taken at Dockweiler Beach in Los Angeles, and over 8,000 students and adults took part in Kids Ocean Day in 2024. And now I'll turn this over to my colleague, Vivian Latouk.
Thank you, Evan. Next slide. Good afternoon, commissioners. The Voting Clean and Green program is a statewide voter education and technical assistance program that is implemented in partnership with the California State Parks. On an annual basis, we are able to reach to over 10,000 recreational boaters and water enthusiasts across the state. We have mainly 4 components, including education and outreach, networking, technical assistance, and research. Next slide, please. The Dog Walker program is one of the key educational efforts of our statewide program. Dog walkers are mainly environmental educators trained by our program and our program partners, including the Bay Foundation down in Southern California, to educate boaters about clean and safe boating practices. These dog walkers come from many backgrounds, including not only boaters, general public, conservation corps members, marina yacht club operators, Coast Guard auxiliary, among others, who become dog walkers by attending one of our free trainings. This year, we conducted 13 virtual and 30 in-person dog walker trainings, and we were able to work with 219 new partner dog walkers. Next slide, please. Once dog walkers are trained, then they go out and meet boaters wherever they are, not necessarily at marinas, but also boat shows, boating events, boat launch ramps, fuel docks, marine supply stores, talk to them about clean boating practices, and distribute our main outreach tool. Next slide, please. Which is the California Boater Kit that you can see in this slide. It's a comprehensive packet of clean and safe boating information, including 2 oil absorbents and also a fuel bib that dog walkers share with boaters about how to use them and how to properly dispose of them. These boater kits were developed based on research and input provided by our advisory group comprised of members with the marine industry and boating association. This year, through this effort, we were able to develop and distribute 6,500 boater kits across the state. We're going now to listen to what a dog walker partner has to say about the program. Next slide, please.
Hello, my name is Doug, and I'm a volunteer dog walker. I sail a keel boat in the San Francisco Bay and the Sacramento Delta. One of the benefits of being a dock walker is speaking with other boaters about how to keep our waters clean. The boaters I've spoken to have enthusiastically supported and pledged to use pump out stations, drop their used oil off at appropriate sites, and to be careful when refueling their vessels. So let's keep it clean and green. Thanks for listening.
Next slide, please. Since the year 2000, we have developed and distributed over 130,000 voter kits across the state, and every voter kit recipient is required to fill out a questionnaire that helps us to better orient our education and outreach efforts and create educational tools such as the map you're seeing right now. This map shows where voters live who have learned about clean voting from dog walkers and staff in 2024, and as you can see, is a very geographically diverse map. Next slide, please. We also participated in 3 of the largest boat shows, which provide a fantastic opportunity for us to share clean boating practices, and we work with over 400 participants. Next slide. We also conducted 3 clean boating presentations and educational meetings, working with over 250 participants. Next slide, please. We continue developing 11 new episodes for our Dockside podcast, which is the newest education and outreach tool that we have developed in partnership with the Boating Safety Unit with California State Parks. This year, some of the topics included marine protected areas, also boating under the influence, expanding access to sailing for people with disabilities. And I hope all of you commissioners have had the opportunity to listen to every single episode and also subscribe to our great podcast. Next slide, please. From July to September this year, we also launched our online Clean and Green boating quiz with the purpose of challenging recreational boaters to test their knowledge about clean and safe boating practices related to sewage, oil, hazardous waste, marine debris management, among others. And believe it or not, people get really excited to participate in quizzes. We got 5,550 responses. Next slide, please. Another component of the program, as I mentioned already, is technical assistance. We work again this year with the Office of Spill Prevention and Response, offering 3 hybrid boating facilities, a spill response communication workshop for boating facility managers with the purpose of sharing with them information relevant to the oil spill structure in California, as well as best management practices in terms of what to do if a spill happens inside or outside their facility. We work with 120 participants. Next slide, please. We continue expanding our California fishing line recycling program. Currently, we have over 500 fishing line recycling stations, which are found at parks with waterways access, marinas, harbors, fishing piers, among others. Next slide, please. Through this effort, we have been able to properly collect and recycle over 3,200 pounds of fishing line. This collected fishing line is then used to create a variety of products, including fishing spools and fishing boxes, among others. Next slide, please. If we stretch this line, it will stretch from San Francisco to Eusebio Ayala, Paraguay. Next slide, please. Finally, I wanted to report to you our partnership we have with the California Product Stewardship Council and several counties, including Humboldt, Del Norte, Alameda Marine, West Contra Costa, the Port of LA, the Port of San Diego, Orange County, where we are offering free expired marine collection events. Through this effort, this year we were able to collect and properly dispose over 8,500 expired flares. Now I'm going to turn my presentation over to my colleague, Lauren Dunn. Thank you.
Thanks, Vivian. Next slide, please. Hi, everyone. I'll now be speaking about 3 public contests that were organized this year. So this past summer, we announced the winners of our Climate Video Challenge for middle and high school students. We were honored by the level of reflection and creativity from these students throughout California who created videos that answered the question, how is your community responding to the climate crisis? And the question asked students to focus on their communities and hopefully feel inspired by work that is already being done or to research the tools they would need to introduce a new idea. All of the videos can be found on the Climate Video Challenge page on our website. And first place went to Rashab Anand's video titled Dr. Bike and FUHSD versus Climate Change. And we'd like to play their winning video. Next slide, please.
Earth, an emerald oasis amid a cosmic void, teeming with life both sad and overjoyed, containing life that thrives in a bounded expanse, and a group of people that look to advance. But it's not like this, not anymore. It's a world filled with overhunting and deforestation. It's a world filled with pollution and acidification. A world headed to a future that we can avoid. So how can we carry on, knowing it's being destroyed? That's where we come in. Us, a community. And here's how my community is dealing with this problem. My community is the region of Silicon Valley, containing the cities of Sunnyvale and Cupertino in California. Partnering with Silicon Valley Clean Energy, there are two groups in my area that are taking initiatives to mitigate climate change locally. With several concerns being raised about the bike and road safety for students in Cupertino, Rashi and Mr. Steven Pucciolini created Dr. Bike, which provides free bike tune-ups and repairs for local schools like Cupertino High School. Here is Mr. Puccinelli, Assistant Principal at Cupertino High School, to talk more about Dr. Bike.
So what's the entire project about?
Dr. Bike is a collaboration between our Safe Routes to School project and Community Cycles of California to tune up student bikes so that we have more people biking and less students driving.
So what does this mean for the overall community and the impact on climate change?
So by repairing student bikes, we can get more people biking to school and fewer people driving. The more cars we get off the road, the less carbon footprint we have, and the healthier and happier we'll all be.
So what do you see as the vision for this entire project?
So we hope to spread this to other schools in the district, and ultimately we'd love to fill up all these bike racks with bikes and get all the cars out of the parking lot.
Here are some pictures from one of their repair days. While Dr. Bike strives to reduce carbon emissions on the road, the Fremont Union High School District Climate Collective created programs to improve our local climate literacy. Across all 5 district high schools, the group put together presentations, booths, and projects to bring awareness to climate change. Thank you for watching my video about how my community is addressing climate change. Roll the credits.
Next slide, please. Entries for the next contest are due at the end of May 2025. And to broaden the appeal for students to participate, the Climate Video Challenge has evolved to the Climate Storytelling Contest. Students are now able to choose one of 3 mediums to answer the prompt, either a podcast, photo essay, or narrative essay. And the new question is, what are your feelings towards climate change, and how can those feelings be turned into action? So we hope that this adaptation of the contest provides students the space to process whatever thoughts they have about climate change and to choose a medium that interests them. Next slide, please. Also, earlier this year, we held the 23rd Annual California Coastal Art and Poetry Contest for kindergarten through 12th grade students. And you're seeing a small selection of the recognized 2024 artwork. Entries were accepted through an online upload and by mail, and contest materials were also fully bilingual in English and Spanish. The winners and honorable mentions were featured on our website and social media, and they were exhibited at 4 locations as part of a traveling exhibit. They were hosted at the Channel Islands National Park Visitor Center in Ventura, the Ford House in Mendocino, the Muth Interpretive Center at Upper Newport Bay, and they're currently at their last location at Point Reyes Bear Valley Visitor Center through the end of January. This is also a poetry contest, and the poems were published in Chapman University's Poetry Journal. And as part of that, the poets are invited to record themselves reading their poetry. And we'd like to play a recording from Nea Seelan, one of the honorable mentions of the kindergarten to first grade category. Next slide, please.
Nea Seelan, Paradise, recorded for Tab Journal. I had fun at California Beach, and it can teach me a lot. It is beautiful with birds and kites flying. I see birds eating fish, and fish live in the water. The sun is pretty with bright colors, and it hides in the water. When it sets in the evening, it is paradise. When I walk, I see rainbow-colored shells. There is a kind of shell called clams. They open and close their mouth. The shells come from the water when the waves come to the sand. I put them in the bucket and play. The sand is soft like a pillow, and I make a big sand castle. The waves are big, and I like to surf in the waves. Some things like wrappers, plastic bags, and straws harm the animals. We should protect California beaches by not throwing trash.
With that, the 2025 contest deadline is coming up soon on January 31st, 2025, so please help us spread the word. All right. All right, so I guess we also did a photo contest. So we held the 25th annual California Ocean and Coastal Amateur Photography Contest this past summer. We received 963 submissions from photographers across California. A judging panel consisting of professional photographers and naturalists unanimously selected 3 winners and 11 honorable mentions, which are being displayed here. Photos from this contest are also part of a traveling exhibit and were hosted at the Berkeley Library, Crab Cove in Alameda, and is currently at the Point Arena Lighthouse. As always, the artwork from the Art and Poetry Contest, along with photos from the photo contest, are available for sale as prints and other items through our online store, with proceeds helping to support our public education programs. I will now turn it over to Luna Taylor.
Next slide, please. Greetings, commissioners. Just a few words about our public outreach throughout the year. When possible, we accept invitations to hold information tables at events and festivals where we chat with visitors about our coastal stewardship and grants programs. We discuss topics like marine debris and climate change and let people know about them. Here we are at Monterey Whalefish, a neighborhood Earth Day event in Oceanside. And next slide, please. This is the San Diego. Next slide. We also keep the public up to date through posts, stories, and reels through social media. This is another great way to keep all of California connected to their coast, no matter where in the state they live. We've built a large network between our coastal cleanup and Adopt a Beach partners, the King Tides community, grantee organizations, the Whaletail Plate supporters, and anyone who is interested in coastal access and protection. Next slide, please. We hope you will connect with us through our social media platforms. If you scan the QR code, it will take you directly to our Linktree page, where you can now subscribe for updates. We've added Blue Sky to our list and encourage you to follow and share our posts to help build up our community on that platform. You are also welcome to tag us in your reels and posts about the coast. Next slide. Midwinter's holidays are coming up quickly. We have many gift ideas for you on our Shop for the Coast page, including classic coastal cleanup gear, prints of winning photography, and student artwork. You can make a tax-deductible donation with a credit card on our website. And now you can donate directly to the Protect Our Coast and Oceans Fund by check through the Controller's Office. The information is on our donate page. Just follow this QR code.
And did you know that whale-tail plates make perfect gifts? And they support Coastal Cleanup Day, our grants program, and more. We hope you'll join the Whale Pod with your own whale-tail plate. The next part of our presentation is a little something special. Next slide, please.
Today, we want to honor and thank Chris Perry, the Commission's Public Education Program Manager, for her 39 years of state service, 35 of which were with the Commission. Chris will be retiring at the end of this month. For 28 years, Chris has been managing the Public Education Unit. Prior to that, she worked for the PUC and BCDC before deciding to dedicate her career to coastal protection. Chris has been responsible for overseeing all the public education programs, projects, staff, and budgets. She has also developed successful new projects, funding sources, and collaborations with outside groups. Her unique experience and skills in the development, implementation, and evaluation of innovative programs to address environmental and educational challenges and promote sustainability have been instrumental in PE's accomplishments through almost 3 decades of work as a manager of this unit. Prior to her current position, Chris spent 6 years as the Coastal Commission's program coordinator for a large marine mitigation and monitoring project. She worked in coastal planning and regulation and served on the boards of several environmental nonprofit organizations. Today, we want to thank you, Chris, for your service, commitment, dedication, expertise, positive attitude, leadership, and guidance. The Commission has been through some good times and some challenging ones through your long career, but you've helped us lead through them all with optimism and boundless empathy. Your kindness is an inspirational model of enlightened leadership, and your strategic vision has set our organization on a successful path for years to come. Never doubt that you have made a lasting impact on your PE staff, your colleagues, the Commission, and the people we serve. May your retirement be filled with the same joy and fulfillment you've brought to us all. Thank you, Chris.
Next slide, please. Thank you for watching, and thank you for your coastal stewardship. We will now turn it back over to Chris Perry for any questions you have about our presentation. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. What an incredible presentation. And we all want to congratulate Chris on her retirement. It's just an amazing legacy that she leaves. I'm going to ask if there's any public comment on this item.
We just had one person indicated that they're available for questions.
Okay.
In person, Diana Pena from Orange County Coastkeeper.
Diana, did you want to make a comment?
Okay.
Okay, I'll give you a minute, okay, because
yeah,
we're
that's
just...
fine. More than enough. Thank you. I just wanted to take the opportunity, since you all were in the neighborhood, to say thank you so much for that investment in these public education programs, and to also thank the staff. And by far, they are just so committed, and I just wanted to echo those sentiments. And Chris, congratulations. We'll miss you so much, and everyone just there on the staff. So I just wanted to commend you all for that investment, and if there's any other opportunity for you all to make a similar investment, I just wanted to provide some testimony as to how that really helps to reach those goals, particularly in equity and accessibility to the coast. And you'll notice in all of those photos, hopefully, the diversity of our students that we're bringing, and those experiences really go a long way. And I am a product of one of those, and many of my students, because I've been doing this now for 12 years, have actually come back and come to be part of our other programs, and then even come back to become interns. And we're working really hard to then create those pathways so they can be in those seats just like you all. So thank you so much for those contributions, and they don't go unappreciated.
Thank you for your work. All right, Commissioner Kunkel.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a few questions for staff related to the whale tail program, maybe for Annie. And I know I can't help, I can probably speak for all of us, I can't help but have an emotional reaction watching these videos, hearing these children speak about the coast, the whale tail program, the devotion of Chris Perry. I could speak all day, but I really want to focus on the fiscal future of the whale tail program and just ensuring that we can continue to do this amazing work. So from the state controller's perspective, this is the last year we have access to the general fund surplus money from 2022. We're about to go into what looks like austerity mode, where we only have the specialty plate revenue from license plate sales and the tax checkoff to fund our whale tail grant program. We're seeing lower revenue overall. It's my understanding that the commission receives a smaller percentage of funds from our license plate sales than other organizations get from their plate sales. And from the staff report, I saw the whale tail license plate sales for last year were $4 million for environmental programs. Last year, of this total, $1 million was allocated to the Coastal Commission's account. So am I understanding this correctly, Annie? Taxpayers pay $4 million for whale tail plates every year, and only $1 million of that is actually allocated to the whale tail program. Can you tell me more about how that works?
Why don't I jump in, Annie?
Sure.
And respond to
Is it you,
that.
Chris?
I'm the money person. Yeah, this
There
is
you
Chris.
are. Thanks so
I'm
much.
the money person for now. But yeah, that is correct, Commissioner Kunkel. It does vary slightly year to year, but we do retain about, on average, 25% of the total revenue from the whale tail plate. And the majority goes to a statewide fund called the Environmental License Plate Fund, and that is used for a variety of statewide environmental needs.
And how about the other specialty plates? The breast cancer plate, the Snoopy plate, the Arts for Kids plates. What percentage of revenue do these other specialty plates retain? How does it compare?
Yeah. Well, again, it varies. Most of them retain about 50% of their revenue, and there are a few that keep 100%. The Yosemite plate and the whale tail plate are the only two plates that have this allocation where we retain about 25%. So all the other plates have a higher percentage.
Okay, so just to repeat this, the departments and organizations that sponsor other specialty plates retain between 50 and 100% of their funds, but the whale tail, and it sounds like the Yosemite Fund plate too, only get to keep 25% of the money that the taxpayers donate. Doesn't seem very equitable. Why is that?
It's hard to know exactly, but what I can say is that the whale tail and the Yosemite plate were two of the very first specialty plates that were approved in California. And over time, in more recent years, the funding structure became more standardized. So one way to look at it is that it's an artifact of the whale tail plate's long history.
Okay, so I think you answered all my questions. The whale tail program funds, as we've seen, some of the most innovative and inclusive educational experiences in the state. This is the oldest running outdoor education program in the state. There is this clearly authentic environmental justice funding focus, uplifting some truly inspirational endeavors and programs. It just feels like an existential crisis for the whale tail program. Your team has done such a fantastic job expanding outreach efforts to historically excluded communities. We're hearing that grant applications are doubled, where the program funds all of these innovative programs for people who don't have easy access to the beach, for unhoused communities, the LGBTQ+ community, incarcerated communities. This is just not the time to ramp down. This is an equity issue. If we want to talk about equity, this is ironic. The whale tail program is providing funding for all of these extraordinary programs growing out of and serving EJ communities, and it has what I'm seeing as the most inequitable funding structure of all of the license plate programs. And this is also a transparency and accountability issue. when taxpayers are donating their hard-earned dollars to the Whaletail program, I'm sure they assume that at least most of those dollars are actually funding the Coastal Commission and Whaletail activities. So I think constituents would be appalled to hear that only 25% of their donation actually supports these projects. They'd be surprised that the different 13 license plates have such erratic, inexplicable funding allocations. So anyway, I'll close. Controller Cohen is very attentive to these EJ and equity issues, transparency for taxpayers. This is an important issue for our office. This is not okay. Sarah Christie, there was a great quote from you in that Prop 20 documentary. I want to remind everyone the coast is everyone's backyard. The Coastal Act and the Public Trust Doctrine preserve that right for all of us. We all own the coast. We all deserve equitable access and education about the coast. The Whaletail program is a major driver in enshrining that right for all of us. So we just need to figure out how to resolve this. I and Controller Cohen rotates off of the Coastal Commission next year. We're going to be back in 2026, but we will still be actively engaged in the issues impacting our coasts and oceans. This is a particular priority for us. I welcome any recommendations on how to fix this from staff, fellow commissioners. We can work together offline. I know it is lunchtime, so either way, we will work together on this and just want to make sure that this does not go away. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Crowley.
Thank you, Chair. 1 minute. I just thank you for those comments, Commissioner Kunkel. I just want to share that the Ocean Protection Council launched an environmental justice small grants program a year or so ago, and I really see so much overlap here. And so I want to talk with you, Dr. Huckelbridge, about whether there are opportunities, separate from this issue that's been raised, on where we can help and support and partner. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank
Through
you
the
so
chair,
much.
can I just respond real fast? I promise I'll be very
Sure.
brief. Thank you, Commissioner Kunkel, for your comments, and Commissioner Eckerly. I think you put your finger on it exactly. I think there is an existential crisis. This program has, it's so important. The work of the public education unit has been amazing in really centering environmental justice, and you've heard throughout the year and before that, we've had Whaletail grant recipients come to the commission and talk about their experience. So we are dedicated and really focused on ensuring that this program is sustainable into the future. And I think we're trying to be creative about all the solutions, and there are probably multiple, and really appreciate your partnership and look to all of you for your support as we really ensure that this program has adequate funding into the future, and we can continue to fund those amazing programs and continue to see this amazing work. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Dr. Huckelbridge. And it's really just not fair to people that are donating through either buying the license plates or on their tax forms that the money is not going to the program that they're contributing it to. I mean, so this really does need to be fixed, and I think we all need to dedicate ourselves to that. All right. Seeing no other comments except for a very strong grumbling sound coming from the commission. We're going to take a break for lunch now. We'll come back and go through consent and DDRs, and then we'll move to the Venice Dell project. So hopefully we can get back in a half hour around 1:20 or 1:25. Thank you. Hello. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, if everyone can take a seat, we're going to resume the hearing. I'm just going to get a quorum here. No, thank you. No, thank you very much. Just had lunch. You know what? You really shouldn't. Yeah, but not yet. Oh, sorry. All right. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Okay, I have a quorum. We're going to resume the hearing. We are going to move to item 8A, which is 2 items that are on the consent calendar. We don't really have a staff quorum, but we have Mr. Hudson. Are you able to present those?
Absolutely.
Okey dokey.
Thank you. The next item is item 8. This is the consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. There are 2 items on the calendar, and while staff was not aware of any opposition to these matters at the time the staff reports were published, we did later receive an email from a neighboring property owner, Ms. Eileen Pollock Erickson, objecting to item 8B. That's the Ennis CDP application to demolish a 4,000 plus square foot 2-story home, duplex, and construct a new 6,000 plus square foot 2-story duplex along Oceanfront Walk. The objector asserts that the new duplex would be too large. However, staff would note that although the new duplex would be approximately 2,000 square feet larger than the old, it would be generally consistent with the sizes of nearby structures, which are a mix of single-family and multifamily, ranging in size from 2,500 up to 39,000 square feet in size, and that there are at least 2 other structures that are approximately the same 6,000 square feet in size within the immediate area, and that the new structure would comply with all height limits in the city's LUP and with all setback requirements. Thus, staff does believe the proposed duplex is generally consistent with the surrounding character of the area and would not result in any new impacts than the previous structure, and we're recommending the item be approved today as part of the consent calendar. In closing, there is no opposition to the other item on the consent calendar, and the applicants for both items are in agreement. Thus, we're recommending the commission vote and approve the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you very much. Does any commissioner have an ex parte? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on either of these items?
No, we only have 3 available for questions.
All right, does anyone want to remove an item? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar and note that these are on consent because there's no net housing loss in the recommendations.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I think we need a roll call vote for that. We don't need, was it a second from Commissioner Bochco? All right. So Commissioner Nodoff made the motion. Commissioner Bochco seconded. Do we need to have a roll call vote this first time? Or have we done that? I don't believe we've had that yet. So why don't we have a roll call vote now, and then we'll proceed with item 9.
Commissioner Bochco? Yes. Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings?
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante?
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Nodoff?
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders?
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga?
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Chair Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right, thank you. That brings us to item 9, consent calendar items removed from the regular calendar. Mr. Hudson.
Thank you. And item 9 is for the applications to be moved from regular to consent for all districts on the agenda today. As mentioned during the agenda changes earlier, there are 3 items that we're recommending be moved to the consent calendar, and those are item 14B. That's the Marina Trust CDP application. Item 16A, the City of Santa Cruz LCP amendment for outdoor dining areas. And item 17B, the 30 Old Fisherman's Wharf CDP application. In closing, staff would note that the applicants are in agreement with the recommendations, and we're not aware of any opposition to these items being moved to the consent calendar, and the staff is recommending that the commission vote and approve this item. Staff is available for questions.
Thanks, Mr. Hudson. Is there any ex partes? All right, are there members of the public that wish to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
For item 14B, move to consent, we have 4 speakers. 1 in person, Bregan Jane Hewer. Bregan, if you are in the room, please approach the mic. And then
Okay.
The next 3 speakers would be Lisa Rich, Robin Rudisil, and then Sean Nguyen.
Okay. Are all these speakers in support, Mr. Hudson?
The first one is indicated as in opposition. I think the others are in support.
Okay, so I'll give the first speaker 2 minutes. Subsequent speakers that are already in support will have 1 minute.
Again, Bregan Jane Hewer.
Okay, not seeing anybody.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone as well.
Okay, no one's online?
The other 3 speakers are online.
Okay, we can call their names and they'll each have 1 minute.
Okay. I'll give it a second as you're being promoted in as panelists. First will be Lisa Rich, followed by Sean Nguyen. I'm not seeing Robin Rudisill. Robin Rudisill, if you're in the meeting, please raise your hand.
She's right here. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Lisa Rich. Lisa, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Bregan Jane was not able to stay. She has asked to be on Zoom. I think that they said that she would be allowed that. My name is Lisa Rich. My husband, Robbie Greenberg, and I have lived and raised our family in the house at 11 Reef Street since 1978. We're very grateful to the Coastal Commission for always putting coastal protection and conservation at the forefront of your work. Thank you and the staff for taking the time to understand the issues with this relatively small project compared to the large coastal matters you face. We feel our concerns are in keeping with the Proposition 20 film that was just presented. We're asking also that item 14 be removed from consent and returned to the regular calendar for a full hearing on the applicant's construction plan. We understand that the applicants have agreed to permit conditions recommended by the Coastal Commission staff report, but we don't know what they are agreeing to. Their current plan takes a 2-story and upscales it to 32 to 35 feet with 5,600 to 6,200 square foot residence with a roof deck above that violates the Venice specific plan for designated walk streets like Reef Street with a 28-foot height limit. The Venice specific plan provides that exceptions from a specific plan shall not be used to grant a special privilege. They intend to develop the restricted Reef Street right-of-way beach access for their private use for construction access and parking. Per their permit application, they want to develop a portion of the Reef Street right-of-way with private yard encroachments. Vehicular use of the right-of-way is specifically prohibited by the Venice-specific plan. Vehicles using the right-of-way will endanger our families and block public beach access, as well as destroying native plants along the right-of-way. The staff report states that the proposed development shall not interfere with pedestrian access. We request that the applicants be required to move their southern fence in line with the other fences on the north side of Reef Street as required by the Venice specific plan. If the permit is granted before the commission sees—
Thank you, ma'am. I believe you've exceeded the 2 minutes and very much appreciate your comments. Are there other speakers on the consent?
Yes, we just had one other, Sean Nguyen.
Okay, since we can't tell whether they're opposed or not, why don't we set this for 2 minutes? And they can go ahead and speak.
Hi, my name is Sean Nguyen. I'm actually the applicant's rep, which is here to answer any questions the commission may have. I request to go and move the item to consent. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Other speakers?
Not for this item. We have one other speaker for item 16A, move to consent.
All right, could you bring them in, please?
Okay. A second. Diane Wolke.
And
You're
2
being
minutes?
You're being promoted in as a panelist right now. And when you're able to, please begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Diane Wolke. I'm a board member with Safe Healthy Playing Fields. We commend the Commission's decision to prohibit the use of artificial turf in coastal permit zone and ask that a formal policy be developed. We also request that this item be conditioned to prohibit use of artificial turf and grass, outdoor carpeting, all synthetic surfacing, including rubber, PVC, nylon, and other plastic materials, including mats, tiles, rugs, etc., in Santa Cruz and all eateries and businesses in the coastal zone. These surfaces often come from resurfaced synthetic turf playing fields, which are not recyclable. They've been widely used since the pandemic, and they bring with them the pollutants, particulate matter, bacteria, as well as their toxic chemical load. All of these items contribute to microplastics, toxic chemical leachate, off-gassing of greenhouse gases, and harm to human and environmental health. Artificial turf is coming under regulation by the California Department of Toxic Substances Control due to PFAS and other chemicals of concern. Please formalize a policy and provide notice to all applicants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more speakers for items moved to consent.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back to the commission. I'll ask if anyone wishes to remove an item. All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Bochco moved, Commissioner Aguirre second. All right, any opposition to unanimous approval of the consent calendar per the motion? Seeing none, the consent calendar is approved, and we are going to now move on to the DDR. So what we're going to do at this time is we're going to trail items 10 through 14 and move to item 15, the Central Coast DDR. Mr. Hudson?
Thank you. And moving on to item 15, I'll turn the mic over to our Central Coast District Manager, Kevin Kahn, who's on Zoom.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks so much. Yes, Kevin Kahn here, Central Coast District Manager, filling in for Dan Carl today. That will bring us to agenda item 15, the Central Coast Deputy Director's Report. I'd first note that we prepared a revised DD's report on Monday that added an emergency coastal permit for Caltrans to construct needed repairs along Highway 1 at Rocky Creek in the Big Sur Coast. And we also removed from the DD's agenda a waiver for Highway 1 road signage. We received some correspondence from members of the public raising some concerns about that project, and we believe that a little more time to evaluate such concerns is prudent. So then that leaves us with today reporting 6 waivers, 1 immaterial CDP amendment, 1 emergency CDP, and 1 LCP certification review. The LCP review is regarding the Los Osos Community Plan, which the Commission approved in June. That amendment, as suggested to be modified by the Commission, set forth a framework to identify sustainable development parameters for the community of Los Osos in San Luis Obispo County. We're pleased to report that the County Board of Supervisors adopted the Commission's suggested modifications, and so the LCP amendment with those mods will now be in effect. With that, we're not aware of any controversies or objections to the items on the DDs today, and we're looking for your concurrence, and we're available for any questions.
All right, thank you very much. All right, are there any speakers?
We had 1 person signed up, Nina Beatty. We're not able to see Nina in the attendees list. Nina, if you're there, please raise your hand. And then we also have 9 other people from the cities and counties and Department of Transportation available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, since we can't find the person on Zoom, I'll bring it back and ask whether 3 or more commissioners object to an item on the Central Coast DDR report. Seeing no objection, the Deputy Director's report for the Central Coast, the Commission concurs. We're going to move back now to item 10, I believe.
Thank you. That does bring us to item 10, the Deputy Director's Report for the South Coast District, which includes 5 waivers and 2 permit extensions. I would note that one of those 5 waivers being reported today is for an accessory dwelling unit or ADU project, and it's another example of how your staff is working to expedite through the Commission's waiver process these new ADU and housing projects that staff, after review of individual applications, has determined would not result in any potential impacts to coastal resources. In addition, I would like to report back to the Commission that in response to direction by the Commission at our previous meeting, a letter was sent this week by Executive Director Hucklebridge to the City of Los Angeles Planning Director, with copies sent to the city's local council member outlining several methods the city could implement to expedite the review and processing of applications as well as reduce the cost to applicants for new ADU projects in the city of LA, especially in the Venice area. Those measures and suggestions included expanded use of the city's existing authority to issue exemptions for ADUs in light of recent court decisions, development of an administrative permit process, and the development of a categorical exclusion order, or CAT-X program. That letter is available to view and has been included under the correspondence tab from my deputy director's report this month on the Commission's website and online agenda. Lastly, staff received objections from members of the public in regard to one of the immaterial permit extensions being reported today. CDP extension application A5VEN 210011E1 for the Venice Place Hotel project by Wynn Coop Properties LLC. Because the objections were received within our 10-day period for public comment after the Deputy Director's report was published, that item will be brought back at a future hearing, likely our next meeting in February of the new year, for action by the Commission, with additional information to address the issues raised in those objections. Now, staff is not aware of any opposition to any of the other items being reported today, and thus we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the Deputy Director's report. I am available for questions.
Great, thank you so much. Any speakers?
We have one speaker, Margaret Malloy.
All right, is that on Zoom? Or?
Yes, and Margaret, when you're able to, please unmute and begin.
Hello, commissioners and staff.
Ms. Malloy, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. So let me just find my document. This is a collection of people who are Venice residents concerned about this project and opposing it. So we oppose it for the following reasons, but not limited to these reasons. The required findings on 12/15/2022 are materially flawed due to deliberate non-disclosure of multiple development projects within 500 feet of the subject site, despite 3 of 4 of those neighboring projects having the same local rep as this project. That is Alyssa Pastor, who you are probably all familiar with. Additionally, those projects are now seeking CUBs for a full line of alcohol, so conditions have changed. The applicant, Dan Abrams of Wynn Coop Properties, has worked with Pastor as his rep for the underlying local CDP since 2014 and until today. Meanwhile, simultaneously, Pastor has failed to disclose a mixed-use hotel project at 812 Main that she has represented since 2016, a mixed-use development at 825 Hampton that she has represented since, I think, 2018, and a project that she represents at 910 Abbot Kinney since 2016. There's also a change of use and change of intensity of use at 901 Abbot Kinney, which they also did not disclose. Each project involves a significant change of use, change of intensification of use, expansion of commercial activity over multiple lots, and each creates a significant increase in vehicular traffic, congestion, circulation impacts, noise, public parking, and coastal access challenges for the adjacent residential neighborhood, as well as visitors, and related public health and safety implications in the specific section of Abbot Kinney and the adjacent historic Black Oakwood residential neighborhood. There are challenges at every location.
Thank you.
All projects
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, no other speakers?
We don't have any other speakers.
All right, we'll bring it back to the commission and ask whether 3 or more commissioners object to any item on the DDR report. Seeing no objection, the commission concurs. All right, at this time, believe it or not, folks, we have finally arrived. And we're going to have a statement by Vice Chair Escalante to begin with.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am recusing myself from participating in the hearing for items C11A, 12A, and 14A in relation to the Dennisdale Community Project, as I have a potential conflict of interest under Government Code Section 87100 with respect to this items, and I'm leaving now.
All right, we'll give Vice Chair a minute to step out. All right. So as was noted, Items 11A, 12A, and 14A will share a combined hearing this afternoon. And we're going to start the hearing with the staff presentation, and then we'll go to whether there are any ex partes. So if you do have an ex parte, you might get ready for that. All right. And who will be making the presentation?
All right, thank you. Ms. Chloe Seifert, a coastal program analyst in our South Coast District, will be providing the presentation. I would note that this will be a combined presentation for the three items that were just mentioned, 11A, 12A, and 14A. And in order to accomplish that, staff would suggest that items 12B and 13A, which are also a combined hearing for an appeal of a city CDP and related dual CDP application for the Tiedemann-Hasako residential project, be trailed until immediately after the combined presentation for items 11A, 12A, and 14A. And if that's acceptable, then if we could pull up the PowerPoint presentation, please. And Ms. Seifert, please take it away.
That's great. Thank you. This is the combined presentation for three separate but related items, item 11A, 12A, and 14A. Item 12A is the appeal by 11 appellants of the City of Los Angeles' approval of a local coastal development permit, or CDP, for the Venice Del mixed-use affordable housing project. The local CDP approved the demolition of two public city-owned parking lots and a private quadruplex for construction of a new mixed-use multi-structure development with 140 affordable units and 252 public parking spaces. Item 14A is a Coastal Commission CDP application for the Venice Del Community Housing Project. The applicants are Venice Community Housing Corporation and Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. The applicants propose a similar project scope as the CDP approved by the city, with some relatively minor but important revisions intended to address the issues raised in the appeal. Item 11A is a project-specific amendment to the city's Certified Venice Land Use Plan, or LUP, to increase maximum development standards for the project site. The LUP amendment would be necessary to approve the Venice Del Community Housing Project, and in this presentation we will first discuss the appeal and the CDP application before describing the city's related LUP amendment requests. Next slide, please. The project site is a 2.65-acre area shown by a star icon on this slide, consisting of 40 lots located in Venice, the City of Los Angeles, Los Angeles County. The site is located immediately north of the Venice Canal sub-area and about 500 feet inland of the sandy Venice Beach. The surrounding area is characterized by a mix of residential development and pedestrian-oriented retail. Next slide, please. This slide shows the existing project site. Most of the site is developed with the existing 196-space public parking lot 731, operated by the Los Angeles Department of Transportation. The Grand Canal bisects the project site with a historic bridge providing vehicle access across the canal to either side of the existing public parking lot. The blue polygon on this slide outlines a ramp for the public to launch recreational boats into the Venice canals and 7 associated public parking spaces for boating visitors. Adjacent to the east of the boat launch parking lot is a private quadruplex outlined here in yellow. Next slide, please. As enumerated on this slide, the city's action on the local CDP approved first, demolition of 2 city-owned public parking lots, as well as demolition of an existing quadruplex. Second, consolidation of 40 lots and subdivision into 2 ground lots and 7 airspace lots. And third, construction of 2 new 35-foot tall, 3- and 4-story mixed-use structures. Next slide, please. This slide shows a color-coded diagram of the locally approved development, which consists of 2 primary structures sited on east and west sides of the Grand Canal. The 4-story west structure would function as a 105-space parking garage, shown in gray here, ringed on all sides by residential and commercial development, shown here in yellow. The 105 parking spaces would all serve residential and commercial uses, with the exception of 1 public parking space reserved for boat launch ramp access. A subterranean level of the west garage would also provide parking, and the west structure would include a 67-foot tall campanile. The 3-story east structure would function as a 252-space public parking garage, shown in gray, ringed on all sides by residential development, shown here in blue. The 252 parking spaces would include 250 spaces open to the general public and 3 spaces reserved for public boat launch ramp access. Overall, the locally approved new development included 140 affordable dwelling units, 253 public parking spaces, retail use, a cafe, and supportive residential services. Next slide, please. The locally approved composition of affordable units included 68 units reserved for people experiencing homelessness, 34 live-work units reserved for low-income artists, 27 units reserved for low-income households, 4 of which would be offered to tenants of the existing quadruplex to be demolished, 7 units reserved for extremely low-income households, and 4 units reserved free of cost for property managers. Next slide, please. The appellants contend that the locally approved project is not consistent with Chapter 3 Coastal Act and LUP policies regarding public access, visual resources, community character, biological resources, coastal hazards, and tribal cultural resources. The local CDP findings did not adequately analyze several potential coastal resource impacts from the project. For example, the city's action did not specify the proposed public parking garage's parking rates, its method of operation, or how 252 public parking spaces would actually be provided on site, considering the locally approved plans showed fewer striped spaces than the city approved and required. The city also approved a boat launch parking configuration that diminished access to the only available method of boating access to the Venice Canal system available to the public. Specifically, the city approved a 4-space reduction in the total number of boat launch parking spaces, the relocation of said spaces further from the boat launch ramp, and the elimination of any direct vehicle access to the boat launch ramp. Other potential resource impacts, such as insufficient drainage and an absence of any tribal cultural monitoring or mitigation measures, were not adequately considered in the city's action. As such, staff recommends that the Commission find substantial issue with regard to the contentions on which the appeal has been filed. Unless 3 or more commissioners wish to hold a hearing on the substantial issue determination, substantial issue will be deemed to exist, and we will move on to the Commission's de novo action, dual CDP application, and related project-specific LUP amendment. So we will await Commission direction.
All right, thank you very much. So let me ask if 3 or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue. Seeing none, substantial issue is found, and we'll move forward. Thank you.
Okay. In the dual permit jurisdiction area of the City of Los Angeles, next slide, please. Thank you. In the dual permit jurisdiction area of the City of Los Angeles, which includes the project site, the Coastal Act requires that any development which receives a local CDP also obtain a second or dual CDP from the Coastal Commission. The Commission's standard of review for dual CDP application number 5220588 and de novo CDP application number A5VEN 220042 are the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act with the Certified Venice LUP providing guidance. In coordination with Commission staff, the applicants have made some minor revisions to the project since its initial approval by the City. The revisions are the minimum necessary to address public access, community character, and other coastal resource impacts raised in the appeal. The revised project consists of 3 primary components, as enumerated on this slide. First, consolidation of 40 lots and subdivision into 2 ground lots and 7 airspace lots. Second, demolition of the existing parking lot 731 and quadruplex. And third, construction of 2 new 3-story, 35-foot tall mixed-use structures. Next slide, please. This slide shows a diagram of the revised project, which still consists of 2 primary structures on either side of the Grand Canal. The west structure's interior garage, shown here in gray, would provide 55 private parking spaces on the upper floors and 46 public parking spaces on the lower floors. The uses ringing the west structure, shown here in yellow, would still include affordable units, supportive structures, and a retail use, although the cafe use has been eliminated. No campanile, subterranean levels, or mechanized parking lift system are proposed. The east structure's interior garage, shown in gray, would provide 177 public parking spaces. The uses ringing the east structure, shown here in blue, will still include affordable units and supportive services. The boat launch parking lot would be maintained in its existing location, as shown here in striped black. As can be seen on this slide, the main project revision has been keeping the boat launch parking lot in roughly its existing footprint and increasing the number of boat launch parking spaces from 7 to 8. The applicants would accommodate this change with a small reduction in the footprint of the eastern structure. This, in turn, results in some unavoidable reductions. A 20-unit reduction in proposed housing, a 1,330 square foot reduction in proposed commercial space, and a 22-space reduction in proposed public parking. Commission staff explored alternatives with the applicants and the city to maintain or even increase the number of residential units through potential height increases, but neither the applicants nor the city wish to pursue such an alternative. Next slide, please. The revised composition of 120 affordable units includes 68 units reserved for people experiencing homelessness, 26 live-work units reserved for low-income tenants, 16 units reserved for low-income households, 4 of which would be offered to tenants of the demolished quadruplex, 7 extremely low-income units, and 3 units reserved free of cost for property managers. Next slide, please. Regarding the boat launch ramp, the existing surface parking lot would be replaced with a similar surface parking lot sited in roughly its existing footprint. 7 vehicle parking spaces and an 8th ADA-compliant space would be striped along the Grand Canal sidewalk, as shown here in yellow. Unlike the original proposal, the boat launch parking lot would maintain its entrance separate from the other parking garages proposed on site. No method of barring vehicle entrance is proposed. Next slide, please. For comparison, this slide shows an aerial photograph of the existing boat launch area. The launch ramp access way is subject to several ongoing violations of past CDP terms and conditions. Past commission actions required the installation of 3 public access signs along North and South Venice Boulevard, and that the boat launch ramp parking lot remain open to the public between 8 a.m. and sunset every day. Neither requirement has been followed by the city. Additionally, the public boat launch parking lot is used by the city's canal cleaning contractor on a weekly basis. The canal cleaners park their vehicles and store large dumpsters full of algae in the boat launch parking lot, effectively blocking at least 2 public parking spaces. The use of a public amenity for storage during hours of operation is inconsistent with past permit conditions and blocks public access. Commission staff have requested that the city become a co-applicant to resolve these violations, but the city has repeatedly declined in the 3 years since receipt of the application. The current applicants are not parties to the existing Coastal Act violations, but propose measures to improve access to the ramp, including elimination of the gate used to bar access and the addition of a new ADA-compliant parking space. Special Condition 3 of the staff report requires the applicants to submit final boat launch access plans that include a signage plan to improve public awareness of the boat launch parking lot's use. Commission staff are supportive of the boat launch parking lot design as proposed and conditioned. Next slide, please. The ownership and operation of the public parking spaces is another major factor in the enhancement of public access on site. The city required, as a condition of its local CDP, that the applicants obtain final approval of a parking management plan through a development agreement by its Department of Transportation. Although not part of the city's action, the project originally proposed the use of a mechanized lift system in the public parking garage. But commission staff and the community had concerns over the proposed lift system, which would require visitors to use a valet service and rely on equipment subject to occasional mechanical failure. In response to these concerns, the applicants revised their proposal to eliminate the lift system and instead use a traditional self-park design for both parking garages. The applicants instead distributed 177 public spaces in the east garage and 46 public spaces in the west garage. This would still increase the existing number of public parking spaces on site from 203 spaces to 231 spaces, including boat launch parking spaces. Members of the public have argued that the project must be denied to allow the potential future use of the project site as a new expanded parking hub. This possibility was noted by the city in the certified LUP. But in the 2 decades since LUP certification, the city has not taken steps towards such improvements. Meanwhile, the need for housing has increased in urgency across the state. Venice is no exception to the statewide need for affordable housing, with average monthly rates in Venice exceeding the national average by roughly 76% as of November 2024. The proposed project balances the need for affordable housing and parking in Venice without adversely impacting public access. Next slide, please. As previously stated, the city has declined to become a co-applicant despite owning the entire project site. Instead, the city would continue to own the subject site and the two applicants would become lessees. The city and applicants previously executed a development agreement which outlines a specific leasing framework pursuant to recordation of a separate contract, the parking agreement. Regarding the East Public Parking Garage, the draft agreement requires the city to fund the construction of the entire facility. Upon construction, the city would own and operate the entire East parking facility, and the applicants would lease the residential uses surrounding the East Garage. Regarding the West Mixed-Use Parking Garage, the city would operate the 46 public parking spaces and entrance pay stations via a reciprocal easement agreement with the city. To ensure the public parking spaces are owned and operated as proposed, Special Condition 17 requires the applicants to demonstrate their legal ability to comply with the conditions of this CDP prior to issuance. This may include submitting a copy of the final parking agreement recorded between the city and the applicants. Next slide, please. While prior commission permits authorize the city to charge maximum entry rates of $11 per day for vehicles to park in Lot 731, the city's parking operator has charged up to $45 for entry during peak demand periods. The applicants are not parties to this Coastal Act violation, but have requested commission authorization of a new maximum $25 daily rate for all proposed public parking on site, except the 8 boat launch parking spaces, which would remain free of charge to the public. Commission staff have not received feedback from the city on the proposed rates. In August 2023, Commission staff met with city staff to discuss the subject rates, and staff requested that the city first comply with Commission authorized parking rates, and second, become a co-applicant on the subject application if they wished to propose any subsequent increase to the maximum $11 parking rates. Despite this, the city has not joined this application, and the applicants do not have the legal authority to request changes to the parking lot rates themselves. To maintain consistency with the Commission's prior action and to protect affordable public access, Special Condition 2 requires the applicants to submit a final parking management plan approved by the city's Department of Transportation for the proposed east and west public parking spaces. The revised plans must show daily parking rates consistent with Commission Coastal Development Permit 501028. If the city wishes to charge higher entry rates for the public parking spaces, they can apply for a CDP amendment to the underlying permit or a new CDP. As condition, the proposed public parking spaces would remain lower cost recreational visitor amenities. The city's Department of Transportation held a hearing on the proposed project yesterday morning. The Board of Transportation Commissioners followed their staff's recommendation to not authorize use of Lot 731 for the proposed affordable housing project, citing concerns with funding and legal liability, among others. Ultimately, the city owns the project site and is the final arbiter of what development may occur there. The Commission's action on the subject 3 hearing items will not alter the city's control over the project site, nor will it mandate any specific action by the city. Overall, staff believes the project, as proposed in condition, will not raise inconsistency with the Coastal Act and the certified LUP. Staff recommend that the Commission approve CDP application numbers A5-VEN 220042 and 5220588 with the 22 special conditions listed in the staff report. Next slide, please. This brings us to the final item of the presentation, item 11A, the city's proposed amendment to the certified LUP. The Venice-Dale Community Project would exceed the maximum density, mass, and scale allowed by the currently certified LUP. To allow approval of the project, the city proposes to add a new sub-area with boundaries aligning of those of the project site. Sub-area A would be redesignated from open space and low-medium 2 residential to neighborhood commercial use. And new development standards specific to Subarea A would be added to those of the existing neighborhood commercial land use. The city's amendment request would also add new development incentives for all supportive housing projects. The city does not have a certified local coastal program, making the standard of review for this LUP amendment request the Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. The suggested modifications recommended by staff are relatively minor in nature, but important. The primary issue resolved by the modifications is to ensure that any future development on the project site, including in the event that the proposed project is not built, would be limited to either a public parking or a 100% affordable housing project, and that the existing number of public parking spaces shall be maintained for beach users no matter what. The modifications also ensure that residential units on site will be maintained as affordable for the life of the development, not just 55 years, as originally proposed by the city, which would have allowed for eventual conversion of the units to market rates in the future. Both the city planning department staff and the applicants have indicated agreement with all suggested modifications. There is an addendum for the 3 subject items correcting minor typographical errors in the staff report and responding to public comment. The addendum addresses requests from members of the public and the city attorney that the commission defer action on these items until the city can resolve outstanding questions. Staff feel that all questions of Coastal Act consistency have been already resolved. Considering that this project has gone through at least 8 years of local review and 2 years of commission review, it is unclear how deferring action on these applications for up to 6 months would improve the city's ability to resolve issues of funding, liability, and their leasing contracts. Next slide, please. In closing, staff recommends that the commission approve the subject LUP amendment with the suggested modifications, approve the de novo, and approve the dual CDP applications. To carry out the staff recommendations, there are a total of 4 motions. First, the commission must deny the LUP amendment as submitted. Second, the commission must approve the LUP amendment with suggested modifications as recommended by staff. Third, the commission must approve the de novo CDP application. And fourth, the commission must approve the dual CDP application. The motions to accomplish the staff recommendation can be found on page 6 of the W11A staff report and pages 39 and 40 of the W12A and 14A staff report. And I will defer.
All right, thank you. And just to wrap up, I would like to just offer a few overarching observations about an unprecedented situation that we would like to ensure the commission is aware of. This is an unusual situation in that we have been working closely with the city, the applicants, and the city's many different departments over the past 2 years. And we have worked with the applicant. We have complete agreement by the applicant on all special conditions. We've been working with the city's planning department, and the planning department has previously indicated they're in agreement with all the suggested modifications. However, we won't be hearing from those other departments today. I believe the city will be solely represented by its city attorney's office, and you're going to hear that the city attorney's office is requesting postponement of this item. We also have a similar request from many members of the public opposed to the project. And they'll be citing an action that occurred yesterday by the city's transportation department. And you heard briefly about that in Ms. Seifert's presentation, but I'd like to add a little bit additional background about what's actually happening here. In this case, I would like to just remind the commission and the audience that we have an LUP amendment before us that was previously approved by the city council. And the appeal of the city CDP, also previously approved by the city council. The city has not chosen to withdraw that LUP amendment, and so it's still before us, and we must act on that. Likewise, for the appeal of the city CDP, that action by the city council still stands. It hasn't been rescinded or in any way eliminated, and thus we also must act on that. Now, the hearing yesterday that occurred before the Department of Transportation was for the use of the property. But at the time that this action was approved by the city as part of that LUP amendment, the city council did approve this use for this site for these uses. They did have a special condition, very similar to our special condition, that because the parking plan was ambiguous in regard to how those number of parking spaces required by the city would actually be achieved on site. They required that the applicant would go back to the Department of Transportation and obtain the development agreement for a parking management plan that Chloe mentioned. That wasn't what was acted on by the city yesterday. Instead, it was a completely separate action for the use of the site. It's unclear how that factors into the city's process, but our understanding, and I'm sure the city will explain more, is that the city believes that that was a requirement of separate litigation, that the city has been involved in multiple litigation efforts over the past year, and that they were required to do so. But that is a point of contention with the applicant, and the applicant and city are not in agreement on what that requirement of that litigation was. Regardless, I would just note that at the end of the day, the city is the owner and operator of that site. They have the ability to resolve these issues. This question of what the city did yesterday really is, in our mind, it's an issue or a problem that the city has created, but an issue that would be resolved between the city and the applicant. Now, the action yesterday where the city denied use of this property to the applicant, they cited that they would like to explore other alternatives, including use of another parking lot that is smaller and sort of oddly shaped, slightly inland of this site. That would be an entirely different project, but I would note that our conditions that we're recommending today allow for all these different avenues of potential solutions regardless of what the city does. First, our condition requires that the applicant return to the Department of Transportation and obtain the final approval for a parking management plan. And that's because we still don't have the details from the city, because the city refused to join as co-applicant. And thus, we don't have the city before us to lock in what would be the parking rates and how would it be managed, hours of operation, and those sorts of details that we would normally need in order to ensure that this public parking, which it's not parking for the sake of parking, this is parking for the sake of providing access to the public to the beach. We want to ensure that that's protected. And so that's why there is that condition that requires them to return to the Department of Transportation. The action yesterday, the potential avenues of how this could be resolved, is that the Department of Transportation Board's commission may be reviewed by the City Council within 5 days. The City Council, if they're not in agreement, would remand that decision back to the Board of Transportation, so it's possible the city could change that denial that occurred yesterday. If the city fails to do that, another avenue, and I would surmise likely avenue, is that there could be litigation by the applicant against the city because they're relying on the previous approvals, including the LUP and the CDP. And that would take some time, but that would be another potential avenue. Lastly, if the city and the applicant were unable to resolve those differences, there's always the possibility that the applicant could return to us if the city approves something in a different manner. That could come back to us as an amendment or an entirely new permit. So we do believe that nothing that occurred last night by the city would preclude the commission, from making a decision today, that there were no changes necessary to our conditions. And then lastly, I would just note as well, because I believe this is important for the final record, at the end of this process, if the commission were to approve these today, we would have these suggested modifications. It's only those suggested modifications that would need to return to the city council for acceptance. And I would like to note that these suggested modifications that we have today, in our mind, they are very minor. They do not make significant changes to this project, but they are important. And those modifications are simply to ensure that the public parking would be protected, because it's a land use change for this site. It adds in the additional protection that if this project doesn't occur, any future projects would still be restricted to 100 either public parking or 100% affordable housing. And the other significant change was simply to ensure that those restrictions are in place for the life of the development, not only 55 years as originally approved. The conditions to the project also very, in my mind, very minor. The chief change was simply to ensure we retain the 7 outdoor parking spaces adjacent to the boat launch and the direct street access, and that is what necessitated those minor changes to the footprint of the structure. It wasn't our goal to have that reduction of 20 units, but that was the applicant's decision that that was the only way to achieve those changes. And so with the only change being that there's a slight reduction in the size of the structure and the number of units. Otherwise, the change is to preserve public access. There is no real change to the parking. It's simply to utilize the same space within the building approved by the city, except now there would be some public parking in the second tower. So I'd just like to note that we do believe those are minor changes and simple, straightforward modifications. I don't believe that the city today would be able to say that they're in agreement, but we have worked closely with the city's planning department, and they have previously indicated that they agreed with that assessment of those modifications and that their staff agreed with the modifications themselves. So with that, I'm just going to turn to Executive Director Huckelbridge in case she has any additional comments.
I'll be very, very brief. I think Steve and Chloe did a great job describing the project and also the challenges here. I mean, I think as you all are well aware, affordable housing is desperately needed in the coastal zone, all over California, and especially in this area. And I think we are disappointed that we're not in agreement or haven't been able to come to a resolution with the city. That said, we appreciate working with the applicant very closely, and we're happy to be in agreement with the applicant today. And we hope that the city, and we can continue to work with the city and come to some resolution on some of the outstanding issues. But as both Steve and Chloe pointed out, it does go back to the city for final resolution of some of the issues they've raised. And no action that you take changes that. But also, again, we just extend our, our hand again to the city. We would love to work with them on this and try to bring it to resolution regardless of the decision today. So with that, we'll close the staff presentation, and we will be available for questions.
All right. Just want to express my appreciation to staff, to you, Chloe, Mr. Hudson, to Dr. Huckelbridge. I know a lot of work went into this, and it's been a struggle, obviously, and I appreciate it. All right, I'm going to turn to the commission, ask if there are any ex partes. Okay, well, yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. On December 12th, at approximately 12:30 p.m., I had an ex parte meeting with Mr. DJ Moore. Mr. Moore indicated that he was in favor of the project and agreed with staff recommendations, and it is on file. I also have another ex parte with Ms. Marjorie Wiseman, Mr. Mark Galati, and my staff person, Sean Murkoff, on the same day, December 5th, at 1:30 p.m., where they raised concerns regarding the LCP and the project, and these two ex partes are on file.
Thank you, Commissioner Uranga. And we have Commissioner Harmon now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My ex partes are substantially similar to Commissioner Uranga's. First, at 8:45 a.m. on December 5th via Zoom, I had an ex parte with DJ Moore of Latham and Watkins on behalf of the applicant. The content was the same as described by Commissioner Uranga. He just explained to me the project, the number of units, discussed the parking spaces. We talked about the boat ranch briefly, and various site improvements, and he stated that the applicant is in agreement with staff recommendations. And then on Friday, December 6th, also at 8:30 for approximately 25 minutes. I spoke with Robin Rudisil and Marjorie Reitzman, and they similarly to Commissioner Uranga gave me their thoughts on the project, stated that they have not always been in opposition to this project, but that they have, in particular, among other concerns, serious concerns about public access and parking and the location in particular of the public parking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. On December 9th at approximately 4:20 p.m., I had an ex parte communication with Ryan Smith of St. Joseph Center, who explained that he supported granting the Venice Dell Community Project a coastal development permit. The project would provide 117 housing units. One of the points that he made was that Black people are significantly overrepresented among individuals experiencing homelessness in SPA 5, West Los Angeles, that's the county area, underscoring the need for equitable housing solutions in the area, and that there is a west side of Los Angeles insufficiency of the number of affordable housing and permanent housing units, making projects like Venice Dell critical to addressing the region's housing crisis, and he supported the staff report. And then similarly, I had an ex parte this morning with DJ Moore representing the applicant. The content of my communication with him was substantially similar to those conveyed by Commissioners Harmon and Commissioner Uranga. Additionally, he explained that he supported the past unanimous city council decisions and also the staff report. Thank you.
All right, I also have an ex parte. I met on Zoom with DJ Moore December 10th, 2024 at 10 a.m. That conversation, during that conversation, he indicated that this is the right site for affordable housing in Venice, an area that is very expensive, which has very little affordable housing. In fact, it may be the lowest rate of affordable production housing in the city of LA. This has been identified as an area of city-owned property in the LA coastal zone that could have significant affordable housing, given that the city owns the underlying land and leases to the affordable housing developers for 55 years, and the affordable housing will be built along with parking, that the city will pay for replacement parking, and this was all sorted out when the project was approved. Disposition and development agreement was signed by the developer and the city, and this was unanimously approved by the city council in 2021, that the entities that he represents have addressed parking, including the added boat parking, that opponents wanted all parking on the west side, but that this would eliminate the housing. Parking will be improved in terms of circulation for the whole site. The city will be managing the parking, and the boat launch parking will be free with appropriate time limits. Developer that he represents will dramatically improve canal access, reactivate the area, and bring it into the fabric of the community. He also mentioned that the items in front of the commission do not prevent the city from changing the LUP or the CDP, that it will return to the city, and that the city remains the ultimate arbiter of the project, and therefore no delay is appropriate. I also want to note that I did attempt to have an ex parte with the entities, including Margaret Weitzman. It was scheduled. They needed to change it, and unfortunately, due to a family emergency that I experienced, I was unable to have the ex parte later in the day, although I was available at the time it was scheduled. All right, so now we'll move into the hearing. I'm going to start, we're going to approach this. Mr. Moore, representing the applicant, you'll be going first. Then we will have the original appellants will speak, and then I will ask anyone who is here representing any of our representatives, county supervisor, I believe there's someone. So that's how we'll approach it. So Mr. Moore, you want to come forward, and I'm going to give you initial 15 minutes as you requested.
Got it. Good afternoon. I should change the morning. Afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. DJ Moore of Latham & Watkins. We are pro bono counsel to the applicants. This project has a lot of history. Thank you for 15 minutes today. And I'm going to introduce Becky Dennison, one of the Executive Director of Venice Community Housing, to introduce the project.
Hello, Commissioners. Thanks for giving us the time today. We are really happy to be in front of you to take a few minutes to tell you about Venice-Dale Community from our perspective, a project that expands coastal access, promotes equity and inclusion through a large expansion of affordable housing, the expansion and modernization of public parking, good union jobs, and other amenities. You can go to the next slide, please. We're here with our development partners at Hollywood Community Housing. We are both nonprofit affordable housing developers with incredible teams of people that do property management, services for residents, finance our buildings to ensure that we are operating safe, permanently affordable, healthy housing in over 50 properties across Los Angeles. We have been doing this for a combined 71 years, and we're very excited to be in front of you today because this is actually the fourth time in our 35-year history that we've been able to bring a new construction project in the coastal zone because of all the barriers that everyone's aware of. So this is an incredibly unique opportunity for us. And because of our years of experience and that unique position in the community, we have really broad and diverse support for the project from our elected officials in the county and the state, from labor unions, from environmental justice organizations, tenant organizations, and so many more. Next slide, please. Venice-Dale will restore some inclusion and expand access in Venice after years of gentrification and displacement, which I know you've heard a lot about. Right, you can see the median rent for available units in Venice is over $6,000, completely out of reach to most Angelenos. And in the last 6 years, the Venice planning area has less than 1% of the city's affordable housing approvals. So again, we're really excited about this unique opportunity. Next slide, please. You've seen the site, but this is why it's so unique, because it's almost 3 acres right there in the dual jurisdiction zone of the coast, a property that could never be purchased in the open market, which is why the city approved it many years ago for this use. And I will just add that as nonprofit affordable housing developers, the process is really, really long and complicated and expensive and risky. So we would ask for you all to play your role today in our coastal access review, which we worked really hard on, knowing that, of course, we still have work to do at the city level and the financing level. And we appreciate your support if you're willing. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. From a planning perspective, this site has 2 complicating factors. First, it's a public beach parking lot today. So the city required that any project that was going to be built here was going to need to replace that parking 100%. And second, it's bisected by the Grand Canal. So any successful project on the site is going to need to respect and embrace that unique coastal resource. Next slide, please. As the Commission is aware, the City of Los Angeles is in the middle of an unprecedented housing crisis. To help address it, in 2016, the city spearheaded the Affordable Housing Opportunities Sites Program to identify underutilized city-owned sites that could be transformed into permanent supportive housing. The city identified 9 sites in all of Los Angeles, and the project site is the only one that was identified in the coastal zone. Next slide, please. The applicant team developed a proposal that was selected by the city in its RFP process. The city agreed to a lease for 55 years that still needs to be negotiated, but that was part of the upfront. The initial proposal was modified through an over 3-year community outreach process and qualified for a CEQA exemption under AB 1197. The City Council unanimously approved the project's coastal development permit in 2021 and subsequently approved an LUP amendment along with other entitlements. The entitlements were challenged in 2 separate lawsuits, and the applicants and the city prevailed in both of those lawsuits earlier this year. Next, actually, could you go back? I'm sorry. Thank you. The applicant team has worked closely with Coastal Commission staff, as you heard, and city staff for over 2 years to refine the project design, further improve public access and parking configurations, and ensure that the project is consistent with the Coastal Act. This has resulted in minor reductions in unit count, preservation of the boat launch parking area, and a reduction in height and commercial square footage. Next slide. I really find these next few slides to be helpful in understanding the project in its context and how the building pieces fit together. Here's the site with the preserved boat launch next to the canal, along with enhanced walkways, preserved trees, and enhanced landscaping around where the buildings will be located. Next slide. Here you can see the addition of the parking structure's components in the center of the east and west sites. The structure located on the east is larger and entirely public, given the number of public parking spaces that are on the site today that need to be replaced. The structure on the west is smaller and will have public parking, as staff mentioned, on the ground floor and part of the second floor with the upper levels for residents. Next slide. And here the residential buildings surround the two parking structures, which is really important for urban design and street activation. Rather than blank garage walls, the entire site will be filled with activity, windows looking out on all street frontages and along the canal. Next slide. The project's thoughtful architecture effectively screens the parking structures, provides a diversity of forms and textures, and includes appropriate ground floor retail and new landscaping and open space along the canal that will bring the community into the site and actually make this an integrated part of the neighborhood. The project includes converting an historic existing bridge that is vehicles only, that is located over the canal, into pedestrian use only, which will activate and help preserve it for the long term. The project is in no way insular or closed off. Most importantly, as staff mentioned, the project includes 117 affordable housing units, 68 of which will be designated for residents experiencing homelessness, and the project includes all of the necessary suite of on-site supportive services that this kind of project should have. Mental and physical health experts, along with case managers to ensure successful outcomes for residents. Next slide. The project opponents have raised three primary issues: that the public parking does not satisfy the Coastal Act's public access requirements, that the canal and the boat launch improvements do not comply with recreational policies, and that the project design is inconsistent with the surrounding community character. As we'll demonstrate, the project addresses each of these claims and is fully consistent with the Coastal Act as conditioned by your staff. Next slide. The existing lot has a single vehicle entrance for this entire almost 3-acre site on North Venice that can result in queues that impede public access on peak days. The city's own parking study of this lot shows it is underutilized on most days of the year. Peak use occurs on summer weekends and holidays. On the majority of summer days in the city's own study, it confirmed that less than 25% of the lot's 196 spaces are occupied. Next slide, please. The project replaces all 196 existing parking spaces in two structures. The east structure contains 177 public spaces, and the west structure will contain 46 public spaces. In total, this is an increase of 27 public spaces compared to what is available today. The project also adds, as staff mentioned, an ADA accessible space to the boat launch. Next slide, please. And here's how the project works under current conditions. Again, while there are multiple exit points, you can see there's only one entrance on North Venice. Nothing is automated, and attendant transactions can cause queuing on the streets. Next slide. Under the project, there will be 3 new access points so that each garage can be accessed from both North and South Venice, a new ticketing system that will require obtaining a ticket from a kiosk for each of the numbered parking spaces within the garage will help eliminate queues and improve public access. Next slide, please. Signage will be incorporated into the design so that all public parking entrances are highly visible with a digital display showing the number of available public spaces within the structure. Next slide. Wayfinding signage will be incorporated around the site to highlight public parking areas for both vehicles and pedestrians. Next slide. And the parking structures will have multiple access points for users to leave the structure and walk to the beach or the Grand Canal. Entrances to elevators and staircases will be dedicated to the parking structures. You will not have to enter the residential building in order to get in and out of the parking structure. The commission has approved numerous public parking structures within residential developments, and this development is no different. Next slide, please. Importantly, Lot 701, which is less than a block from the project site, functions as an underutilized overflow parking lot today and will be used for temporary parking during construction. Special Condition 4 also requires the applicants to lease an additional number of spaces within a quarter mile of the beach during construction. Staff mentioned the parking rates. They'll be consistent with what the commission has approved for city lots in Venice, and it won't be able to be increased unless the city obtains a CDP amendment. Finally, the applicants did eliminate all mechanical lifts from the design. These are traditional parking spaces. And unlike the city's approval that had 0 public parking on the west site, the applicants have included 46 spaces in the west garage, so public parking will be on both sides of the site with the majority on the east, just like it functions today. Next slide, please. The portion of the Grand Canal that bisects the project is paved with minimal landscaping and is not inviting. Walkways under the historic bridge have been closed off with gates. Next slide. The project will invest in and revitalize this area of the canal, opening up the walkways with over 450 square feet of landscaping along each side, along with new walkways, seating areas, and other amenities that will promote use of the canal and the existing boat launch that is limited to non-motorized boats like kayaks and canoes. Next slide, please. The existing short line bridge that connects the two sites is currently only for vehicles, as I mentioned. The project will make the bridge a pedestrian path. It incorporates a new ADA access point to allow users to access the bridge directly from South Venice and experience the canal. Next slide. This slide shows all of the proposed pedestrian routes that will be available along the canal and the project frontages. As I mentioned, the idea is to make this a part of the fabric of the larger Venice community. Next slide. And in response to public and staff comments, the building has been pulled back to preserve the existing boat launch parking lot. Next slide. The applicants have enhanced the boat launch, adding the ADA van space and also expanding the aisle width so it's a full 24 feet so you can have two-way traffic, which you can't have today. And there will also be storage space for the city's canal cleaning system, cleaning contractor rather, who maintains the canal and was mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. The applicants worked closely with commission staff to ensure the project fits within this neighborhood. The 60-foot campanile was removed. The project observes a maximum of 35 feet with varying building facades and textures to reduce mass. There will be wayfinding signage throughout the site for pedestrians, and the majority of mature trees will be preserved. Next slide. I also want to emphasize the incredible and robust outreach program that this project team is engaged in, even before the project was designed. There have been over 100 engagement events with direct outreach to neighbors in the community, including 4 design-focused meetings that had over 180 attendees. The project has earned support from over 500 Venice residents, and as Becky mentioned, is creating affordable and supportive housing in a part of the city that historically has had minimal affordable housing. Next slide. The city's housing element specifically identifies this site in its inventory to meet its RHNA assessment. The California Department of Housing and Community Development submitted a letter to the commission confirming its support. As Becky noted, the project will help Venice provide its share of regional affordable housing, and it furthers environmental justice policies. Next slide. As staff mentioned, the Board of Transportation Commissioners met yesterday. They do not have authority under the city's code to approve or deny this project. That authority rests with the City Council. Only the City Council, which unanimously approved the CDP, can move this project forward. If the commission approves the project today, the LUP amendment has to go to the City Council for the final say. Many of you are local government representatives. You know the buck stops with the City Council. That's where it's going to go after this. And the city also agreed in writing already to accept all of the CDP conditions when they declined to be a co-applicant. Next slide. Special Condition 18 ensures that all of these next steps with the city, including the final ground lease and ancillary parking agreements, will occur. They must occur before the CDP ultimately issues. So all of these open issues are going to be resolved. There's an existing disposition and development agreement between the applicant and the city providing a framework for all of these remaining agreements to work out. That disposition agreement was already agreed to. Next slide. We thank you very much for your time today. Consistent with Commission staff's recommendation and yesterday's LA Times editorial board request, we are respectfully requesting your approval of this incredibly important affordable housing project. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Moore. Appreciate it. And folks, let's try to avoid any whistling, clapping. Let's just go through the hearing in a very respectful way, and that will be great. Don't hold your signs up in front of people so that they can't see. I think we've seen your signs. So, although I would note they were backward for part of the hearing. Okay, so now what we're going to do is turn to the city. I'm going to ask, is there an individual available to speak for the city on Zoom, Chris, or here?
Yes, so on Zoom we have John Heath.
John Heath. Mr. Heath, if you can bring him in, I'll ask him how much time he needs.
And he's being promoted in right now.
Okay.
When you're able to, please unmute and begin.
Kadok.
Can
The
everyone
backward signs. That's
hear me?
just kidding. All right, excuse me. Okay, Mr. Heath, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. And how much time would you need today?
I think I may need 5 minutes, if that, ma'am.
All right, that's great. Why don't you proceed then, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Hucklebridge and commissioners. I am John Heath, Chief of the Real Estate Branch in the LA City Attorney's Office. Congratulations, by the way, to Commissioners Cummings and Aguirre on their election earlier today. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to briefly discuss items W11A, W12A, and W14A, which, as you know, involve the city's consideration of the proposed Venice Del mixed-use development. I won't repeat a description of the project. You already know that. As you know, the city has a pending Venice Land Use Plan amendment before the commission. Today is item W11A. And just yesterday, as previously mentioned, the city's Board of Transportation Commissioners, or BOTC, considered the Venice Del project at a special meeting for the first time. As the city's statutorily designated manager of all city-owned parking lots, the BOTC is authorized to determine whether Lot 731 should be utilized as proposed and or whether other city parking lots are better options to balance the urgent need for more affordable housing with public parking for coastal access. Typically, BOTC would have considered such a significant proposal to redevelop Lot 731 much earlier in the city's review process. However, due to prior litigation against the LUP, which others have mentioned, and the project's other land use entitlements and other claims against the city and the developer that were just finally resolved this past August, the BOTC hearing on the project was delayed. There were many public comments at yesterday's hearing regarding how difficult it is to find beach parking in Venice. There were obviously also many public comments citing the urgent need for more affordable and permanent supportive housing in the Venice community. After listening to more than 2 hours of testimony from members of the public, including from the developer and City Council member Tracy Park, the board voted 5-0 to deny the use of Lot 731 for the proposed project and to consider using nearby Lot 701 to develop affordable housing. At yesterday's BOTC hearing and prior to voting, the BOTC commissioners spoke about the importance of doing everything within the city's power to address the affordable housing crisis and balancing this work with the need to facilitate better solutions for public coastal access and related public transportation solutions. And one of my colleagues from the LA Department of Transportation is here, and he can elaborate further as needed. Staff yesterday also noted the potentially significant fiscal impacts of the proposed project during a time of fiscal crisis in the city. Projected construction costs have significantly increased, and the city would have been required to commit upwards of $20 million to a new public parking structure to replace an existing lot that generates approximately $750,000 each year. The city is poised to aggressively pursue the option recommended by DOT staff and approved by BOTC at yesterday's hearing to assess the use of Lot 701 for new affordable housing, and to also consider other nearby sites for affordable housing development consistent with its obligations under the state housing element law, and to affirmatively further fair housing. Yesterday's BOTC decision that Lot 731 will not be available for the proposed project cannot be appealed. Under the city charter, BOTC's action will be final unless a supermajority of city council members takes the matter up within 5 council meeting days, which would extend into January of next year due to the upcoming holiday recess. In light of yesterday's BOTC action, noting the fact that the board's action will not be final until January 2025, and the city attorney's previous request to the commission in her November 26th letter to defer any final decisions on the project, we respectfully request that the commission continue items W11A, W12A, and W14A until January 2025, next month. Notwithstanding the status of the pending project, a number of my colleagues from the city attorney's office, the city planning department, the Department of Transportation, as I mentioned, and the Bureau of Street Services are here today to respond to any questions from the commission, and the City of Los Angeles stands ready to continue working with Coastal Commission and its staff to implement optimal solutions that produce affordable housing on city-owned parking lots in Venice while preserving and expanding coastal public coastal access. Thank you. Happy to respond to any questions, and I'll allow those who are here from the city, from departments of planning, DOT, and street services in my office to introduce themselves if they're asked to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Heath. Appreciate it, and I appreciate your remaining available through the hearing in case there are any questions from commissioners. All right, at this time I'll ask if there are any political representatives here. I've heard that Supervisor Horvath representative, Ms. Perkins, is here. Is Amy Perkins here still?
We have Jonah Glickman in place of Amy Perkins.
I'm sorry,
and,
Joan England?
Jonah Glickman.
Jonah Glickman.
And then he's then on Zoom and is in as a panelist right now. You should be able to unmute.
And is that the only person here?
We have one more, Lakeisha Bryant.
representing
I forget which, but she was here
herself.
earlier.
She was here earlier,
Yeah.
I remember. All right, Mr. Glickman?
Thank you very much. Is everybody able to hear me okay?
Yes, and how much time are you requesting?
Just a minute or two for public comment
Okay.
is all.
All right, thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jonah Glickman. I serve as the Housing and Homelessness Liaison for Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, who represents the 3rd District of Los Angeles County. The supervisor is extremely supportive of this project. She has submitted a letter of support to the commission regarding this particular project. We acknowledge, and the supervisor has been leading on the development of additional housing across Los Angeles County. We know that the crisis of homelessness will not be resolved until we create additional housing in every community of Los Angeles County, which includes our West Side communities. Per the 2024 Greater Los Angeles homeless count, there were over 5,000 individuals experiencing homelessness in Service Planning Area 5, which covers West Los Angeles. So without these additional investments in affordable housing, we're not going to be able to make the progress that we need to on homelessness across our region. The supervisor is also supportive of the work that Venice Community Housing has done to work on this development in partnership with the community. And glad to see all of the community that has come out to speak on this as well. So again, just to reiterate that the supervisor is supportive of this Venice Dell project and is supportive of these projects across her district and Los Angeles County. And again, I want to thank everybody from the community who's coming out and sharing their opinions on this matter. And again, to the commission for considering these items, and the supervisor does hope that, we vote to approve these items today here at commission, and that this project can continue to deliver the much needed housing resources on the west side of Los Angeles. Thank you again very much for your time, and I hope everyone has a nice afternoon.
Thanks, Mr. Glickman. All right, may we have the next speaker?
Yes, Lakeisha Bryant.
Ms. Bryan?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is LaQuisha Bryant. I am the Senior Field Representative for Assemblymember Tina McKinner, who represents the 61st Assembly District. I'm here today to convey Assemblymember McKinner's strong support for the Venice Dale Community Housing Project at 200 North Venice Boulevard. This transformative initiative led by Venice Community Housing and Hollywood Community Housing promises to address one of our community's most pressing challenges, housing insecurity. The project will create 140 housing units, including 68 homes for individuals experiencing homelessness and 34 affordable units for low-income artists. Beyond its focus on housing, this development is thoughtfully designed to serve the Venice community as a whole. It will include public parking spaces, 246 in total, ensuring continued access to our beloved coastal areas, and arts-focused spaces, retail, and open community areas to enrich Venice's vibrant cultural legacy. Homelessness and housing affordability are crises that demand immediate, innovative solutions. The Venice Dale Community Project offers a balanced approach that addresses housing needs while respecting Venice's unique character and ensuring continued public access to the coast. On behalf of Assemblymember Tina McKinner, I urge the Coastal Commission to support this vital project. Thank you for your time and for your ongoing dedication to the principles of the Coastal Act.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you so much, Ms. Bryant, and I'm sorry about this morning, putting you off till now, and thank you so much for waiting and speaking to us. All right, we're now going to turn to the original appellants, and I'm going to ask whoever was part of the original appellant group to come forward so that I can determine how many speakers there will be and ask if there are any on Zoom. Do you have that list, Chris, the original appellants?
We only have people that indicated themselves that they are appellants. I'm not
Okay.
sure whether it's
Well, I have the
confirmed or not.
list here, so I'll see if it fits.
Right
All
now,
right, so why don't we do this? Why don't you, if everyone would just come forward and stand at the table so I can see how many people there are, and then I'll make a determination. A couple of you I've committed to give you. Are there any on Zoom?
we had a couple on Zoom.
All right, so we have a total, it looks like, of 7. Are any of you together, or you're all or 8? Okay, so here's how I'd like to approach this. I told Ms. Rudisil earlier that I would allow her 3 minutes. So I will allow you 3 minutes per your request, and I will allow the remaining appellant group 2 minutes each. So can we proceed, and we'll begin, well, any of you can proceed, but Ms. Rudisil will have 3 minutes.
I'll start. You want to start? I don't mind starting. Either one.
Okay. Step up, say your name, and you'll each have 2
Good
minutes.
afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Allie Bean. I'm on the Venice Neighborhood Council. I'm Chair of the Venice Homelessness Committee. And it's an understood thing in Venice and in all of not only Los Angeles, but the world at this point, that we are in a dire housing crisis. That's sort of a beginning and a given. I was sort of thrown. I didn't even know that this hadn't been before the Department of Transportation. I didn't learn that till a week and a half ago. I think that it was you, Chair to-be Cummings, that said, in the coastal zone, it's a balancing act between the needs of coastal access and the dire emergency of housing. That's the balancing act that we're finding ourselves in. I at first was opposed to the fact that the garage was inside the building because it created a 40 lot consolidation. And, you know, we've talked a lot with Mr. Hudson, me and Robin Rudisil over the years about lot consolidations, because Venice is very small, 3 square miles, and the lots are all very small. And to fit into the character of our neighborhood, a 40 lot consolidation just sort of freaked everybody out. So we said, can't we discuss this and change it around so the parking is here, and there's maybe little cottages that can include the community. And then yesterday, the Department of Transportation commissioners came up with the idea of using Lot 701, and all the housing could be there, which I think is a brilliant solution, because then we can have the entire coastal access of extremely used beach parking lot. It's not true that it's not used. And it's like the gateway. It's where our beach is the most used beach from the inner city if you walk down Venice, the beach in Venice, it's our particular beach that everyone comes from downtown. So we could keep that lot and have housing. To me, it's like a giant win-win. We get the same number of housing and we get to keep our beach access. And I just went like this yesterday. So I hope that you'll consider their finding.
So Robin Rudisell, and you know me as an affordable housing advocate. I've read all my friends' letters, and I couldn't agree more that the Coastal Commission needs affordable housing under its jurisdiction. And I'll continue to fight for that until we get it back to the Coastal Commission where it needs to be again. The Los Angeles Affordable Housing Opportunity Site program was to use underutilized city property for permanent supportive housing projects. This site was chosen under false pretenses, as the public beach lot is and was never underutilized. It's well documented in city records that it is heavily utilized. The program was intended to lease or sell city land and not to also have the city spend another 25 million just to replace what's existing, plus a handful of more spaces. That's not part of the program, but because they made the mistake of putting this not underutilized land in the program, the city was asked to do the replacement garage. Back then, they didn't have the fiscal problems they have today with a budget deficit. So the project costs grew significantly. Interest rates have more than doubled. Construction costs are way up. Even though it's in the certified land use plan, staff has said it's speculative to think the city will finally expand parking on lot 731 and make it a transit hub. But based on the action of the city yesterday, it's quite probable, especially with the coming World Cup, Super Bowl, Olympics, all in Los Angeles. The project supporters' message is compelling. Yes, we do need affordable housing, but permanent supportive housing at any outrageous cost is just not sustainable. The Board of Transportation alternative analysis findings are much more compelling because the coastal access benefits of significantly more parking and a transit hub would bring numbers of visitors in the hundreds of thousands and allow us to bring in exponentially more visitors over the next 100 years rather than having our public parking frozen forever. The city decision made yesterday is a win-win. We can have affordable housing and significantly better access and striking a much better balance of coastal protection. And then there's the Antarctic meltdown. Thank you for putting this on the agenda and forcing the issue. But please continue this hearing to March so that the city can sort this out and so we don't make it so that an amendment might be required in the future. You can always approve it in March. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jim Murez. I'm the sort of the founder and the creator of the Venice Farmers Market. It's in lot 701. I've been doing this since 1989, so it's almost going on 40 years now. The parking lot 701, where they're talking about putting their construction parking, they just represented that would shut the market down permanently. The market serves about 1,000 to 1,500 people a week. They had said in the Los Angeles hearings that that would not occur. They would not be using that parking lot. But let me also remind you that 701, if they do get into construction, would be the only beach parking lot left in the city. And if they use that for construction, of course, then nobody coming to the beach would have any place to park. So that needs to be carefully considered. I also want to comment on the concept of segmenting the existing land use plan. I've been involved in planning in Venice for, 40 years now, as part of Ruth Galanter's originally created advisory committees. And the parking lot has always been designated in the land use plan as a place for future parking. And a transportation hub is what the city wants to do, and we need it. With the Coastal Commission not allowing subterranean parking on Oceanfront Walk anymore, and with the Assembly bill that's removing parking because of bus routes that are frequent enough, we need public parking. And to think that the city's not going to come up with a solution there is unbelievable. I think it's very important that you keep it as a parking lot. And the only last thing I would like to say, LA 28 has tried to work with you, and the Coastal Commission has basically shut down LA 28, which is the Olympic Committee, from being able to do things like the closing ceremony where they wanted to film in Venice, and they said, no, you can't do that. I just think, yeah, well, you ought to be
Thank you.
aware of it. Talk to Casey Wasson, you know?
Yeah, I do actually. Okay. Next speaker.
My name is Mark Mack. I'm an architect. I will talk about the architectural deficiency of this project before you. It is always very curious that deficient housing is proposed for the homeless and for the needy. This poor housing has poor ventilation, poor access, and absolutely no extra green space. It's all wrapped around a colossal parking structure, which sealing the ground and creating 2 city blocks of no penetration, and it is a wall of development. In an area that is unique in its low-rise, high-density housing that is airy and benefits from private and public planting. The current project is bad housing and is bad parking. Why not have more housing? Add the lot as 701 for additional housing and keep the western part of lot 73 for beach access parking. A recent parking study for the city by Fair Pier points out that lot 701 is currently underused and only used as overflow, while lot 731 is optimally used. If you separate public access parking from housing, you can create better housing, better parking. It also would eliminate the toxic mix of exhaustion, pollution, and noise next to already inadequate housing, which has no ventilation. Next to compromised housing qualities. This makes much more sense to create more and better housing. Thank you.
Helen Fallon, I'm a member of the Venice Neighborhood Council, but I'm speaking as an individual, and I appealed as an individual. During the 50 years that I've lived in Venice, the extreme lack of parking for visitors, both tourists and Los Angelinos, has been the one constant factor. Venice has 3 miles of beach with little over 1,200 public beach parking spaces. Santa Monica, with 3.4 mile stretch of beach, offers 3,800 public beach parking spaces. And Santa Monica is able to provide 3 times the number of public parking spaces, partly because Venice, commercial and residential buildings were built adjacent to the sand. And our beach parking lots are located further away from the beach, which is an issue when you talk about putting everybody on the east side rather than the west side when it comes to parking. This project does not create a net gain of parking spaces for beachgoers. Instead, it generates its own needs for parking, and coupled with the alfresco dining and the new state laws that don't require developers to provide on-site parking, the public parking deficit in Venice is only going to get worse, and it's bad already. More than 5 years ago, and I really would like to correct the record, more than 5 years ago, the LA City Council directed LA DOT to conduct a study regarding the need for visitor parking in Venice related to these consolidation of lots for housing. Conveniently for the developer, that required study never happened, and it was only recently that and yesterday, when the BOTC concluded that 120 units of quote-unquote affordable housing in a community that has significant a visitor destination area isn't the best use of city-owned public open space a block and a half from the beach. Please protect Venice Beach. It's the people's beach, so it remains accessible to all residents of Los Angeles. This is about the greater good and the need to ensure that Venice Beach remains accessible to all Los Angelinos, no matter where they live. This giveaway of public land should happen. Please protect the people's beach by using the People's Act. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. My name is Robin Mures, and I did submit slides. I submitted the slides in it originally with my appeal a couple of years ago of an alternative to the design. I'm a public artist. I'm not an architect or developer. I have no financial interest in this. I am somebody, though, who knows the community and loves the community and cares about the cultural history of our community and its embracing the world that comes to Venice and comes to Venice Beach. And noteworthy is comes along Venice Boulevard to Venice Beach. This is the end point. And I want to start out also by saying, please come to this site before you make any kind of vote on this. You will see that the design that they are presenting, which they really haven't given you good renderings of here, looks very much like a shopping mall. That is completely incongruous with what the neighborhood is. The neighborhood is single lots. We do not have a 40 lot consolidation. In that area, we cannot even consolidate 2 or 3 lots. We have single lot homes, and it is to have a 40 lot consolidation is absurd. It's horrendous. And from the start, the community has been bringing these questions up, asked the developers, please take into consideration. They have shut us down at every moment. Right now, the iteration you have, it's putting the expression lipstick on a pig. It's horrendous housing. It's horrendous beach parking. It would make it very difficult for people to do either. What I want to show you is, well, the best suggestion, though, did come up yesterday. I didn't know that 701 lot could be available for housing. Makes all the sense. If
Thanks
you could,
so much.
Okay.
Folks, if I cut you off, just want you to know we have 100 speakers here today. So we're going to have to move through it, and I'll talk a little bit about that once we finish. Are you the final appellant, ma'am?
I'm yes.
I mean, prior appellant. I understand.
Prior appellant.
So I have 2 remaining. Okay, you can come up, sir, and you can follow right after this individual.
I'm Marjorie Weitzman. I'm the environmental chair of the Venice Canal Association. It's been a long and tedious process getting through the lack of transparency to expose the major flaws of this project over the last 8 years. The multiple approvals you've heard about only came to be because of steps that were skipped. The developers did not take this to the Plum Commission. They had to go back to the Plum Commission where different maps were reapproved. Those were your 2 approvals right there. So we hear time and time again, it is gone. One of the missing steps was to take it to Transportation Commission. I attended that hearing yesterday and listened to experts in this field to analyze the configuration of an enclosed parking structure adjacent to dwelling units, actually sharing a wall. They exposed their serious concerns and many other issues, including broader needs for all visitors to Venice Beach to have access to the beach. Please take the time to consider these issues raised in CTC's determination and consider the sensible alternatives offered, including expanding public parking, a transportation hub for visitors, while still providing the much needed housing at lot 701. It's not a block away, it's directly adjacent. It's closer to my home. It's so much easier to just build the residential units there, do them now. It never had to be this complicated in this place. Destroying a historic bridge, cutting off bicycle use. It never had to be done. Please read the Department of Transportation's report. It is so thorough and so complete, and every single one of you would benefit from reading that report. I speak from my heart, and I beg of you to read that. I thank you all. Chloe, you've been amazing for getting information too, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, I believe you're the final former appellant.
And then we had 3 on Zoom.
Okey-doke, guess not. Okay. All right, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much.
At least 3 on.
Thank you very much. My name's Mark Galanti, and I am the president of the Venice Canal Association. As you may know, in the 1920s, the city removed the canals from public use because the sidewalks had caved down. So the Canals Association in the late 70s put together a plan to put the sidewalks back, and the city did. And then they removed the signs and allowed the public back into the canals. Then we worked with your sister agency to put in a beach access path that went from the Venice Canals to Venice Beach. We've done many other projects for coastal access and for the water quality and protecting the canals. The Venice Canal Association's board is all in favor of supportive housing. All of us are. And we hope and happy that you're inviting developers to come and bring supportive housing to the Coastal Commission. But I think it needs to be done in light of belief in the Coastal Act. I was very excited today to be here because the filmmaker has a film about the proposition that got the Coastal Act, and my father's in that film. And I was on the set when they filmed those commercials. I was actually working on the set. When this developer was given this $100 million piece of property, they came out with the first plan, and in there was a lot of things to take away coastal access and a lot of things that hurt the environment. And then the environmental impact statement came out from the city, and it said significant problems. And what did the applicant do? They ran up to the state in secret, and they passed a thing to exempt CEQA on this project so that there was no opportunity for the public to come in and talk about the issues of the environment and the water quality and the boat launch. And then the Transportation Commission staff said, we've got concerns about this project. And they said, some fancy lawyers, they might be in this room right now, said, we don't need to do that. We just need to march people in with signs and say affordable housing. One real quick thing I just want to say, this, if you want to invite in affordable housing projects, please ask those developers to respect the Coastal Act and to bring projects that protect the coast and embrace that in their designs. That's what I'm asking today. Please wait till March to decide this. Thank you.
All right, so now we have, I'm kind of wondering, it seems like we're exceeding the number of appellants there actually were. Who is it that's online?
It's all self-identified when they sign
Okay.
up, so it could be, we have Jeffrey Caveman, Julie Bean, and Barry Castley.
Okay.
Okay.
So what we're going to do now moving forward is we'll give everyone a minute and a half, given the lots of people wanting to testify, and we're going to go return to the room. So we'll call the people in the room. Folks, what we're going to do is we'll approach it this way, where you have a minute and a half each, and then once, if it seems that you're repeating things that have already been said, then we'll go to 1 minute. So let's just move forward and see if we can get through the public testimony. We're really grateful you're all here, and we want to give you a chance to speak. So let's move forward with people in the room, and then see how it goes.
Okay. I just want to note that we have 53 people signed up in the room.
And how many on Zoom?
On Zoom, we have at least 44.
Okay, so we're probably going to be going to 1 minute pretty quickly. So we'll start, why don't we start with 1 minute? I just don't think there's any chance of getting through it without it. So let's move forward with people in the room.
Let's start with Judy Branfman, then Susan Jordan, and Joel Reynolds.
What we can do, if your name has been called, just be ready to come right up.
I think I have a slide presentation, so. No, I know, it was 3 minutes. That's what it was planned for.
We would be here till 2 in the morning. All right.
Well,
let's
we
move
waited
forward.
all day,
Okay.
actually.
No, I
so-
know, and I apologize for that. Let's move forward.
Isn't.
All right. Let's see how it goes, and if you need
I'm
more time.
Judy Braffman, and I'm here to help explain why Venice Del is so needed. Slide change. During the first half of 2023, a few dozen of us from Venice and LA photographed and researched the 279 affordable rent control properties that were taken off the market in Venice using the Ellis Act. I'm assuming most people here know what the Ellis Act is, but you do know that it's most commonly used by developers to acquire low rent control buildings and evict tenants with the goal of turning these buildings into profitable market rate units as quickly as possible. Next slide. Slide.
We'll give you a little extra time.
This
Folks,
actually isn't
we're
the
gonna
next
go
one, but that's
but
okay.
Let me just say this so we don't have a major uprising here. The goal is 1 minute. If I feel that you have a presentation and, I don't want to cut you off, but let's aim for that, okay?
This
All right,
wasn't the
so
next
go
slide,
ahead.
but this, okay, one of the results was a big exhibit, which included this map, next, hopefully, that includes the photos of all 279 buildings, which was almost 1,400 units lost in Venice just through the Ellis Act. Next. I think I'm going to, this is the beachfront where there's about 230 units lost to illegal takings of rent control units for hotels and short-term rentals. Next. 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 Next slide. Okay. I know. They're actually big. Could we go to the next one now? There were, let's just say there's between 1,000 and 2,000 short-term rentals that aren't
Okay.
on the cities that have been units that are
Right.
lost. Then the biggest crisis for tenants in the city is harassment, and it's the least traceable. When the first year and a half of the city's tenant anti-harassment ordinance, over 6,000 complaints were issued, and 55 in Venice, not one was sent to the city attorney's office.
Okay, thank
And
you.
but I want to go to one other point. The main point for the environmental justice, next slide, is that over this last 25 years of gentrification, intense gentrification, you can see the lines, the red lines, the pink lines are the people of color. The number of people of color in Venice has gone way down. And the Black community in specific has been under attack during this period, during intense code enforcement, the introduction of crack cocaine, and an illegal gang injunction and related LAPD
Okay,
harassment.
thank you. I think that you made your point in an
Well, I
excellent way.
hope
I
so,
really
because
appreciate
it's
it.
really critical
you
to
really
why
did.
we need affordable housing. We've lost thousands of units.
Thank you.
Thousands.
Thank
not
you very
through
much.
legal
Ms.
means.
Jordan? All right.
Susan Jordan, Joel
gonna try and
Reynolds,
zip through-
Godfrey Plata, Maura O'Neill, and Juan Munoz.
All right.
Susan Jordan, California Coastal Protection Network. I'm testifying here today in strong support of the Venice Dell Affordable Housing Project and want to bring attention to our support letters signed by the Natural Resources Defense Council, Azul, the Surfrider Foundation, and of course, CCPN. We have a strong interest in preserving and expanding affordable housing in the coastal zone. I myself have watched as we've lost so many units in Venice over the years, and you never had the power to stop it because of the Mellow Act that took your jurisdiction away. We're moving towards a place where Sacramento is moving to 5 and 10% and then rewards developers, and we get barely any affordable housing out of it. And to see 100% affordable housing this close to the beach, which some people may not feel good about, I feel great about that, okay? That's what I want to see. And that's what I'm going to fight for as we move forward here. And your colleague, Jill Reynolds, is next. Thank you.
Chair Hart and members of the commission. For many years, I've been Western Director and Senior Attorney at the Natural Resources Defense Council, and we were pleased to join the letter that Susan just described. But I'm also a 44-year resident of Venice, and for the last 38 years, I've been a resident less than a quarter of a mile from the Venice Dell project site. Robin Rudisil is an old friend of mine. One of my daughters was one of her daughter's best friends growing up. But I'm appearing today in person because I feel so strongly that this project is an extraordinary opportunity that we can't afford to miss. What the Los Angeles Times has called the city's unconscionable delay has to end. 3 quick points why this is true. First, in 1980, when legislation removing the commission's authority over affordable housing was being debated in the legislature, then Commission Chair Leonard Grote warned that the bill, quote, would make sure that the ability to live near the coast is reserved for the wealthy. After passage of the Mellow Act in 1981, history has proved him right. Second, according to experts and my own observation, there is no basis for the view that construction of market-rate housing in the coastal zone will eventually trickle down to affordability. The reason is because everyone wants to live near the coast. The unique opportunity created by this particular beach adjacent site is unprecedented. Today, I support the Venice Dell Community Project. It's a rare opportunity, and it must be approved by the Commission. Thank you very much.
You next, Godfrey Plata, Maura O'Neill, Juan Minos, and then Lydia Ponce, Catherine King, Laura Ceballos.
Good afternoon. Godfrey Plata, Deputy Director of LA Forward Institute, a nonprofit organization that is also one of multiple plaintiffs in a lawsuit against the City of LA because we believe it is obstructing the already approved Venice Dell project from proceeding on lot 731, as you saw in the presentation. Our LA Forward community enthusiastically supports the Venice Dell project and its 120 units of affordable housing as represented in the report. We are a nonprofit organization that supports LA residents to work with each other around community issues important to them. Over and over again, as you can imagine, affordable housing comes up in our community conversations, including on LA's West Side. We have more than 900 West Side residents who engage with us in the LA City Council district where Venice Dell is being built, and 230 of those residents live in the zip code of the proposed complex. Almost 300 of our community members have sent emails to city officials in the last week expressing their desire for the city's departments to pick up the project, which has taken years to approve. This is a necessary part of our city's comprehensive solution to our housing crisis. We urge you to vote yes on the staff report regarding Venice Dell.
All right, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Maura O'Neill. I'm a policy analyst for Better Neighbors LA, a coalition of host tenants, housing activists, and community members seeking to regulate short-term rentals to preserve long-term housing. Today, we'd like to speak on item 11A in support of staff's recommendations. As has been stated, homelessness and housing affordability are extreme issues in Los Angeles, and in Venice, the conversion of affordable housing into short-term rentals contributes to the housing crisis there. In March of this year, Venice alone had over 1,600 short-term rental listings. Almost 80% of those were illegal listings, according to our data analysis. Both delaying the Venice Dell project and inadequately enforcing against illegal short-term rentals in Venice is symptomatic of the City of LA's lackadaisical approach to the urgent housing crisis. We urge you to adopt the modified LUP and approve the application in this item. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Munoz, and I'm with Unite Here Local 11, the Hospitality Workers Union. We stand in strong support of the Venice Dell project. Too many of our members simply can't afford to live in the jobs-rich West Side. The lack of affordable housing has particularly hurt Venice, which once was home to a vibrant working-class community. Turning parking into housing uses our rare and valuable public land for LA's most important need, housing. The project will not just fully replace the parking, but add an additional 24 spaces, providing additional access to the coast. The project has been thoroughly reviewed with a more than 2-year process to ensure Coastal Act compliance, and the project changed in response to the appeals. This is a win for the California coast, for workers, and for residents. Please support the project, vote to approve the coastal development permit and land use plan amendments, and deny the appeals. Families have waited for far too long for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to list more names: Lydia Ponce, Catherine King, Laura Ceballos, Tibby Rothman, Jose Gonzalez, Brendan Lawson.
Please note that the appellants have Tracy Park on speed dial, while the people who are proponents of this particular project do not. We do not have equity with this representative, and she's the one who put it to the Bureau of Transportation. Indigenous people, Lydia Ponce, our responsibilities never rest. And basically, most of what I read in the appeal to me is white noise while clutching pearls of fear. And it's just straight up land racism and it's classism. Because the flooding, the sea level rise, isn't going to discriminate with isms. For the record, the Abbot Kinney Hotel will flood too. Come to Venice. Monday through Friday, you'll see the awesome gathering of Indigenous Latina women caring for children at the local parks for extensive hours of the day, all day long. It's good enough for them to care for the children, to clean houses and to do laundry, but they're not worthy of being advocated for housing in Venice. It's housing racism, and it's reached a new level today as it's preferred development by Lambert, Reed, Thibodeau, Saint, Vanguard, BlackRock, and Blackstone. I urge you to support a yes vote.
Thank you very much.
Catherine King. I am a homeowner in Venice, living within a mile of the proposed Venice Dell community. I think it's nicely designed, and it's being built on a parking lot that is almost always empty when I drive by, and that is often. I drive by on my way to use my senior parking pass at the county lot, which is right on the beach. This parking lot, I've just looked up parking lot 731 to see what the reviews were. People are saying, don't go there unless you can't find any place else because it's too expensive. I find that the transportation committee's concern for accessibility is, I don't know, hypocritical. If you're going to charge $20, a flat rate, you go in there for 15 minutes, it's $20, an hour is $20. It's just a perfect project. Please support it.
Hi, my name is Laura Ceballos. I'm born and raised in Venice and a Venice community organizer. I support the Venice Dell Medium project. Affordable housing is necessary in Venice, especially since Venice has been gentrified and low-income families and minorities have been displaced. Homelessness is a national crisis, and everyone deserves to be housed. I urge the commission today to approve the Venice Dell Medium project because it is not only our social responsibility, but our moral obligation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm calling more names. Tibby Rothman, Jose Gonzalez, Brennan Lawson, Orlando Nava, Chela Vallejo, Peggy Lee Kennedy.
Staff, commissioners, my name is Tibby Rothman. I am fortunate enough to have lived in some of California's most iconic communities under your jurisdiction, Malibu, Santa Barbara. I've lived in Venice for a quarter of a century now. I'm so old that Peter Douglas was the executive director last time I talked to you all. And I say that because I urge you to vote in favor of the Venice Dell community and adopt all staff recommendations. You guys know what they are, W11A, W12A, W14A. If I screwed up, let me know. I live a few blocks from the project. I walk by it all the time. I concur, the lot is, I did a whole beach project shooting surfers. The lot was always empty when I went by. I feel like I'll be safer now, to be honest. The project is a terrific opportunity to augment and favorably. Don't put asterisks by people who can live and have access to parking and the beach. When we start asterisking who has access, we really create problems. And I want Karen Bass, I look forward to having her come down and explain how $40 parking charges give access.
Sir.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Jose Gonzalez. I'm from Venice, born and raised, over 60 years. I've seen Venice from up and down, good and bad. Look behind me. Look at all these people here. Look at the majority of these people, nationalities, different races. Venice is a homegrown roots, and we do need housing for the homeless, for people who are in need. It's changing. I mean, I'm seeing the changes right before my eyes. People are leaving and not being able to come back ever again. They miss home. We have activists here who have parties, bring people back to the community just to say hi to their friends. We have to get something going. You guys have to make it happen today. It has to happen. The city, Mayor Bass, she did say making housing. What's going on? You guys have to step up and show these people what's going down here. I thank you for your listening to my ways here, my ears, and give Venice a Christmas.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. My name is Brennan Lawson. I'm here to humbly urge the commission to vote in favor of Venice Dell. I'm a volunteer housing advocate. with Westside for Everyone, a local nonprofit organization and local chapter of Abundant Housing LA. I'm a veteran, I'm a small business owner, I'm a 10-year resident of Venice, and a homeowner on 23rd Avenue, less than a block away from this project, Venice Dell. And commissioners, I'm here today to quite simply because my community is in desperate need of this housing. And has been for as long as I can remember. To me, true coastal access means not just enabling people to drive to the beach, but to live there and work there as well. And that's what this project does, especially in Los Angeles, where such a large share of our public investment in parks goes directly to our beaches. No other proposed development has more potential to positively impact the residents of Venice, and that's why it's so critical that this project is granted the ability to finally move forward. I urge the commission to vote in favor of Venice Dell, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Calling a few more names: Orlando Nava, Chela Vallejo, Peggy Lee Kennedy, Zed Aquarius, Mia Lopez Zubiri, and Susan Millman.
Good afternoon. I'm Orlando Nava, staff member of VCH, and I'm here speaking today as an individual and resident of Venice, living in Venice Community Housing's affordable housing with my son, and I support the Venice Dell Community Project. You see, my family settled on the west side of LA in the 1970s, 60s. Ever since I can remember, Venice was a cool place and all were welcomed. Moreover, as a former case manager for at-risk youth in Venice, the biggest threat to their success was having a home. Quite honestly, we had young men and women sleeping near our campus, getting up in the morning, coming to school, earning a high school diploma, completing vocational training, and doing community service. Venice Dell Community will provide much needed affordable housing in the coastal zone and preserve the diverse, artistic, and eccentric city that the Venice at its core really is. As such, 120 households will have a place to call home and have access to social, health, and case management services on site. And yes, the ever so important parking spots will be there too. I urge the Coastal Commission to do the right thing and unequivocally approve this project today. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm associated with Venice Community Housing, but I'm here to speak as a Venice resident. My name is Graciela Vallejo, and I've been a Venice resident for 47 years. I was born and raised in Venice, and now raising my two sons. And our family is proud to support the Venice Dell community and all the affordable housing in our neighborhood. I have seen firsthand the changes that gentrification have brought, displacing many families who have a long history in the area. Many of my neighbors and friends and family have been pushed out and had to move away to find an affordable home. The Venice Dell community is a drop in the bucket of what we need in Venice to restore the affordable housing that we have lost and ensures that low-income people can live and work in the coastal zone. Thank you for your time and for voting yes in the support of this much-needed project. Thank you.
Peggy Lee Kennedy, Venice Justice Committee, and third generation Venice resident. Wouldn't it be nice if somebody like me, a senior living on Social Security, had a place to live that they could afford in their hometown? Wouldn't that be nice? And all these people who say they support affordable housing are here blocking it for ridiculous reasons like parking. What I think should happen is that the city of LA needs some enforcement on their violations of all the parking that they have taken away and not mitigated. And hello, we have 3 huge beach parking lots that's owned by the city and only run by the county, by the way. They own those lots, the city. And the fact is that all these people of color are here saying we need this housing. And what is the city doing? They're trying to block it in every way they can now that this new city council person has been elected.
You're calling a few more names: Zed Aquarius, Mia Lopez Zubiri, Susan Millman, Alan Pick, Pat Raphael, Benjamin Pacino.
Hi, Z Aquarian. I was drafted in the Army a few years before I came to Venice for the first time, 1973, and I went to UCLA from on the same street that now Venice Community Housing is housing me with affordable housing because my life was in danger. I was on the edge, and they picked me up, and now I'm alive to talk to you. And what I'm talking to you all about is emotion. I'm an artist, and the way our media that we work is emotion. And I'm asking you because you love the ocean, or else you wouldn't be here in this job. And that's why I moved to Venice, is because I love the ocean. Thank you. Support this emotion.
Good afternoon. My name is Mia Lopez Zubiri. I was born and raised in Venice, and I care deeply about the community. Throughout my life, I have seen the impacts of gentrification across our neighborhood. Venice is beloved for its vibrancy, diversity, and artistic culture, but so much of that is lost when our neighbors are harmed by displacement and rising housing costs. I'm here today because I fully support the Venice Dell community, and I urge the commissioners to vote in favor of this much-needed development. Building more supportive and affordable housing in every single neighborhood in Los Angeles benefits all of us and is a necessary step toward ending our housing crisis. It is immoral to delay or deny any opportunity to permanently house people when our unhoused neighbors are dying on the streets every single day. I'm proud to join VCH today to advocate for a more inclusive Venice where everyone is safe, housed, and cared for. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
I'm Susan Millman. I am a 50-year Venice resident and property owner. I'm a 50-year Venice resident and property owner. I live a few blocks from the Venice Dell community, a project that I enthusiastically support. 117 units of affordable and supportive housing that also provides replacement parking. Venice Dell faces intense NIMBYism. You've heard it today. The NIMBYs lost 2 lawsuits aimed at stopping the project and now raise new parking issues after 8 years that the LA Times called disingenuous. Please join many supporters and neighbors who want this project now. The LA Times editorial yesterday said that the commission should see NIMBY opposition for what it is, a ploy to stop a much-needed housing project on the west side where there is little permanent housing for homeless people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling a few more names.
Folks,
Alan Pick.
we're seeing that people have the same point. So if you feel that your point has already been made, one option I would give you is for everyone to stand if they feel their position has already been made, and then we can move to Zoom. So let me ask for that right now. If there are people that haven't spoken yet but feel that you're on the list to speak but your position has already been made, you could stand up now. Okay, that's not what I was hoping for, but okay. All right, go
I'll
ahead,
be
sir.
quick.
We'll move along.
My name is Alan Pick. My wife and I have lived on the canals for 40 years now. I attended yesterday's meeting with the Bureau of Transportation, an organization I'd never heard of before. But they explicitly made their decision based upon the fact that they weighed the importance of parking against the importance of housing. I mean, I find that absurd that I have to come in and say that today. It's embarrassing. And specifically, one of the members said is that we're going to see how many people use the parking lot and how many people would be affected by this. Parking is a problem. Housing is an existential threat to our society and our democracy. This country is not going to fail because we don't have enough parking, but it is going to fail if we can't provide decent housing instead of having tens of thousands of people living on our streets.
Okay, calling a few more names. Pat Raphael, Sarah Mahir, Gabriela Garcia, David Blocker, Ron Robinson, Rita Obermeyer.
All right, so we've already talked, and both sides were given an opportunity, and all points of views were considered, and then a decisive green light was given. That was democracy in action. That was 2021, right? So now to hear some pretext because the project is philosophically opposed, because I believe that's what's going on. People are against this project on some other fronts, and then they're using parking as an issue to try to prevent it. Now, if you can imagine where the project is, we can face the beach and look directly diagonal across the street, there's a restaurant there taking a whole bunch of parking, right? So if parking, and I'm not talking far, so this is something that's affecting the immediate block that we're talking about. So what's frustrating here is Mayor Bass came into office saying that cutting red tape and getting housing was going to be one of her priorities. And what we're seeing is we're seeing the same old,
Thanks
yes,
so
do
much.
it, but don't do it in my backyard.
Thank you.
What was your name, by the way, for the record?
Pat Raphael.
Okay.
I'm an artist on the boardwalk.
Thank you.
I work on the boardwalk and I can't afford to live where I work. I
Right.
have to live in my vehicle because that's the only way my income can
Right.
grant me housing.
Thank
and
you.
I'm not saying this for myself,
Thanks,
by the way,
sir.
because it's
I
going to be
totally
like
get
10
it.
years when this is done.
Right.
But
Okay, let's
somebody
have the
can
next
use it
speaker.
down the road.
Thank you. The baby fell asleep. No.
Thankfully. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gabriella. I'm a resident in permanent supportive housing with Venice Community Housing, VCH. I've been with VCH since 2022, and I'm going on 3 years now. As a former foster youth, I haven't had much experience with stability. Yeah. But with VCH, I gained a family while being able to build my own. Living next to the beach has been amazing for my son and I. I got to see his first steps on the coast. He just decided to get up and walk. I'm looking forward to making many more memories with my son, with our community. VCH has helped me further my education and has been there for any other support that I may have needed. Without VCH, I would not have the opportunity for affordable and supportive housing. I urge you to support Venice Dale Project and build more homes for families like mine. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I can't believe that didn't wake the baby up. That's amazing. All right. You want to call a few more names too, Chris? We got 3 people in line here and not sure how many more.
Go ahead. I'll call names after this.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name's David Blocker, and I live in the Venice Canals. I've been there for about 35 years. And I wanted to just clarify that in the summer months, the parking there is incredibly difficult, impossible. I can't even have my family and friends come over to my house because there's no place to park. And I was really appreciative of seeing the film, the short film about Proposition 20, and I was around back then to have witnessed that, and I can't wait to spread the word about that. But we have access problems to the beach right now, and it's only going to grow, and I feel like the entire communities east of us can't come to the beach. They can't get there and take out their coolers and they get their kids and grandmas and going up into those buildings is going to be a nightmare. It's not, I don't think it's feasible to allow those people to go to the beach. I think we're cutting off a huge part of the community and it's only going to get larger. And I appreciate your help. Thank you very much, you guys.
I never saw a Sarah Mahir, so Sarah Mahir, if you're here. And then Ron Robinson, Rita Obermeyer, David Stephen Clare, Faiza Malik, Kay Gallen, Carlos Nieto.
Hi, my name is Rita Obermeyer. I've lived in the Venice Canals for 46 years. I've seen so much in 46 years. Every time they go build a house, they have to pump out all the water. They drill down, more water, more water. That's what that lot is. That's what concerns me. If they go down and they have to put footings in for a building that is that big and that heavy, and they will have to have sump pumps around the clock 24/7 to get rid of that water. I, interestingly enough, have a book from 1972 when you all came on board for the Coastal Commission. It's all the environmental impact. There are so many pages in here that say that they need sump pumps running all the time. That is a concern. We did have a lot more people yesterday, but they had to work. Another thing that I'm curious about is half a mile away, I'm involved with a building with 3 small spaces, and it was just 3.2 million. Why is this 40
Thank you.
watt over
Thank you, ma'am.
only 3.4?
Next speaker.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Ron Robinson. I am a Venice resident, 33 years, and I was at the meeting yesterday of the Transportation Department, they as the gentleman who was on the screen said, have the word over the area, but they came up with this amazing, like Solomon cut the baby in half and let's make something for both of us plan, where they still have housing. They allow the housing, could be 120 units that they're planning on that area, and the parking that exists now, plus adding more parking. So this problem about not having housing is not part of the program. It is part of the program. And the other part that is good is the sea level rise. And you're going to put not you, if the development puts a big block piece at the end of the street where the sea comes in, it's a problem. We all know that. So this will also reduce that issue. Thanks a lot.
Faiza Malik. My name is Faiza Malik, and I'm an attorney at Public Counsel. Part of our work includes advocating for affordable housing and fair housing policies in Los Angeles. I am here today on behalf of my clients, LA Forward Institute and community residents who have filed a lawsuit against the City of Los Angeles for the actions of city officials to unlawfully block the Venice Del community in violation of state fair housing and affordable housing laws. We want to thank the Coastal Commission for agendizing the project's coastal approvals today, and to the staff for their diligent work in the past 2.5 years to review the project applications. We urge the Commission to vote in favor of the staff recommendations to approve the permits. If the city desires to kill this project, the city can act to do so. But no official action has been taken that affects the ability of this commission to act today, as staff have pointed out. The commission should not act in place of the city to kill or delay this project further. As staff have noted, all Coastal Act consistency has been resolved. Venice Del will provide urgently needed affordable and supportive housing units. Please act today to support the project. Thank you.
Okay, more names. David Stephen Clare, Carlos Nieto, Kay Gallen, Carrie Cameron, Nathan Kluge, David Gonzalez.
Hi, my name is Carlos Nieto. I'm a lifelong resident of Los Angeles. I do support the Venice Del project. I think what we're seeing here today and in the last few days has been the same type of gentrification that's been going on in the past, and you all have the power to step over that gentrification and do something good for the public. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, did you call all the names of
yes.
the people?
Carrie Cameron, Nathan Kluge, David Gonzalez.
A woman is standing up. Did you sign up to speak? Okay, that's fine. So you could remove. All right. If the remaining names, the people should just come forward and line up, and we're going to go to Zoom in just a couple minutes.
Okay. Stacy Robinson, Sydney Zamora, Pat Taylor, Alan Phillips, Mary Alice Crow, Alex Kukowski, Allison Shallett, Alexis White, Katie McKeon, Scott Mayers, and Steve Ray.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joe Sullivan. I am here on behalf of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 11, and the National Electrical Contractors Association of Greater Los Angeles. This represents about 350 electrical contractors that partner with about 10,000 union electricians. I don't want to repeat everything that's been said. I just want to emphasize that the workforce standards in this project are going to create high road careers that pay family sustaining wages and benefits, offer no cost 5-year apprenticeship training that includes job placement and career advancement opportunities. And on behalf of IBW NECA, we strongly encourage the Coastal Commission to vote to approve the Coastal Decarbonization Permit of the Land Use Plan Amendment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gary Pearl. I'm also speaking on behalf of the tenants who had to leave because it got so late. So I appreciate your time being here. Commissioner Bochco, I haven't seen you in a long time. I still have a letter from your husband on my wall saying, Gary, thanks, Stephen. Because I spent many years pushing clients to him and to David and to Greg to get them on your shows. The reason I did that is because I believe in it. What they were saying was, wow, you stick to things that matter. Every one of you believes in this. Here's the point. There are people living on there. There are people living on that property right now. They are low income. They are not really adding more units. In total, the units that are being added are less than 1% of the 4,100 official low income housing. There's much more that Venice does. We do a lot more low-income housing. I personally, during the pandemic, put people that were homeless into homes. I've done it for years. I've worked with Section 8 and Christian Charities. That lot serves everyone east of the 110. I don't know how many people know it, but there's
Thanks, sir.
500,000
Appreciate it.
people. 500,000 people use that lot.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacy Robinson, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Regarding the project proposed for Lot 731 in Venice, I'd like you to respectfully ask you to postpone your decision regarding this project today and consider the report that the Department of Transportation provided in the alternative plan that the Transportation Committee voted on. I know this is a repeat of some things that are said. I'm just going to say that I am a longtime resident of the Venice Canals. My father was a pioneer of development, the Gaslamp Quarter in San Diego, and developed many low-income housing projects. I understand and appreciate the community needs for this. I support that. I just think the plan that the Transportation Committee approved yesterday is a win-win for both the community at large, Los Angeles, access to the beach, and low-income housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I fully support the Venice Del Housing Project. My name is Roxanne Steinberg, and I've been a Venice resident for 50 years. I've seen firsthand how difficult it is for the artists to sustain their creative work when affordable housing is out of reach. I'm a dancer and artist, and I've gotten wrapped up in my words here, trying to speed up for you. Without stable housing, art suffers, and when art suffers, so does the soul of the city. A thriving arts community has a proven economic impact for tourism, local business, and cultural vibrancy. This project ensures that Venice remains a beacon of creativity, while also addressing homelessness in a compassionate and effective way. This is more than a housing development. It's a statement that everyone, regardless of their circumstances, deserves the chance to thrive in a supportive, beautiful environment.
Thanks
Let's
so
make
much.
this a dream for our future.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Katie McEwen. I'm an attorney with the Western Center on Law and Poverty, and I represent LA Forward and a handful of plaintiffs in a fair housing lawsuit against the city of LA for their obstruction of the Venice Del project. So as part of this lawsuit, we've reviewed hundreds of public comments, and the focus has been on concerns for low-income access to parking. However, the opponents to the project do ignore two critical facts. One, that there is an increase in public parking spots proposed for this project. And two, that the city has continually violated and continues to violate permits issued by this body regarding how much can be charged for these spots. The current council member has reiterated this point, is a vocal opponent of the project, and yet, despite being in office for 2 years, has done nothing to rectify this issue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Alik Skukowski. Thank you for your work. I respectfully ask that you postpone or continue this decision until we've had more time to bring this back to city. This isn't just about parking. This is about balancing mobility needs, access, and the environment. What hasn't been discussed is that we'll end up with a giant mud puddle at the end of Venice Boulevard with sump pumps, and God knows what detriment that will be to our ocean. I'm a surfer, so I'm in there 6 days a week. And that will also hinder access to the coast for people coming to use the People's Beach. Imagine what that looks like for the Olympics, for the Super Bowl, for soccer. Yes, housing is an important need, and we need it, but we have alternate solutions that we can address in a more economic and beneficial way. And finally, I would say this: we just had a red wave in California and in the country. And if we don't want to see that amplify and continue, we cannot continue making decisions that promote greed and ignore
Thank you very
environment
much.
and community.
All right, next speaker. Folks, I want to keep in mind that we have a lot of people on Zoom, so let's try to finish the testimony here.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Scott Mayers. I've lived in Venice since 1965. I'm 86. I was around and helped promote Proposition 20. I am definitely a fan of Venice housing, but I'm not a fan of that project here. The operative word seems to be affordable housing, but really this will be unaffordable. The amount of problems that this will generate and bring up, especially with the Olympics coming. Yes, we've talked about parking and all that, but parking is a major issue. And the resolve that the DOT came up with is a really good one. Separate the parking and maybe even the city increasing that parking by two floors or something and putting the housing over there. So I definitely would ask you to postpone your decision until further can happen. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Allison Schallert, and thank you so much for this incredible day. I had a lovely walk at lunchtime. The Coastal Commission staff has been in the reviewing process since 2022. Opponents have claimed that the project is being rushed through when in reality, it's been in a 2.5-year review process. As stated by your thorough and very incredible staff, and I quote, "We do believe that nothing happened yesterday in Los Angeles affects your vote today. I urge you to listen to your own staff and not elected officials who are biased, such as the city council member and the corrupt district attorney." It's important also that you note the modernization of the parking lot, the signage, the multiple kiosks, and the safety features. I like to walk at like 6 in the morning.
Thank you so much.
So I would appreciate that.
Mr. Ray.
I'm still recognizable.
Always.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and staff. I don't live in Venice, I never have, but I have friends that do. And I love the people of Venice. They're such a variety of people and such great spirit. Your staff, I want to recommend your staff or commend your staff and the applicant for coming up with a project here that has resolved two competing primary priorities of the Coastal Act: coastal access and parking and housing. And in this case, transitional and affordable housing. The problem is that the applicant has a partner that can't be trusted, the city of LA, in this matter. People have suggested there be a delay. I think the staff ought to take enforcement action, but the delay here might be the right way to go in deference to the staff. Thank you.
All right, this is our final speaker here in the room.
Hello, my name is Max Bean. I'm a 40-year resident of Venice, and I think the DOT option is a great option to look into. But also, I wanted to say that I think if this were to move forward any time in the near future, there would be no parking during the Olympics, during the Super Bowl, during the World Cup, because this would be a big construction site. So all the construction workers would be here taking up whatever parking there might be, and the parking lot would be closed completely. So that's just something else to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else here, Chris?
I don't see anyone else approaching.
Okay, so we'll now go to the Zoom speakers. We believe it, I know that we've heard a lot already on this, but I am going to open it to Zoom, but I'm going to limit Zoom comments to 1 minute each and a total of a 1/2 hour period. Then we're going to bring it back to staff and the commission.
Okay. And to speed up this process, I am not going to be promoting people in as panelists and back to attendees. I'm just going to allow to speak as an attendee, but this means you won't be able to turn on your cameras.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
First will be Yolanda Gonzalez. She will need translation, and that's being provided by our staff member, Javier Padilla. Yolanda, you are now able to unmute. Please go ahead.
¿Aló? ¿Me escuchan? ¿Se me escucha?
Sí, se escucha.
Perfecto. Gracias, Comisión de la Costa de California. Mi nombre es Yolanda González, soy propietaria en Venice, California desde hace 48 años y agradezco su traducción en español ante ustedes, ya que ayer se me insultó ante la audiencia de la Comisión de Transportes por haberme expresado en mi idioma principal. Quiero expresar, permítame un segundito, por favor, porque se me ha cortado la comunicación aquí. Ahorita.
If you could please pause the timer. She's having some technical difficulties. Thank you.
Sí, se me ha cortado de aquí mi comunicación. Permítame un segundito.
Yolanda, te podemos escuchar.
Sí, entonces voy a
Sí,
seguir
por
porque
favor.
se me ha cortado mi comunicación. Mi
Por favor.
esposo y yo hemos sido dueños de proyectos de bajo recursos HUD durante 23 años. Sé cuál es el proceso, sé cuál es la necesidad de los inquilinos y sé qué es las obligaciones que tenemos que tener. Estoy en oposición de este proyecto, ya que ayer encontré irregularidades que se presentaron tanto económica, infraestructura y la principal protección ante la comunidad y los propietarios de aquí de Venice sobre lo que estamos pasando ahorita con la aplicación de FEMA y que no se nos ha escuchado. También presento que regresen esto al Departamento de Transportación, porque todos se han quejado de las irregularidades que se proyectan ante los inquilinos. ¿Por qué no se presentan las irregularidades ante nosotros que tenemos una inversión y hemos dado esa facilidad aquí en Venice? Es importante que vean y escuchen bien lo que nos va a afectar económicamente y bajo la infraestructura que se va a presentar con este proyecto tan grande. Y los que van a pagar somos nosotros, los propietarios, porque se nos va a aplicar sobre este proyecto lo que debe sacar adelante y no va a salir. Son mentiras que lo que están diciendo, porque ustedes no comprenden cómo se facilitan este proyecto.
Yes. Thank you, Coastal Commission. My name is Yolanda Gonzalez. I have been a property owner in Venice for 48 years, and I appreciate you offering translation services. Yesterday, I was insulted before the Transportation Commission for having expressed myself in my main language. I am opposed to this item for the Venice-Dale project, which is located a block and a half from my building. In the report presented by those in favor of the project, there are several irregularities in the proposal and construction of the project. My husband and I have been owners of low-income projects, putting families in need ahead. But what is being proposed, the numbers and proposals don't make sense economically and in infrastructure. This puts us in a terrible position of insecurity due to lack of parking for visitors, not having a place to park, and families who park in inappropriate places. There are irregularities in the application of insurance, which FEMA has applied to us, in which I have requested an investigation, and my husband and I are already in the process. I see that in your application. If the commission needs to ask us questions, I'm willing to contact. Right now, the parking lot is being used as an open space for families who need to evacuate from Malibu due to terrible fires. This is how it was used in the past. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Javier. Next, Kate Gallen, followed by Jeffrey Caven, Julie Bean, and Barry Castley. Kate Gallen, you're free to unmute.
Hi, yes, this is Kay Gallen. I've been a longtime supporter of Venice Community Housing. They're an organization that has a proven track record along numerous lines, especially helping homeless people and low-income housing people as well. We all know this is an important and problematic issue, and it sorely needs attention. Venice-Dale will be quite significant along that line. Just lastly is just that parking and the disruption of a farmer's market matters, but that's a temporary situation, and long-term housing is a long-term situation. It's very much needed, so it really needs to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jeffrey Caven. Did he? Next, Julie Bean.
My name is Jeffrey Caven.
Okay, go ahead.
The Venice Beach parking conditions where visitors are charged $18 to $40 fees that currently exclude most county residents, and visitors are turned away at those prices from parking on the beach every weekend during the summer, will get much worse in the not too distant future as the private beach parking lots that provide about 30% of the off-street parking spaces at Venice Beach are developed for other uses, and AB 2097 reduces the supply of street parking spaces available to visitors. The only way to provide beach parking for millions of people currently being excluded from Venice Beach would be to substantially increase the parking supply with new parking structures on the Lot 731 site as long planned, and to offer much lower prices for parking. The cost of providing coastal access for the residents of the proposed 120 units will be the elimination of millions of coastal trips by visitors. Thank you.
Next, Julie Bean, Barry Castle, Brad West, Anne Marie Ote. Julie Bean, you should be able to unmute now. Julie Bean, you should be able to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I am literally looking out my window at 7:01 right now. And I never even thought about it, but it would be such a better spot for this, because if I was a developer, first of all, I wouldn't want to build in an area that's going to be underground someday. And I see families all the time walking home from the beach, bundled up with their towels around them, walking all the way back to their car because that lot is full. It is highly used. And the transportation department was spot on. I really highly recommend that you all come and check out this lot, especially during the summers and the weekends, because tons of people are here from everywhere. I'm really nervous, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next, Barry Castle. You should be able to unmute now.
Hi. Hello, commissioners. I am actually one of the appellants of this project. I am a pro-housing advocate. I'm a pro-affordable housing advocate, and I am no friend of Robin Rudisil and many of the other appellants of this project. However, today I stand in staunch opposition to this particular development and find heartening the city's proposal to build all the affordable units the Dell proposal would provide on the adjacent city-owned parking lot. The fact is that Venice, far and above all other West Side communities, has consistently supported affordable housing projects. In fact, the only significant housing projects approved and built in Venice in over 20 years have all been affordable housing projects. This is not about the community supporting or not supporting affordable housing at the coast. This is not about this particular amount of low-income housing units being built or not built. This is about the community not supporting this one particular project by this one particular developer. Thank you for your time.
Next, Brad West. Brad West, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Brad West. I'm with the Supportive Housing Alliance, a coalition of a dozen supportive housing developers across Los Angeles County, speaking in strong support of the Venice Dell Community Project today. We urge your vote to approve the coastal development permit and the land use plan. This project has been approved by the Los Angeles City Council several times. It's been in the review process for over 2.5 years. It's providing more replacement public parking than what's currently being offered. It'll make housing cheaper in the coastal area and reduce homelessness in the region as well. Opponents of this really have no ground to stand on legally or morally. I very much hope that you will not bend to the will of NIMBYs trying to keep residents out of high opportunity areas, and that you will summon the courage to do what is right and no longer hinder this Venice Dell project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Calling a few more names: Anne Marie Ote, Charlie Carnow, John Wolf, Chris Tilley, and Charles Rosen. Next, Anne Marie Ote. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I am Anne Marie Ote, representing the Los Angeles Orange County
Counties Building and Construction Trades Council, we stand in very, very strong support of this Venice Dell affordable housing and community housing project. We especially wish to thank the Coastal Commission and its staff for looking deeply and seriously into the issue of when and how housing for everybody at all price levels should be built in proximity to our coast. It's a very, very delicate balance. We think you're doing a great job of finally bringing this issue forth, and Venice Dell is a perfect example of meeting that need in the immediate future. Thank you very much. We support the project.
Thank you. Next, Charlie Carnow. You should be able to unmute now.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Charlie Carno with Unite Here Local 11, the Hospitality Workers Union. As my colleague said earlier, we strongly support the development. Our union fights for housing and represents over 20,000 working class Angelenos. This is a much needed affordable and supportive housing development that also provides replacement parking and other amenities. Too many working class people have to live very far from where they work, spending hours in traffic away from their families. And it's projects like this that will allow Venice to actually be a place where workers can afford to live. It's particularly important because Venice once had a vibrant working class community. There's still folks, of course, in rent stabilized housing that are hanging on, and we need to bring that back. This project has not just been reviewed by the Coastal Commission for the last 2.5 years, coastal staff, but it's been a 7-year process. So let's get it done. Thank you.
Thanks. Next, John Wolf. John, I see you're on a phone. You can unmute by dialing *6 if you need to.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is John Wolf. I myself am born and raised in Venice, but right now I'm representing the West Side Local of the Los Angeles Tenants Union and the entire Los Angeles Tenants Union in solidarity. We were approached by representatives of the California Coastal Commission to get our opinion on this project, and we said then, I'll say even here now, the Los Angeles Tenants Union supports the Venice Dell community housing project. We are made up of a number of locals all around Southern California. This project falls within the domain of the West Side Local, and the purpose of the Tenants Union is to advocate for housing. We're a nonprofit. Well, we're not a nonprofit organization. We're all volunteer. We're a completely grassroots organization run locally and broadly across the city. So we support this because it's about housing. The Tenants Union is about housing. This project is about housing. We wholeheartedly 100% support this project. All thousands of us across Southern California. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Chris Tilley. Chris Tilley, you should be able to unmute now.
I'm Chris Tilley. I'm a 15-year Venice homeowner and a professor of urban planning at UCLA. Live a few blocks from the site of Venice Dell. During my 15 years in Venice, I've seen it get less affordable, richer, and whiter. And I've seen homelessness explode. To resolve these crises and to avoid becoming an apartheid city, we need affordable housing and supportive housing in every neighborhood. We need it in the coastal zone, and we need it in Venice. The Venice Dell community is a golden opportunity to provide a significant amount of affordable housing, and it advances the goal of coastal access. It's shameful that Venice Dell has already been delayed for years without good reason. Further delay threatens the viability of the project, and I urge you to approve the project in the interest of a more equitable and diverse coastal zone. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Charles Rosen. You should be able to unmute now.
I just unmuted. Hi, I'm Chuck Rosen. I'm a retired. I live in Venice. Here we are one day after the Board of Transportation Commission was finally able to hear the matter for the first time, unanimously rejecting the very same plan your staff has just endorsed, which may explain why Councilman Bonin never brought it to them in the first place. Listening to Commissioner Cummings and Dr. Hart's desire to get back into the affordable housing business, I nonetheless ask that before you cast your vote and hopefully postpone it until March, please consider the words spoken by Transportation Board Member Talbert yesterday. This is a balancing act. I want everyone to have housing, not just in Venice or LA, but across the globe. But we have an opportunity here to address not just 120 people, but hundreds of thousands who would use this space as a mobility hub for increased public access to the beach. I will support a housing opportunity for the lot 701, but cannot support this particular development for lot 731. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. The next few people will be Jen Kurland, Kevin Pardue, Regan Kibbe, Eric Donaldson, CJ Cole, and Zimmerman. Jen Kurland, you should be able to unmute now. Jen Kurland. There you go.
Okay, here we go. I think we need to focus on what the California Coastal Commission is, and that's public access to the beach. I don't think anyone needs to or wants to deprive people of housing. But there are 120 units, and you've already heard of multiple organizations. That is a drop in the bucket, and this one project will not solve the housing crisis. However, this is one of the very few spots that thousands of people can park. You are here to protect access to the beach. Your job is not to weigh in on whether, we all know housing is a crisis, but we need to protect the thousands of people who need beach access, not just 120 people who want to live by the beach. And again, I know it has to be equitable to locations across the city, but you're also building this as at a dead end for access. You've already put up, tsunami evacuation routing and things like that.
Thank you. Next, Kevin Pardue. You should be able to unmute. See the name Fox Pardue. Go ahead. Kevin or Fox Pardue, I see that you're unmuted. No, okay, go ahead. I see that you're unmuted. Okay, I don't think we're getting sound from you. I see that you're unmuted, but we don't hear anything on our end. We're just gonna move on. Next will be Regan Kibbe. You should be able to unmute now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Regan Kibbe. I'm a longtime Venetian and a native Angelino. I spent a decade with a clean and sober community offering recovery, 25 years in low-cost housing, and I'm a YIMBY who has worked to support affordable housing in our neighborhood. I also strongly support convenient and affordable beach access for the millions of visitors to Venice. Therefore, I urge you to delay making a decision to consider the DOT's important considerations. Ideally, the lot 731 would be configured as a transit hub with safer streets and turnaround, clearer signage, bus stops, drop-off areas, EV charging, bike lanes, storage, bathrooms, landscaping, et cetera, and highlighting the historic Canal District at Dell and Grand. We need to focus on the best plan for the future of Venice. Thank you for your continuing work to save the coast for all people.
All right, next, Eric Donaldson. You should be able to unmute now.
Hey. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Eric Donaldson. I am a member of the Venice Neighborhood Council, but I'm here today independently as a concerned dad and third generation Angelino. We've heard a lot of noise about the community's disdain for affordable housing. As a renter, I can assure you that that is not the issue here. We've also heard how much community outreach Venice Community Housing has done for this project. As I mentioned, I'm on the Venice Neighborhood Council, and prior to that, I was on a school board at a local Venice school. I have never been invited to any presentation or community outreach from Venice Community Housing. The issue is about being a good neighbor, and how can we think that they're going to be a good neighbor? I think that this needs to be they need to do more homework. We need to do more homework. You guys need to do more homework. Thanks so much for your time.
Our next, CJ Cole. CJ Cole, you should be able to unmute now.
Yes, my name is CJ Cole. I am a Venice resident, property owner, and retired business owner. I've been very active in the Venice community issues for over the last 65 years. I'm urging you to postpone a decision on these 3 items until the alternate use of lot 701 for the affordable housing portion has been evaluated and considered. I do believe that that could actually be completed before the existing proposal for lot 731. Just because it'll be housing only and it won't be delving with Venice Canal access and everything else that happens to have been a problem with this proposal all along. So I just thank you for hearing us and hope you postpone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next few speakers, Ann Zimmerman, followed by Eileen Pollock Erickson, Frank Murphy, Dana Milliken, Lois Tarter, Gavin Langley, Steve Bradbury. Ann Zimmerman, you should be able to unmute now.
Hi, my name is Ann Zimmerman. I'm an architect and a 40-year Venice resident, home and business owner in the coastal zone. I also lived directly adjacent to the property, and know that this is an incredibly sensitive design, though technically to buildings, the scale appears much more as townhouses to the pedestrian. But I have a win-win solution here. Approve this one, go ahead and develop it, get it built, it's ready to go, and do the same on lot 701. Let's build these units, 120 units, and replace it parking for beach access now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Eileen Pollock Erickson, you should be able to unmute now.
I see it now. Thank you. Okay, I'm Eileen Pollock Erickson. I was born in Venice and have lived here most of my life. In a prior iteration, I spent 16 years on the board of Link Housing, which is an affordable housing developer, and I am in favor of affordable housing. However, I agree with the Department of Transportation's proposals that an affordable housing project of the same size, offering a same number of units in the same area of the Venice median, but a different lot, that does not obstruct or deter beach access, does not create environmental issues with the parking, so many other design problems with this Texas donut design, and does not destroy public access to the historic Dell Bridge. It is a false narrative that the appellant is striving to stop affordable housing. They and I are in favor of building affordable housing, not elsewhere, but in the same block. No NIMBY opposition exists here. No one is suggesting that parking and beach access are more important than housing. And the decisive green light that was referred to on the Dell project was achieved because of a lack of transparency and other things that have been mentioned already.
Thank you. Next, Frank Murphy. Frank, you should be able to unmute. Frank, I see that you're able to unmute. I've also asked you to unmute on Zoom. Okay, I'm seeing no movement. We're going to move on. Dana Milliken. Dana Milliken, you should be able to unmute now.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. I know your staff has worked really, really hard on this project, but please look at the City Transportation Commission's recommendations. We can preserve the public's right to access to our coast and have affordable housing. Just postpone your decision and let the city come back to you when they have all the facts that have been hidden from them until now. This is not about denying affordable housing. This is about the design of the project that's so terrible for beach access and terrible for the people who would live there. Tiny cement windowless rooms surrounded by exhaust fumes. I understand how people who work for the developers are interested in promoting their employer's project, but in a mad rush to get housing, please don't build terrible monstrosity on our coast. Thank you so much for all the wonderful work that you've done over all these years, and I know that you will do the right thing. Thanks again.
Thank you. Next is Lois Tarter. Lois, you should be able to unmute now. Lois Tarter. Okay, I'm seeing no movement. We're going to move on. Gavin Langley, followed by Steve Bradbury, Mary Jane Wagle, Sean O'Brien, Ramon.
Chris, that'll be the
Goni.
last. We'll have 5 more speakers.
Okay,
and
5 more. So Lois Tarter. Oh yeah, we just went past. So the last 5 will be Gavin Langley, Steve Bradbury, Mary Jane Wagle, Sean O'Brien, and Ramon Goni. Give me a second. Gavin Langley, you should be able to unmute right now.
My name is, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Gavin Langley. I own a house within 500 feet of both lots. I've worked in architecture for over 25 years in LA on many small and mixed-use affordable project accessible housing. I think that the job of reviewing these plans needs further work. Both parking lots do not have ventilation in order to service the public commercial part of the project. They would lose units by having air coming in at the street level, and exhaust would have to probably exceed the height limit in both. The public parking, the residential parking for the east building, west building has no elevator inside of it, so all residents would have to come from the top floors down the stairs. The handicap spaces would have to basically take a wheelchair down the parking garages. The current plans have no windows shown on any of the apartments. The nice renderings they showed today have not been issued to the public. And also the building is inaccessible for trash. It's inaccessible for servicing the retail. And there's no off-street loading next to the building.
Thank you. Next, Steve Bradbury. Steve, you should be able to unmute now.
Thank you, and thank you all for your patience this afternoon through this long process. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again while expecting a different result. The developers have been demonstrating this for many years. Finally, there's sanity on the horizon. Yesterday, DOT unanimously approved a common sense plan that's overwhelmingly supported by the people who live in Venice as well as Councilperson Tracy Park. I support this solution as well. This is a win-win solution that addresses societal, economic, and most importantly, environmental issues. Let's develop Lot 731 as a multimodal transit hub and use Lot 701 for affordable housing, which is critical for this community to provide. The fact that the city has consistently refused to join this project as a co-applicant is telling. Ask yourself why. That alone is a reason to continue these motions. Respectfully, this process must be allowed to play out. Please continue this motion until the new proposal has been vetted through the city process so we can all make a sober, informed decision. Thoughtfully considering.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Folks, it's been a half hour. We're going to conclude the public comment at this time. Thank you very much. I believe we've had over 2.5 hours of public comment on this issue, and we greatly appreciate it. Now I'm going to bring it back to Mr. Moore. You had reserved 5 minutes. I'm going to give you 5 minutes if you need it for a rebuttal.
I will do my best, Chair, to take less than 5 minutes. Just a few points I wanted to address. Mr. Heath from the City Attorney's Office is incorrect that BOTC has the authority to decide on the use of this lot. As Mr. Hudson noted, the only requirement for BOTC to act that is in the city's approvals is to occur at the end of the process related to parking management and operation of this lot. What BOTC did yesterday was unprecedented. It was not a typical process and was not required. Regardless, the LA City Council approved use of this site when it examined sites throughout the city for use as affordable housing. It selected this parking lot, not another parking lot in Venice. That's because it is over 2.5 acres in size and a normal configuration that could support both housing and parking. It's not an either or. This site accommodates both. Developing housing on lot 701 up the street is a red herring. As several speakers and appellants noted, this is a brand new idea. It's the latest hook to try and delay this project that has been in process since 2016. Lot 701 is about half the size of the project site, and it's an unusual shape. It cannot support the density of unit count or parking that the project site provides, which is confirmed in your staff report. The City Council has not identified Lot 701 for housing, and given the 7-year process that this project has gone through, another site is a restart. It will be another 5 years of process before such a project could be before you. What you have before you is a city council approved project that has been thoroughly evaluated. It has been modified to address Coastal Act concerns, and it deserves your support. Thank you, and we are here to answer any questions you may have today. We appreciate your time. It's been a long day. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Moore. All right, I'm going to bring it back to staff. Ms. Seifert, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you. We believe that all the issues raised by speakers have already been addressed in the staff report in our presentation. So we're going to conclude our staff comment and just note that we're available for any questions.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it back to the commission then, beginning with Commissioner Bochco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make this very brief because we have had a very long hearing, and I feel that each side has certainly presented their point of view. I can't say I learned anything new today, except perhaps for the DOT coming up with the this other lot, which really isn't in front of us in the first place. So we have no way of measuring whether that's a good alternative or a bad alternative. But what became eminently clear to me was what Mr. Hudson said in the very beginning, which is this is the city's lot. They own it. And whether they're behaving properly, I would be surprised if they were, because we've had so much issues trying to get them to pay attention to their LCP, which is something I was going to bring up if we had more time. They won't deal with that either. So what I would suggest is there's only one thing in my mind that we can do today, and that is to approve this project. It doesn't mean it will be built. As you know, the city will do whatever the city seems to think it wants to do, but we're not going to be the impediment in my mind. So I am fully in support of staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Cummings.
Yeah, I just had one question for staff because there were a few inconsistencies. Because I know at first the project was 140 units. It's gotten reduced, and I actually want to thank you all for balancing the access for boaters with affordable housing. And while I wish we could have more affordable units, it's clear why the decision was made to reduce the units. But earlier in the presentation, I thought I saw 117 units, and then I saw in the staff report 120 units. So I guess what's the total unit count, just so it's clear?
Thank you. The total unit count is 120.
Okay.
3 of those units will be for housing managers.
Right, got it. Okay, thank you for the clarification. And then, yeah, I'll just be pretty brief. I completely agree with the applicant and their comments, and I align myself with Commissioner Bochco because what's before us today is a land use plan amendment, an appeal, which we found substantial issue on, and we worked through those issues, and a coastal permit application for this project. So that's what we're supposed to be considering today, no other projects. And based on the presentation, it seems like we're in alignment with the Coastal Act on this project. And at the end of the day, it really is up to the city to decide if they want to move forward or not. And so that's up to you all to have that fight at the city council. And so for that reason, I'm happy to support the project. And if somebody needs to make a motion, I can, but I'll leave it to whoever the representative is from that district if they want to.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rice?
Yeah, no, actually, Commissioner Cummings just raised the 2 questions / points I wanted to make with regards to the LUP amendment that's before us, that was it's before us as, and the applicant is the city, and the city has not withdrawn that, so we should be processing that, and I am in support of the staff's recommendations there. And then on the appeal of the city's approval of the CDP for the project, again, the staff's recommendation seems to address the concern around parking, and I concur with the sentiments of Commissioner Cummings. The city's going to have to work out what happens after this, but I'm trying to keep us in our lane, and thank the staff for all the work on this.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thanks. I align myself with the comments of the other commissioners, and so and with the staff report specifically. And what I want to point out is what the staff report doesn't have in it, but what has been a struggle for us and I know it's which is housing, and it's been brought up here a lot today. But I want to really be specific that this report is very concise in what it says, and that this project and the amendments that you guys have made or that have worked, when I say you, staff, working with the applicant and others to align this with the Coastal Act and our provisions under there. And it specifically doesn't go into housing in the way that we would, that has been discussed for a long time. So 5 years ago, September of 2019, I sat in this very seat, and I remember there was a project to remove or to take down a duplex or a triplex and build a 5,000 square foot box, you know, in somewhere here in LA. And it was very upsetting to me because we were in this place where the commission made a decision saying that, you know, housing wasn't on the purview because of the Mello Act and those sort of things. The other thing that was previous to when the state did SB 9 and ADUs and all the other stuff that kind of came after that. So that landscape has changed dramatically in terms of our ability to be in those spaces as part of local CUPs, right? And then enforcement of that. So in this case, I think the staff was right in their analysis of this. I will say though that that the discussions around, and I want to, you know, someone brought up, you know, we have a housing crisis and parking is an inconvenience. We have these other things, so those all matter. But if the public wants this commission to advocate in that way more, that has to come from the legislature as well. And the commission itself is very different than that commission was then too. At that time, there was no, we were all homeowners. Now I think at least a quarter of the voting members here are renters, which that is, when you think about the legislature, only 5 of them of the last legislature of 120 are renters. So I want to say the understanding and the evolution of this commission, both in membership and people in the hearts and the minds and understanding the issue is there. And so I'm just taking advantage of this moment because we have the media and our union brothers and sisters listening to this discussion. And while my analysis in this decision is based solely on what was interpreted through this document, I want people to understand that this commission is pro-housing where we can do that. And in this moment, we're pro this project if that's the vote that comes down or not, depending what it is. But my vote is based on the staff report, to be very clear. And this is me in my stream of consciousness in the lanes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson, for your very clear statement. We need that. Very briefly, I just want to express my support for this project and thank everybody who was here for giving comments, and just mention that what's before us is obviously the Coastal Act and the fact that this provides so many parking spots. I was actually at Venice Beach maybe a couple years ago, and never in my life I had to pay as much for 1 hour of parking. I think I had to pay like $40. So I do believe that this is going to avail more coastal access, and that's what's so important. And I'll just reiterate what Commissioner Bochco mentioned. If the city of Los Angeles were to update their LCP, this could set us up for a streamlined process for the next years to come. So I'm going to strongly encourage the city of Los Angeles, one of the most densely populated counties in the entire state, to do so. Thank you.
Commissioner Natoff.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to note that, you know, thanks to the staff, and I think the Coastal Commission is doing our part to identify and approve affordable housing consistent with the Coastal Act within our jurisdiction. And with that, I would support the project.
Thank you. On my behalf, first of all, I just want to thank staff. Chloe, you did an amazing job on this. It was a lot of work. As many people have said, you've been working on this for over 2 years. Mr. Hudson, I really appreciate the incredible amount of work that you've put into this. And as a result of your work, we had a very clear staff report that I completely support, as well as what was submitted, letters that were submitted by proponents. I just feel so strongly that this is a really an important project, and I recognize that it's going back to the city, and I have to say, given what's going on with housing, it's so important that a project like this is approved. I've been so impressed by what the affordable housing developers are put together here in an area that absolutely, over $6,000 a month for an apartment in your report, or what you said today. I mean, that's just shocking. And this has everything, and the supportive services is such a big deal. So to me, I look at this project and I see a jewel for Venice. And I just am so appreciative of the advocates, and I want to express my appreciation for everyone that has been here this afternoon on both sides, because I know how much people care about Venice. All right, on that note, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Cummings to make the motion on this item. Actually, it's a series of motions, so we can start it out with the LUP.
LCP.
Are you ready to go on this? You know where you are?
Yep, so for 11A, we're going to start with the now of LUP amendment as submitted. So I move that the commission certify land use plan amendment number LCP-5-VEN-23-0037-1 as submitted by the city of Los Angeles and recommend a no vote.
All right, I think, okay, so we have a motion by Cummings, second by Aguirre. I'm going to go with a roll call vote, Ms. Miller, on these items, just because there's so many items and some request no, some yes. So on this, the mover is requesting a no vote.
Technical difficulties, 1 second.
Okay. Commissioner Bochco.
No.
Bochco, no. Commissioner Cummings.
No.
Cummings, no. Commissioner Harmon.
No.
Harmon, no. Commissioner Lowenberg.
No.
Lowenberg, no.
Commissioner Lowenberg, were you here for the entire hearing? I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm so sorry. I was so focused on our public speakers. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Nuttall.
No.
Nuttall. Nuttall, no. Commissioner Rice.
No.
Rice, no. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
No.
Turnbull Sanders, no. Commissioner Uranga.
Nay.
Uranga, no. Commissioner Wilson.
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner Aguirre.
No.
Aguirre, no. Chair Hart.
No.
Hart, no. The
All right,
vote
we'll
is
move on to the
unanimous.
next item.
So next item, I move that the commission certify land use plan amendment number LCP-5-VEN-23-0037-1 to the Venice certified LUP if modified in conformance with the suggested changes recommended by staff and recommend a yes vote.
Second.
All right, well, each of these will do a roll call vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nuttall.
Yes.
Nuttall, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco. Bochco, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right, so that resolves the LUP, and now we're going to be moving on through the de novo permit.
So this is the one that's on page 8, 12A.
This is on page 39, correct? We already dealt with the substantial
Page
issue.
39 is correct.
Yep.
So I move that the commission approve coastal development permit application number A-5-VEN-22-0042 pursuant to the staff recommendation and recommend a yes vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. We'll have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Okay, so lastly, I move that the commission approve coastal development permit application number 5-22-0588 pursuant to the staff recommendation and recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Okay, this will be the last motion. Things were going so well.
They were. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Yes.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
That, folks, concludes the hearing on this matter. I want to again express my appreciation to everyone from the public that came here in person and on Zoom, and most especially to our staff and fellow commissioners. All right, can we have a report out of closed session, council, and then we're going to take a break.
Okay, thank you. During lunch, the commission met in closed session. It received litigation information and advice and took action on the following cases: City of Fort Bragg versus Mendocino Railway, Grossman versus California Coastal Commission, and Space Exploration Technologies Corp versus California Coastal Commission. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take a break till 5:15. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume the hearing. Commissioners, you lost your chair. Okay, we're going to bring in our vice chair. All right, folks, I know it's hard to believe that we're back and we're continuing, but we are. Okay, we're now moving on to items 12B and 13A, which share a combined hearing and staff report. We're going to begin with staff report, then we'll go to ex partes, and then bring it back to commission for finding on substantial issue.
Thank you. And item 12B and 13A will be a combined presentation by Shannon Vaughn, the district manager in the commission's South Coast District. She's presenting via Zoom, and if we could pull up the PowerPoint, please, and Shannon, take it away.
Great, thank you, and good evening. This is the combined presentation for items 12B, a substantial issue determination and de novo action for Appeal A5BEN 240001 of a local CDP approved by the City of Los Angeles.
Can you speak a little louder, Shannon?
Oh, yes, sorry about that. And also for item 13A, a request to amend CDP 591681 approved by the Commission for the underlying development and also serves as a dual permit application. The city approved a major remodel and addition to a 2 to 3 story, approximately 4,500 square foot single family residence with 3 parking spaces and an attached garage and a 375 square foot roof deck on top of the 3rd floor. The project includes the conversion of the rear portion of the 2nd story and all of the 3rd story into a 1,188 square foot ADU, resulting in an approximately 5,000 square foot, 2 to 3 story, 28 foot high single family residence with 2 roof access structures and an attached 3-car garage. The city also approved a second 877 square foot roof deck on top of the 2nd floor. The applicant is Hisako Tiedemann. There are 5 appellants for this matter who are listed on the cover page of the staff report. The standard of review in determining whether the appeal raises substantial issue is Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act, and the certified LUP provides guidance. If the commission determines that a substantial issue is raised, as recommended by staff, the de novo and permit amendment hearings will follow immediately. Slide 2. The project site is a 2,650 square foot corner lot located along 30th Avenue, a walk street in the Venice area within the city of Los Angeles. The site is approximately 130 feet inland of the beach. Slide 3. Elevations of the existing and city-approved development from the west are shown on this slide, with 30th Avenue Walk Street on the left side and the rear alley on the right side. The elevations of the existing structure with a pitched roof can be seen on the top of the slide, and the elevation showing the city-approved structure with a new flat roof, new roof deck, and 2 new roof access structures is shown on the bottom. The primary issues raised by the appellants include the concerns that the new additions would be inconsistent with Section 30251 of the Coastal Act and LUP Policy 1A1, which limits residences to only 1 roof access structure. Specifically, the appellants assert that the project is not visually compatible with the character of the area regarding mass and scale because new features of the structure would project into required setbacks, and the resulting structure is larger than what would typically be allowed on a lot of this size in this area. The appellants raise other concerns that can be found in Exhibit 5 of the staff report. Slide 4. In this case, the city's municipal code requires 3-foot side yard setbacks, a 15-foot front yard setback from the Walk Street property line, and a 15-foot rear yard setback from the center line of the alley. As the structure currently sits on the lot, it is located only 2 inches from the east side property line along the first floor and varies between 2 inches to 2 feet and 8 inches on the second and third floors. The west side of the structure varies between 2 inches to 3 feet from the property line along all 3 floors. The structure is set back 5 feet from the property line and 11 feet from the center line of the alley. Thus, the structure has legally non-conforming setbacks at all 4 property lines. Slide 5. As can be seen on this slide, all floors of the existing single-family residence, including the 3rd floor roof deck, can be accessed by an exterior stairwell. The city approved demolition and relocation of that stairwell, which would provide access from the garage to all floors of the ADU, but is designed to only provide access to the 1st floor of the single-family residence. A new elevator that would run up alongside the new stairs would also be constructed and would provide shared access from the garage to all floors and the roof of both units. Rather than designing the stairwell to provide roof access to both units, the city approved a new second extra roof access structure at the Walk Street facing side of the residence, which would provide the single-family residents access to the roof deck in addition to the elevator. The extra roof access structure would project 4 feet into the Walk Street facing setback. Thus, the new roof access structure would exacerbate an already non-conforming front yard setback. And these contentions raise substantial issues. Slide 6. The appellants assert that the resulting structure would be inconsistent with the community character due to its large size. As described in the staff report, the resulting structure would be larger than the average size of structures on the block. Thus, this contention raises substantial issue. For the reasons discussed in this presentation and in the staff report, staff believes that the city did not have adequate support for its approval of the project and that the development could have a significant cumulative adverse impact on coastal resources, which would prejudice the city's ability to complete its LCP, and recommends that the commission find substantial issue with regard to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed. Unless 3 or more commissioners wish to hold a hearing on that question, substantial issue will be deemed to exist. If substantial issue is found to exist, we will move on to the commission's de novo action. And while you consider that, can I get slide 7, please?
Are we ready for me? Have you completed?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. I didn't want to interrupt you. Shannon, thank you. All right, first of all, are there any ex partes on this?
Oh, I'm sorry. This was just the question of substantial issue right now.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. It's the end of the day. Okay, so it doesn't look like there are any ex partes, so I'll turn to the commission and ask if 3 or more would like to have a hearing on substantial issue. Seeing that there are no commissioners requesting a hearing, substantial issue is found, and we will move forward with the de novo hearing. Back to you, Shannon.
Okay, thank you. Can we get slide 7, please? Sections 30251 and 30253 of the Coastal Act state that the scenic areas and special communities shall be protected and require permitted development to be visually compatible with the character.
Just a sec. We're having too much me, too little slide. There we go. All right, thanks.
All right. I'll just start over. Sections 30251 and 30253 30253 of the Code Select state that scenic areas and special communities shall be protected and require permitted development to be visually compatible with the character of the surrounding areas and protection of communities and neighborhoods that are popular visitor destinations. The commission has previously found that Venice is a special community that should be protected. Policy 1A1 allows a single 100 square foot roof access structure limited to 10 feet above the flat roof height limit to protect scenic and visual qualities and community character of Venice as required by the Code Select. Slide 8. In this case, the applicant asserts that the two roof access structures are necessary to be consistent with California building codes related to exits required for fire safety. However, it is not necessary or a requirement for residential development to have roof decks, which are considered accessory development. In this case, the walk street provides public views directly to the ocean, and the second extra roof access structure is not only inconsistent with the development standards of the LUP, but it would compound the existing impact to community character and public views by encroaching further into the required walk street setback. Thus, Special Condition 1 limits the development to one roof access structure, and Special Condition 2 requires the applicant to submit revised plans for the project, eliminating the second extra roof access structure, and requires that the new roof access structure be located away from the walk street in a manner that reduces its visibility and overall massing. And can we skip slide 9 and go directly to slide 10, please? In closing, staff recommends the commission approve the de novo permit amendment application, the de novo and permit amendment applications with special conditions listed on pages 27 through 32 of the staff report. The motions and resolutions to accomplish this recommendation can be found on pages 25 and 26 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff are available for questions.
Okay, great. Thank you, Shannon. All right, are there speakers on this?
Yes, we have 6 or 8 speakers.
All right, let's move forward. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. Do we have the project applicant?
We have someone representing the applicant. Quentin Parker signed up, but
Okay.
they're available for questions, and we actually don't see them online either.
Okay, so we do not have the applicant. These are just commenters.
Yes.
Okay, let's move forward.
We had 4 in the room, starting with Joseph Sullivan, Katie McCune, Mark Galanti, and Jack Galanti.
Are they in the room?
Yes, they should be.
I'm not seeing anyone. Are any of those folks here? All right, let's move to Zoom.
And then on Zoom, we had Adam Smith and Thelmy Alvarez, who we also both don't see. So I don't think we have anyone present.
All right, so there are no speakers on this item?
If any of you heard your name and are here, please raise your hand on Zoom, you too.
All right.
I'm seeing no hands raised.
All right, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back. I guess, Shannon, you don't have any comments to the no public comment. All right, bring it back to the commission for any discussion or a motion. The motion is on page 7.
I'll make the motion if they want.
Commissioner Wilson?
I move the commission determine that appeal number, what number is this? Is that what we're doing here?
Does have insert number, but I believe
It
it's.
says insert number. This appeal that we're talking about right now raises no substantial issue with respect to.
Just a sec, I think we need the number. Is it the A5VEN?
Oh, that one, okay. A-5-VEN-24-001 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed. No.
Sorry.
And Commission, if I
Wait a
could.
sec.
Page
Yep.
25.
Yes, we're just interjecting, we only
Okay.
need to make the 2 motions starting on page 25 for the 2 CDP actions because
Okay.
the
It's de novo.
substantial issue has been deemed to be
All
found.
right, never mind.
All
never mind.
right, so page 25.
Got it, I have it, Hal.
Got it.
My good friend here. I move that the commission approve coastal development permit application number 5-91-681-A1.
I don't think that's it.
Oh my gosh, I'm not giving,
So it's on page 25,
Oh, there we
and it's
go.
at the bottom.
got it. I move that the commission approve coastal development permit application A-5-VEN-24-001 pursuant to the staff recommendation. I recommend a yes vote. We're finally there.
Perfect. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there consensus for yes vote on this motion? All right, seeing consensus.
Excuse me, Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Who was the second on that?
Bochco. Wilson, Bochco, and we have unanimous approval. I'm sorry. What's up? Okay. Motion by Commissioner Wilson, seconded by Commissioner Bochco, and I am asking if there is unanimous approval. Seeing that there is, the commission approves that motion. Now we're moving on to the second motion, which is on page 26.
This again, here we go. I move that the commission approve coastal development permit application number 5-91-681-A1 pursuant to the staff recommendation. I recommend a yes vote.
All right, motion by Wilson, second by Bochco. Is there consensus for unanimous approval of the motion? Seeing no opposition, the motion is approved unanimously. And that concludes that item. And I believe, does that conclude all the items today, folks?
It does.
All right, thank you very much.
I'm sorry. We do have minutes.
No. What do we need? All right, we're going to go back to the agenda, and we're going to have, is it this statewide, I'm sorry, what? It's item 18? 18, approval of minutes. All right, do we have a motion to approve the minutes? This is the minutes of July 10th through 12th.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Did you catch that? Moved by Wilson, seconded by Vice Chair. Any opposition to unanimous approval of the motion? Seeing none, the motion is approved. Was it just that month? Yes, it was. Okay, does that conclude our hearing? Yes, it does. All right, folks, I'm not going to be here for the rest of this week because I have a family emergency, but I just wanted to thank everyone for all your support for me as chair. You guys have been awesome. It's been fantastic. And we are going to be in great hands with Vice Chair for the next 2 days and with our new chair and Vice Chair. So thanks you guys so much for everything.